Yeah, guys. Log in. We are 95. Holy. Alright. Hi, J Rockets. Hi, Crix. Gris. Shadowrock. Hey, Kid. Yeah, we got a prime from Sirius. Thank you for 2 months, man. Hi, Mr. VIP Fake Blood 124. Hello, Vienna boy. Hello, everyone else. The Holy's logging out. Let's see how the servers will be. I have to do some sorting real quick to all about it. We have way too much shit here. Actually, I should try these boss tablets here. I have like these boss tablets. Monsters are hunted by as many spirits. Expeditions. Runic monsters are duplicated. That's also kind of big, actually. I should try that one. Tablets. Let's put that here. Let's put that here. Oh shit. Putting in the wrong tab. Dude, Stash of Hades is gonna be really cool. Once we get those more auto sorting, please. What change did I make to my build? I did change the passive tree a lot. So you see here, I cut off the entire shadow/monk area. We went for this and this instead. Also, I'm running Tangle Tongue, a level 26 weapon. And we're gonna kill Olroth now to get a bit of benchmark, because so yesterday, before I changed my passive tree, I benchmarked it, and my around 4 minutes 45 kill went down to 3 minutes on Olroth +4. And now I changed my passive tree as well. I'm much more defensive, and I want to see how the kill time is now. I think it's gonna be similar, and overall much better performance. So we're gonna try that. I have some logbooks here. And I think we can do some second trials and stuff, because why not? I want to practice those a bit. But I also want to try to get more citadels so I can do Arbiter +4 and see how that goes. Oof. There's a lot of logbooks here, actually. Holy shit. We should probably not waste all of them in case I want to do more benchmarking. Also, I think I still have some little fixing to do. For some reason I have blind side and blind here, for example. Maybe we're going to do a martial tempo here. Lightning infusion, retreat, rising tempest, lightning exposure, scatter shot. Okay. Actually, I could put this as a 6-link on my spear field. Blind side, that would be kind of nice. But I need to get a 6-link for that. Let's see what else I can put on our disengage. Aim, unyielding. It's also like random stuff, to be fair, that I don't really care about. We have unbreakable. Don't really care about like any kind of like damage stuff here, I think. The spring support is so big, man, for warriors. For Bone Shatter. Can do a Holy Descent, because why not? This actually allows me to potentially heal a bit in the fight. Support skills that create ground surfaces, causing your surfaces to grow over time up to a limit. Wait, does that work with the Holy Descent? Interesting, it does. Huh. Can I add a 5-link there? Because why not? We can add something else. Maybe I can even do like a persistence or something. Didn't know that's a thing. Insufficient mana does not permit the use of supported skills files around it. No, we don't really have that kind of problem. So maybe I'm just gonna put persistence there, actually. Does it last longer? It says 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like it works, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, so that works. And we have one more in Herald of Thunder that we can put. We have a Mental Focus, Innovate, Lightning Pen. What did I just remove? I think I removed Blind Sight, but I want to do something else here. Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
You can say hi.
Doggy is here, guys. Let's take this. Now we have one more like damage support that we can maybe put there as blind side still, but we don't really blind too much. So I don't think this is the way. I do have lightning infusion. I guess on actually, now I think about it, I could put lightning infusion on our herald. Maybe. Lighting exposure, lighting infusion. Which is currently on Stormlands. What do we have? Blindside. Okay, we put blindside here. Lighting infusion here. Doesn't add too much because I have actually not that much just physical or lightning. Maybe there's something better. There's a long shot. Long shot is not a bad idea. 30% more attack damage to enemies further than 7 meters. I mean, this will generally be good for like AoE clear, I guess. So I could do that. Or we do Lighting Mastery. I'm not sure how much that would do. Yo. Captain J, thank you. Appreciate the 90 mouse. This thing does like 10% or something. So maybe I'll do long shot. Maybe we're gonna remove lighting pen. Maybe do a lighting infusion. And put a long shot here. So no lighting pen at all. Okay. Well, let's try this, I guess. Okay. We need a freeze charm and we need a attrition. Let's see it. Chalice, circle. I don't know which one I wanna do. Let's do Chalice. Yeah, +1 Lighting Mastery seems just not really impactful, to be honest. Okay, we have no boss. Like the Lighting Mastery is just like a nice last resort, I guess. But it's like 10% or so. Okay. So the goal is to kill Olaf in 3 minutes. If I can do this, then this is sick. Because my build is much more defensive than it used to be. And 3 minutes is so far the fastest kill I've done with my previous setup. After switching to this weapon. Do we have like a gem thingy? I guess we go up here. Yeah, in some cases it's actually less than 10%. Maybe it was not even 10. Maybe it was like 8. It was definitely more than 5, but... Dude, these monsters will certainly not grant any flash charges when slain, by the way. I got like 4 of these. Oh, I wanna get that. Okay. Well, let's do this. Good thing is, we have many logbooks. The boss shows up often. I did remove Longshot from Lightning Spear now, yes. Because I noticed, especially in boss fights, I don't necessarily fight at range very much. And my Lightning Spear does actually contribute a lot of the damage I do against bosses. Because I usually focus on, you know, doing like this one barrage combo and then, you know, dodging and stuff. So my Longshot is just not really doing much in some cases. It's really good for clear to go Longshot. But I want to try, like my clear damage is more than fine. You know, I have enough damage. So the only thing that really matters right now is to scale up my boss damage. I want to do that. Especially now that I have a 5-link Herald as well. Should pick up the uniques. This is gonna be nerfed. It will be nerfed in around 3 months, I guess. But until then, enjoy. Okay. I did not expect silent maps. I'll take that. What's the skill that shoots Lightning Spear? That's Lightning Spear, actually. And if you're talking about the Spectral Arrows, that's Spectral Volley support. Okay, that's a nice amount of juice here. But we need to find a boss. Let's go. Let's try this again. Let's do Black Scythe. This spear costs 25 divs or more currently. 25 divs? Really? What the fuck? Okay. Well, the good news is you can probably get a yellow spear that is at a similar power level. Much, much cheaper. Okay, so there's no boss again, unfortunately. Just do this. 30 to all rest. I mean, we can do 30 rest, it's fine. %200% XP. I don't really want to give them 30 Pendor right now. To cold is fine. Okay. You get one with low DPS, but like 400 accuracy and will do more damage. I mean, more than what, exactly? I mean, I would have to get a weapon that is roughly 50% better than my previous one. So like, I was benchmarking here against Olroth to kind of see my DPS. And I went from like a almost 5-minute kill to 3 minutes kill on Olroth T4 by using Tangle Tongue without any adjustments to my setup. Now I also want to see how it is with the new passive tree I have, because I changed it, and some supports that I changed. Which I think it will be at least the same kill speed, if not better, while being much more defensive. So that's gonna be good. And in terms of like, you know, my weapon that I have, I mean it's an okay weapon, if you have finalization mark spear. But it's nothing crazy. I think on Trade League you can easily surpass that with like almost nothing invested basically. So you basically need like a weapon that is like around 50% stronger than my current weapon. Now the other thing though is that my Tangle Tongue setup is not exactly fully optimized because I just equipped a weapon and I didn't do any other adjustments. Like if you use a weapon like this here that's like level 26, you know, it has no damage on it. So you would benefit a lot more from having flat damage on your gloves and rings. Which I do have, but not to the degree that you should have. And it matters a lot more now. So technically I can optimize my Tangle Tongue setup a lot more. Which means that a yellow spear would probably have to be roughly in the range of like twice as good of the one I have currently. Which is still doable, but at that point I guess you're getting into pretty expensive territory. So the TLDR is, it's time to pick up some white forked spears and chance up them, guys. Because I think it's probably going to be very easily chanced. It's a very low level item. I doubt it's going to be rare. I'm pretty sure I found multiple of these and just wintered them. Maybe I don't really feel like clearing these expeditions. I mean, I just want to boss hunt, I gotta say. I'm not sure if I should really do it. I will play Ali. I want to get the world first. Uber Amberoff on hardcore. Alright, another one. Actually, we're gonna have a LE podcast with the Maxwell boys on Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna do hardcore Zeph. Okay, boss is here, let's go. If they're immune to fire damage, can I still hit them and apply blind with my explosive spear? I wonder. My guess is yes. But I do wonder. Okay. So all of them after this. Didn't go down there, huh? I would not use Beacon of Aziz, Amulet. I think it's not very good. You're basically giving up like, I don't know, the equivalent of like 3-4 affixes just to get a bit of pen, which, you know, half the time, or most of the time doesn't even do anything. And you can get pen very easily from like, you know, just some jewel rolls. And we also have some on the tree. So easy to get pen. I think Beacon of Aziz is not a very good amulet. It does have spirit, which is nice and all, but you can just roll spirit if you want, and we don't really want it anyway on this build. I do have to say, the clear appeal is really good now with the 100% crit chance. That is really nice about Lightning Spear.
Now we're talking. I'm bent double as is.
Still alive. I'd actually really like to get one item with life regen, which I had. My 35% movement speed boost, I had life regen, but then I destroyed them unfortunately. So maybe I should have just used those. Fix my wrist somehow. Okay, that's timeless. Now we are a little bit in a scuffed situation here, because I have to turn off my Herald of Thunder, which does give me 74% increased damage that I'm not currently using. So like we could maybe try to put 3 points elsewhere to at least get something back. But it is what it is now. Let's see how it is with the scuffed setup. This is fine, this is fine. Okay. I will update the guide to the setup when I feel like I should.
Cheating.
Nini says he's cheating.
Have enough in me.
Do you guys agree?
It was 5 minutes and then it
That looks nice. Can you put it there? Thank you.
are you gonna make a warrior?
A warrior?
Yeah,
Uh,
play hardcore.
probably in May actually at this point.
There's plenty of time for you to make a warrior today and play hardcore.
Okay, we'll see.
Is there anything left to do with this one?
Anything left to do? Well, I still need to kill Arbiter 2 more times.
What level are you?
And many Simulacrums. 95.
95.
Yeah.
You're done. I agree.
I think the skill was slightly longer, but let's see. This is an insane shield, man. I just need to casually slam like 160 life and 60% block. Let's do that. Shit. We need to get life actually, I'm curious now. Oh my god. Ah. Shit. 72. Fuck. 2 maximum auras, man. That's fucking nuts. What the hell? I want to use this. How to increase affection of towers on towers? It says 99%. Yeah, if you run a higher tier map, it will give you more. And more affixes give you more tablets. I'm gonna try to chaos the shield actually. If I hit a life and get bigger life, it could be insane. Okay, let's see how long this boss fight was. Didn't time it with live split, but I have for recording. And I felt like this boss fight was kind of scuffed. Like there were a bunch of my lightning spear combos that I was missing and stuff. Okay, so it starts at 42 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He's almost dead. 310. Yeah, so 310, 315. So this was slightly slower than my other kill. I think the setup is good, guys. I like it. Actually. So the benchmark was 3 minutes for my previous setup. With only 1 kill though, I didn't really do multiple kills. So there is a bit of variance. Like I checked my other kills from like 2 days ago, where I killed them like 5 times in a row, and they were all like 440 to 450. So there can be like around 10 seconds variance or so for the kill. It depends a little bit on like sometimes when I have to dodge and stuff. use a strict or semi-strict item filter? No, this is a very soft filter I have. Okay, guys. I need to hit the fucking live, man. The shit is nuts. Well, what can go wrong? Remove the block. No, wait. We removed the life and we got thorns. Oh shit, we hit the right thing. Oh man. Fuck. Well, let's hit it again. Now remove the block. Okay, now it's dead. Fuck. That would have been insane, actually. This maximum auras, I think it's going to only appear on like 82s or something. So yeah, the interesting part is actually, I just realized, so I had 3 points that were turned off because I turned off my Herald for this fight because of attrition. I use attrition for these bosses. So I have 74% damage that does nothing here, these 3 points. If I just take those 3 points and invest in somewhere else, I would actually get back to like roughly my 3-minute kill. I'm not sure where I would put them. So some 3-pointer I can take somewhere. I mean, worst case, you just take like, you know, crit damage or some shit. I mean, why not, to be honest? Just take these, yeah. This doesn't hurt. Actually, you can just do like 45% crit bonus. Why not? And that's it. This or Peak D4 Rouge? Peak D4 Rouge was pretty good, to be fair. But Hunters is pretty good too, I gotta say. I really hope that we're gonna return to Peak D4 Rouge. Maybe when they introduce Shadow in PoE. Or maybe when second expansion comes out in D4. We'll see. Whoa. That is also very good. Just slam some Gear Life on it, guys. Oh my god! Okay. What? Okay. That is pretty good, I gotta say. I'm tempted now. Shit. What do you have? 23 to all attributes, man. Giga Spirit. Giga Evasion. I don't think I really need a mana. You have 16 Chaos Res or nothing. Some Lightning Res. In fact, it also allows me to put another life rune here because I have a Lightning Res rune. I have too much Chaos Res like this, which means I can remove my belt. I'll be capped anyway. Oh my god, this thing is nuts. We do lose a little bit of attributes. Or do we, actually? This is 14. Actually, I have attribute modifiers on this already, so it's gonna be like, I think 13. We can see it here. So this is 45, 75, 88 total attributes, yeah. And this has 69. Nice. It's not a huge difference. Yeah, I think this Amulet is quite good, actually. 47 evasion rating as well. We do lose 18 rarity, but honestly, at this point, I don't care. We have too much int anyway, currently. How much spirit do you have? 30. 32. Wait, did we really just end up with so little? Man, what happened here? Don't have enough decks. Wait, that's the wrong one.
Yes.
Dex. Dex.
Back to basics.
Now we have 11 spirit left. Do I have anything I can put there for 10? I don't think so. I think everything's like 15. We could remove... I could remove clarity and put vitality, actually. Maybe that's the move. Because I do spend life all the time. And this will just kind of like help me. So maybe I'll throw in vitality. And this also means, what does it look like when I go attrition? Oh, wait a minute, I can actually do attrition like this. That's interesting. I can just throw in attrition and keep the Herald of Thunder. But I don't think I should. Should probably just turn this off anyway. And do attrition and then like with precision and vitality or something. But it can do this. Remove clarity. How's my rest now? Yep. This thing is nuts. What the hell happened here? Okay. I thought I'd never gonna replace my Amulet. My Amulet was already really good. Honestly. Like it had also like 6 out of 6 decent stats. How much evasion do I have? 70. 65 to 70. Now we have life regen. Almost 30 per second, which is kind of helpful. I do need more decks. How much more? 3 more nodes.
Go on. Adapt or die.
And we do a body rune. I guess we do attribute modifiers or life modifiers. What do you have for colorless here? And if I take off this thing, we are lacking just a little bit of cold res. Maybe we can do some other stuff. Boots. 30, 30, 96. Cold, lightning, stun thresholds. I could get a lot of stun threshold here. And a good chunk of res. Cold, lightning. But I think I have too much lightning res. Too much cold. Especially cold, I guess. I have too much. You're gonna move some here. Actually, I miss cold, but I have too much lightning. I guess realistically what it means, we can remove this ring. This ring has 19 chaos, whereas we're currently 14 overcapped. So we're gonna be at 70 if I remove this ring, and it has nothing else besides attributes. So I think this is our objective actually. We need to change this ring afterwards. The rest we can kind of keep. I did not expect to replace this amulet, man. Ah shit, I also need to anoint it actually. Harmonic generator. Can I? Let's here. Paranoia, fear, despair. Suffering. Okay, I have many of those actually. Wait. Is this fear? And the purple one is fear, so we have to upgrade this. Do I actually need it? I just realized I do have 100% crit chance already on my lightning spear. So maybe I want to anoint something else. I wonder if I can get away with 20% reduced crit damage. How's this? Oh no, okay, it's a white one. We don't do that. This one needs 2 white ones. Oh my god. This one is disgust, suffering, envy. Burn damage, 12 crit. Something like this, but it's int. We don't care about int. This needs a suffering. There's lots of crit chance, but we don't need a crit chance actually. We have enough. We have a jewel with dex on it. Attributes on jewels only exist in PoE 1 or here with corruption, I think. There's no attributes on jewels. Can only corrupt them. 40% elemental damage with delta crit recently. That's actually a relatively good one. And 20 crit. Mm-hmm. 10% more cast speed and 20% more mana generation rate. That's actually a relatively good note there, but not for me because you don't cast. Wait, this cannot be anointed. Ah, because in a stunning area, right? They can't. Okay. The stunning area ones cannot be. 40% crit, 10% mana cost. I don't want to do mana cost to be fair. This is kind of nice as well. 20 crit chance, 20 crit damage, and 20 stun build up. And it's not very costly. 25, 25. This is just 40. No, this is actually kind of cracked as well as what? 80% crit chance if you if you haven't dealt, never mind. I thought if you have. Hmm. Crit damage bonus if you've dealt a non-crit recently. This needs a suffering. Actually, what about this thing? Yeah, Giant Slayer. Just also needs a white one. Oh my god. I wouldn't mind this one. I think we did check out now. This is for spells. I wonder if I should try this. But 10% mana cost of skills can really bite me, I think. Or this. 20 crit chance, 20 crit bonus. I mean, actually, since I get extra crit chance, I can then get more crit bonus here. This is, you know, I basically remove those two and take those two, and this is 30% crit bonus. We have to kind of calculate that in. And in that case, this actually looks pretty good. We get 20% stun build up, and you get 50% crit damage. This is not bad. I kind of like the idea of the stun build up as well. Despair, envy, disgust. Yeah, I think this is actually a good trade. It doesn't have like any weird downsides as the other stuff. Like here's like all these downsides you have to overcome. Okay, overwhelming strike it is. So despair, envy, disgust. And now we take out this here. First of all, let's see our effects. 100% crit, 100% crit. Ding ding. Ding ding. How much crit chance can I remove? That's the question. Can I remove any? I cannot. So we need this. Okay. It's like a small point I can move somewhere. I don't have actually many crit things, right? Here's crit bonus, here's crit chance, so that's what we can try. Still 100 and 100. Okay. Easy clap. And now we take this back. And now we put a body rune. Dude, I have only two of them. Okay. Let's put our logbox back here. A lot of fucking jewels. Maybe I can try to make something. I'm not 100% happy with all of my jewels. Oh boy. It's actually getting full here. I didn't even farm trial for a second now. Where are you supposed to get jewels? Let's see what I can do with emeralds. Those are the ones you kind of want. More like crit damage, lightning pen, lightning damage, elemental damage. That kind of stuff. That is not bad, but needs a bit of wind. Ooh. Crossbow reload speed, have. Active of aimants. Mana leech. Quarter staff shenanigans. Attack speed with bows. Damage with spears. Okay. Not the worst, but you don't need a cooldown that badly. Plus on the maximum lightning. Attack speed. Companion. Okay. I think I'm gonna keep our jewels as they are for now. I'll try to go to Sval or something, if you really want. This thing has 19 crit damage bonus. Some evasion. Fuck it. You have the lightning pen. It says accuracy, crit, charm, lightning. This is evasion, crit, damage, cooldown. And it's 8% 90 damage. That's basically it. So 1% more evasion. Start with cooldown. And fear, magnitude of shock, stun threshold, lightning damage. That's kinda good. Here's pen, crit, projectile damage. Okay, probably doesn't really matter. Let's put this here. Okay, let's try this out. So now we have vitality. It's very cool. We got this, we are capped, we have 2.862 life. We can replace this ring. We need to replace this ring. We want big life on it. Maybe some attributes. And then damage. We want big damage actually. Do we have rings that have damage? Let me see what I got here. My god. I'd like to take this. And then chaos off the chaos damage. How's that sound? And then I'd like to take this and then chaos off some stuff. Let's see what happens. Or recombine them. It's a decent life roll. You can take like a life and a strength roll or something. And actually recombine something. Instead of just destroying them. We do have some like scythe artifacts. We have many rings lying around here. You can try to take something that has big damage. He has big damage. Something like big damage and big life. I wonder if I can do it. This one has a decent amount of life, but it's a ruby ring. Could even try this, yeah. And now 60 to maximum mana. It sounds kind of tempting to get some maximum mana, to be fair. Need some rarity. This thing also has a rarity. These things have so much int. Is this prefix or suffix rarity? This is prefix. This has suffix rarity, 7 to all attributes. Wasn't it like something with like big fist damage? This thing has a 12 to 22 fists. And some strength. This one has a good amount of life. This thing has 25 chaos rest, holy shit. 10 to all attributes sounds kind of nice as well. Okay, let's do some recombination. Knife, accuracy, this is 27, 11. I'll try it. Okay. $34, 11. Okay. Life, strength, rarity. This is a decent amount of cold damage. What if we move the rarity? Okay. Goodbye to those. Damage, life, dex. This 40 lightning rest gives us 17% chance. This gives us 6. Oh my god. Can I slam something else on these? Wait a minute. It's like full prefixes like this. And pretty good ones. And it survives. Look at that. Ah. Dex, int. And Dex is fine, but it's low. Int is not very useful. The lightning rest I don't really need. It does have a good chunk of life, good chunk of damage. We do lose some stats though. And we have exactly the same rarity. It turns out to be 4 more life. Kind of funny. The chaos versus, well, doesn't really matter, I guess. So much int. This one is gone. It's 15 to 23 more damage down. So that will help. Can you see the DPS upgrade here? Speed of Rose 33.3k. It's actually 10% DPS upgrade from the flat added damage there. That is kind of noticeable. We're not quite there yet, but okay. We also need some more decks now. Decks.
Back to basics.
Okay. Now what about catalysts? This is kind of an attribute ring. This is an attribute amulet, I guess. What kind of catalyst do we have? Defense, life. Life is also not a bad idea. This could be like 20% more, it's like 20 something life. Mana, physical. Mana, defense, chaos, speed, life. We actually have a lot of life. Attack. This has two decent attack rolls here, tier 7, tier 5. This is a tier 8. 15, 23. The average here is like 18. Here's like 17 and 8. So we're gonna do attack here. Attribute here. Life here. Wait, there's only one of these attribute things? Okay. And only 9 of these. Let's see how much it goes up. 33.6. A little bit. Okay. I guess we don't have anything for this. At least not yet. You could do physical. What about physical? I can buff this physical mod. I actually have a lot of rest now. We have life runes everywhere. I'm like overcapped on rest for elemental weakness at least. If I take this thing off, I'm basically still capped. Okay. I can play the video game, I think. How about that? Do I have any arbiters, any citadels, anything? No. Any corrupted areas? Here's a juicy fortress, let's do that. Like all the things, guys. Crit and minus res. Oh well. I'm maxing out the build. I'm not sure if we can call it maxing out in its life, but I have been doing some adjustments here. Time for ingenuity build. Yeah, maybe I should farm an ingenuity after all. For this build, like with the Tangle Tongue, ingenuity definitely would make sense. because we want to get as much flat damage as possible on our rings. I would still have to replace both rings and go like Giga Ham on like... I mean, this is okay. Could be better. This has one good roll. I mean, it's a good ring, but... You probably want like a life and then double flat. Or if you really want to go ham, you probably want to go like triple flat damage. Go like lightning, this, cold, or something. Okay, yeah, we're destroying. Like even my initial lightning spear, the one that has minus 60% damage, just destroys everything. Let's see the boss there. Any ideas for the next build? Maybe Ritualist. Not gonna make like another Hunters right now, I think. I mean, I'm definitely gonna play more different Hunters varieties. But the next build is gonna be Galvanizing Shard, Deadeye, and Hardcore SF. With a mild chance, I'm gonna pivot to a Warrior instead. And then I don't know what I will play. Some mace stuff, I guess. Okay, my god, the damage is fucking insane.
You there, local.
Up for another hunt, are you? The hunt begins! Don't let it escape. Spirit! Done! Don't let it escape.
Lightning and 100% extra pen. I handled anything very cool.
Finish it!
Stuff like this here. Okay, immune to cold and 30% chance to avoid. Let's see.
Cleared him out.
And that was the expedition. No new build soon. Yeah, I'm still thinking about if I should do one before last epoch or not. The thing is that, you know, I will have maybe today, maybe a bit tomorrow and Sunday to play, and then I guess starting Monday we definitely have to go back to the LE for practice. So I would have to like put my build that I just started on hold for like at least a month or something until, you know, after LE, after D4, after No Rest for the Wicked, when I return to the PoE. It's just like a fucking long time. So realistically, I don't really want to start a fresh character now and get it to like level 70 and then just like leave it there. Because that can be done in like a day or less, you know. So I'd rather just do like all in one go, you know, like just start a fresh run in a month. And I'd rather just like, you know, like, do more like endgame stuff for now. Enjoying the build. Yeah, the thing is that PoE 2 is still gonna be here, you know, by the time that I'm done with the other stuff, you know. PoE 2 is like the main focus right now for me. We have a lot of stuff coming now in April. Great. Dude, look how far away this was from the start, this fucking delivery mirror. You actually have to like go into the map and remember that there is a fucking mirror, man, because sometimes it's just not shown. This was like super far. Maybe update your skill tree and apply now. I will, I think. I'm just gonna like run this a bit more and then see if you notice anything. But so far I'm very happy. It will mean a significant respec for people that have been following it, I guess, but I mean, respecing is cheap, I guess. How about an ash from something? Did they ever add any quality for like once? Was it only for scepters? They added sockets now. We have very low strength now, 84. I think like the 1 or 2 days ago I had like 180 or something. I was still actually. I had to press end delivery encounter and it's just not ending. What's going on? Where's my loot? Well, splinters. Even though I missed the thing. That's kind of wild. Dude, this omen, I still don't have it. But it should be pretty close. Okay, roll. It costs 3.7k now, so maybe one more deferral. We can pull out. It's my first meta crafting omen, guys. We found one. It's actually incredible. Here. Chaos Orb will remove only prefix modifiers. God. Very good what I got him. Nice.
On with the work.
Is that an amulet? Actually, do I have more of them? Nope. But I take that. Okay. Forge with boss. Let's try that. Also 2 hours of sleep. Extremely refreshing, I guess. I will probably update this planner, this to the planner, but I'm waiting a little bit still. You'll see it later, guys. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll stick to this. Just wanna see if I can notice some other like stuff I want to change maybe or so. But I'm actually pretty happy so far. I might put back martial tempo on the leap though. It does speed up slightly. We use it a lot compared to explosive spear. I put inspiration on the explosive spear. So by the way, is it real that Tangle Tongue is 25 divs on softcore trade right now? How much have they changed? Added another Epoch since initial full release? Quite a bunch 9 months ago. And a ridiculous fuck ton in 5 days from now. 6 actually.
This ought to start things up. A clean kill. Hot as a storm.
Reach though. Excited to see the boss here. haven't seen a king in a mist in a while. Guess you wanna try to get some. Maybe we're gonna make the ingenuity dream come true. It might be the way after all. I mean, there's like a shrine here and there's like nothing. We have 10 chains, man, you have to run all the way. So if I do go for ingenuity, then what do I want to craft at this point? I can go all in on boots. And gloves, I guess. But the gloves are hard to beat, man. They have T9 and T8 damage. We kinda need that. They could have better life, but that's about it, basically. Maybe it's just not gonna craft anymore. Dude, this helm is level, I don't know, 69. That's like a tier 5 map. Or tier 4 map. I never changed it. Make items. What else? We have 1 out of 4 rituals. Why the hell are rituals? Where is the boss, by the way? Don't we have a boss here? It's not even showing. Now he shows there. Very sus.
Hold on.
Dude, I'm missing 3 visuals. Okay.
Victory when never in doubt.
How come as soon as I make a new hundreds of subs to Amazon, it does change the ascendancy? Wait, what are you talking about? They actually said that?
I'll take that.
What the fuck? Crazy, okay.
Watch your step.
Didn't expect that for another 2 years at least. As the week wraps up, we pull together a list of changes we're targeting for deployment and patch mid next week. Okay. Something that was important to us is to make sure that it can be done. It does require some little effort. We have implemented it the following way. Redoing ascendancy trial allows you to respec which ascendancy class you have chosen as the ascension device, but only if the trial would grant you the number of points you already have. In order to respec your ascendancy class, you must have 0 points allocated. You can now open the respec window at Babala or Trial Master. Ultimatums that have 7 chambers and this grant 4 ascendancy points can now be done from level 55 down from 60. Ultimatums have 10 chambers and the current 6 ascendancy points can be done from level 65. So this matches second up trial basically. I'm not sure about this. Okay, crazy. So I guess if you're already fully spec'd, you have to do an Uber and then respec. An unintentional problem with tower and hideout maps is that they don't currently spawn the rare monsters for a clear condition. To this, they also don't drop the extra meta that's designed to allow for guaranteed map sustain. If you add extra rares to tower and hideout maps, then also extra map drop that can come from the final rare kill. Okay. Crafting changes. As each new rune tier is unlocked, we are removing the lower runes from the drop pool. This is to stop you from getting spammed with lesser runes at high levels. We will adjust drop rates as that occurs. Yeah, that's good. We're adding the ability to add sockets to scepters. And adding monsters and TARDIS monster scepters to the upgrades to your minions. Totem changes. Totems start getting a mental resistance from gem level 15 up to 75 at 20. But you just get 75 rest. Isn't there like a support for that? The Iron Root support also adds some maximum elemental resistance. Okay. Shard Scavenger. In addition to its current effect, now also restores 1 cooldown used for all your grenades and grants a buff for 2 seconds that prevents your crossbow attacks from consuming bolts. That sounds pretty OP actually. I need to check how Shard Scavenger works again. My skills on a gem cutting tab. When using uncut skill gem, it was often annoying to find the skills that we're using from off classes to level up. In order to fix that, we have added a new tab that shows you all the gems you have equipped. Yeah, good stuff, man. Okay. They're really on top of this with all the patches right now. It's kind of funny after, like, 3 months of like nothing. Now they're like rapid firing, a lot of wins.
This were well made.
Yeah. Can we find one more show? Let's just say fuck it. Maybe I'll say fuck it actually. Zero tribute, exactly. Did I change anything on the build of the patch? The patch didn't really affect it, besides Spearfield got slightly buffed. But it did change the build a lot. So. What is here? Okay. Here's a hidden grotto with a boss. And now, actually I wonder how this will be. Hidden grotto with a boss. Dude, this map is fucking like... Oof. This has extra cold, minus max res, and elemental pen. This is actually cracked. I know I had one ritual left and I said, fuck it. Because who knows where it is and I have fucking temp chains. There's no point to run through like an entirely empty map. Just so I can get like an extra little bit of defer and maybe buy something. It's fine. I do want to get some King in the Mist again though. King in the Mist should be really easy now as well. With my setup. I remember last league Ingenuity used to be a drop that you can get at 0 difficulty, because I remember on my first King I got Ingenuity. So it's supposedly one of the more common items, I guess. I wonder if they rebalanced the drop rates. Because they said that now every item can drop at any difficulty. And there's no items that are locked out anymore, but the big items are more rare and they become more common on higher difficulty. So I wonder if they actually changed something about that with Ingenuity, for example. But they also nerfed Ingenuity, so I guess it might be just a common item now, right? So the question then is it better to farm Ingenuity on a lower difficulty King in the Mist than in a higher? Because you might just have better drop rates. That's the Monka, Ingenuity goes around 60x. Cool. That seems actually not affect very much, right? 60x? How much is that right now? 1 divine.
That was almost a challenge.
How much are divines right now, actually? I have no idea. How much intellect is needed for this build? As long as you don't wear any armor, evasion, energy shield bases. And right now I'm actually not really. I just have a shield that accidentally has some ES. But otherwise it's a full evasion build. You actually don't need any end at all, I think. Actually you need 45 end. What is the 4 gems?
This'll do nicely.
Because I have 9 blue gems right now. Every blue gem is 5 int requirement. That being said, we have very smart hunters. We have 111. I could include a curse actually at that point. Do you want to do a curse? Maybe I'll do a curse. But I have to drop something or I have to get an unset ring. I'm not really sure what to do here. Boss.
I'm best double as is.
18 spinners, what the hell? Not like that. Did he buff the spinners? What? I've never gotten anywhere close to 18. Is the staff has quite a boss drop? No, it's not. It's just a fucking OP item. And it's really rare. It used to be the same, it's almost the same item as in PoE1, where it was also really OP and really rare. It's especially good for like bleed builds, which are pretty in fashion right now. Because if you start stacking bleeds, only the biggest bleed on the mob counts. So you have like this, minus minimum plus maximum range. So you can like make a big bleed and then that helps you a lot with that basically. But also in general it's just like a nice overall DPS increase. I don't know how it is in PoE2 exactly, but I remember in PoE1 with Lavas was something like a 20% more or so overall in most cases. Which for a belt is like a very good value. And it also had some life on it.
Let's see what
Okay, YOLO.
now for the rest.
Shit.
Pack's full. Likewise.
What do you think about Trinity? I did think about that. Trinity is very strong. Trinity is a 40% more basically if you have like a perfect distribution of your elemental damage. Because you will have one full resonance, which is 20% more, and then you have two almost full, which is 10% each. So it's 40 total. 40% more is pretty good, but it's 100 spirit. So you need some serious spirit for that. Right now I have 1 spirit left and I have 47 spirit on my neck. And I use a 30, a 30, and a 20. The thing is that the companion just eats into your spirit so much because he has percentage-based reservation. So you can't do companion, I guess, realistically. Because even if you start building into spirit, then it just eats it all up. That's the problem. Yeah, we're getting the thing back that we just lost. Easy club. Actually, yeah, we can perfectly do this. But is there anything else that's new that we want? Nope. That's fine. Okay, next ritual, we're gonna get our omen. The first meta crafting omen. Unbelievable. T1 whiteness of Essence Atlas could be a thing. I tried Essence Atlas for like the entire week. It's absolutely terrible. It's so bad. In fact, I have not gotten a single corrupted essence so far. And even like, I had like a few that upgraded here and there into like greater essence. Like, I don't know, a handful maybe. Like, essence is so bad, actually. So for Caverns of Boss, 25 pen and feeble. Life evasive. Let's do that. Makes it kind of tanky. Tooltip DPS on Spear is 15,400 apparently. I will not use charges at any point, Chris. I'm very grounded.
Almost a challenge. Bring it on.
We're gonna try to make it a T18 map. Make it super tanky with Delirium. And I wanna see what happens. I'm gonna go in there with my character. It's gonna be interesting.
That was almost a challenge.
We'll find a big map though.
Get back.
Weird. This thing just going to the middle. Good. Oh. I got bamboozled here. Wrong spear. Hi, Setter. Cedrix. You're using Corsair unique helmet. You mean the Black Insignia, or whatever it's called? For Tailwind? Yeah, Tailwind helmet is pretty good. I was considering running it too. I took up some life.
A word for you there. Local. Come here. Hold on.
logbook. It's actually nice how fast you can find these logbooks and then get the boss all the time. He's actually a perfect like target dummy boss fight. In case I want to do other build testing or something. No Roa. If I really want, you can just include a Roa, but there's not really any point. Like, I barely attack. So the Roa doesn't help you if you're not attacking all the time. And I attack very little. And also couldn't use spears. Spearfield, I guess. Because you can only use range skills and barrage, I think. Can you use barrage? I wonder if you can use barrage. Does it have the range tag or something? It doesn't. And the Omen is not here. Wait. There it is. It costs 180. Boom, we got it. Our first one. Sinistral Erasure. Here's also only roof prefix. Our first Omen ever. Okay, pull out some more stuff. 2. Okay. Okay. We're done here. One more guy. How much is the Sinistral Erasure worth right now? Yeah, got it once in ritual, wanted to buy and didn't see it. That's 2 divines, okay. Actually, I've not gotten a divine yet in ritual at all. I'm gonna get more King in the Mist. I do not play with Inhibitor Gem. I got some boots here. Go into the Combinator tab. So does this. Huge omen. Okay, do you have anything that has like a +1 error level? Here. My god, there's too many more on this stuff. Not here, it seems. Okay, what about here? No, what about here? Here, +1 monster level. Okay, and we can do that. This is Abyss. Ritual. Okay, so this will be a tier 17. Okay, I want to make a tier 16 map. Make it 18 like this. Ah, here's also the Megalife as well as. I was looking for that one. Okay, it's also somewhere on top right from here. Where are we? Where are we actually? Here. Okay. Do we have a tier 16? No. Only this. $50 monster res. I want something like life. At least I want monster life, I think. And pen. Okay, that is good. That's a very tanky one. Well, actually, I guess you just take everything with monster life. Start crafting them, since I don't even know if they're gonna... Okay. Why does this show up with monster life? Okay, it's life NES. That's also very tanky. Life crit. Blech. Okay. Temp chance, life, crit. Fuck. Ah. Okay, what else is the next best? What about Enfeeble? Let's do Enfeeble. And any weakness and stumble up. Enfeeble and res. Enfeeble, reduce damage taken, and res. Okay. Enfeeble, turbo, minus crit. 94% increased number of rare monsters. Enfeeble, temp chains, and minus crit is also like a very hard one. Or like not hard, but you know, tanky. Rare monsters plus some modifier. Dude, I just can't get a tier 16, that's crazy. Here's some people stuff as well. Shield ground and Enfeeble. Does it actually have 8 mods now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, actually it can still grow up into 8 mods. It's pretty rare though. Dude, I can't. Okay, let's try something else. Here's res. Here's res. Dude, the problem is you're gonna have to run all these shitty maps at some point. I can run inventory weakness, right? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's what it is, I guess. Look how many exiles I just wasted on all this shit. Trying to get like a 1. Okay, still nothing. How many Valves do I have left? Okay. Okay, I think we have no other option but to just like take random maps now. Reduce accidental crits, how about that? Here, here, here. Okay, here's reduce accidental and crits. Nope. What? Dude, I literally cannot even. Okay, 78 months alive. It all became good. He's energy shield actually. And reduce damage from crits. How about energy shields? Let's do some of those. That is always less recovery rate, yeah, actually. Here. $14, $14, $14. Oh my god, dude. Oh. What? I wanna run one tier 60 map for science, please. I have to stop slamming random maps now, I guess. That don't have too many other mods. Yes, life. Okay, I said tier 16, but not really what I wanted. It only has the 36 reduced accidental crits. Not, I mean, it's doing something, but not that crazy. I wanted to be tankier. On the upside, we're making a lot of good maps that will never run, I guess. Because that's way too many. Here's an enfeeble. I guess enfeeble is more impactful than the reduced crit. Here's life. We should be kind of careful now with our exiles. I think I did like 100 exiles now or something. Okay, I guess we take this one. I just don't have anything else. Wait, there was an enfeeble map, right? Oh, wait, it's not corrupted. Okay, this is the only one that corrupted into 16. That's actually nuts. Well, this was like 100 exiles, all my regals, so it is what it is, I guess. I tried. Any spear consumes my own health. Is that normal? Just killed myself. What the fuck? I mean, maybe because of Tangle Tongue, it costs 10% of your life. 10% of mana costs us life. Or maybe you have life tap. I guess I didn't want to craft any items anyway, I suppose. Alright, so where was it now? Here. So the goal was to do a tier 18 map, which unfortunately doesn't even have a boss, so I can't even get the points. But I wanted to make it like as hard as possible. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it very hard now, in terms of monster life. Also, it doesn't have delirium, I just realized. If there's no tower in range, then I can't actually run this one. I thought it was delirium, but it's not. That's actually not delirium. I have to find another one. Where do I go back? I think I didn't do any of the cleansing for a long time here. Here's something. I really have to do something about this shit. This is not good. Okay, here's a +1. Backwash. Is that a tower though? Here's a tower. Does it hit it? It looks like it could hit it. I don't know. Maybe. Backwash is a shitty boss to have though. If I put a boss on it. Okay, so let's start with this here. So you run a bunch of maps here in the area and then use this tower and hope that this works. It looks like it works. It's like right on the edge there. Let's see if there's something better maybe. Here's a +1. Step, is there a tower? Because it doesn't have delirium. There's no tower. So this doesn't help us. You think it will not hit? I think it should. It's like more inside than it is outside. Although this thing is like moving around, so who knows. Yeah, if I run like 10 maps now to prepare this and like, you know, eat up some of the maps and then it doesn't actually work, that will be a disaster. So maybe we'll check it a little bit more. The thing is, it's unlikely I have some delirium here. Okay, here's another sea bridge +1, but no tower. Here's corruption. Increased lightning damage is good for this build, yes. Why the hell do I go back to the start? It does show to the top here, and I'm kind of surprised about that. What was my pathing here? This is the start. So wait a minute. First of all, here's a tower I can still run. So that's a good sign. And we don't have any +1 here. Shit. What about his? Why is this +1 so rare, man? Okay, so if exactly one map, there could be a potential target that may or may not be in the range of the tower. So, very cool, but Maybe I have to do the science later. And then go for some other corruption areas, guys. I'm gonna try it there. Because this is a bit of a disaster. I think these were all the cleansed areas I found. Here's more corruption stuff I can go for. I have to be close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's probably too close to actually get citadels. Although, when did I get the first citadel here? There was a few screens. Not sure if they changed the minimum distance or so. Great. I click on my icon and it definitely doesn't go to where I am. My atlas is mostly pack size and shrines and quantity. Okay, here's corruption. Let's go here. This is a tower and here's a tower, so we have a lot of opportunities. Now, how do you go there? Seems like from here or here. Okay. How do you go to the tower? Too bad this doesn't connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Oasis, Abyss. Oof, let's go. New guy, glad you're enjoying LE, by the way. The next season's gonna be insane. LE is a good game where I can get into it very easily. Ah. Max chose to not send us to you, but I came anyway. Nice to have you here, Rick. I guess I'm gonna have a serious word of Rax though. Why would he not do that? Actually, it was an interesting exercise that I just did. I mean, how many maps did I corrupt? 40? 50? And I got 1 tier 16 back? Like, when I actually want to try to make, like, you know, a super juiced map and then put the delirium on it and everything, and then try to corrupt it into 16, like, it just doesn't happen, man. It's crazy. You're gonna run out of, like, delirium orbs and stuff before you even get there. It's actually insane. I really have to like stop crafting maybe anything but belts for now. Yeah, we'll drink along. Thank you. Glad to hear that. With +1 level on corruption, what's the new trigger? I mean, I don't know, maybe we don't need tier 60 maps. But, I don't know, you could also just make something else, you know? You can make an orb that gives you a +1 on the map or whatever. And then just corrupting. I mean, the corrupting is also nice. Maybe you can just make the odds better. Oh, I don't know. Like with these kind of odds, it's just like just not worth it, you know? Like you would just not do it. Because it's just like so worthless, I feel. Or I mean occasionally you get like 60 maps if you do like, you know, if you roll like 100 maps at once, then you get like, you know, 5 to 16s and then you're gonna, you know, put them aside and run them for the juicy maps. I guess that's fine. But yeah, it's kind of fucked. This. Wait, did Rax just go offline or what? At this time? Nice schedule, bro. Okay. Actually asking if I want to have some kind of a mini podcast or just like hang out and chat with DM and him. So I hope he's gonna be here later. Actually, I need to check if he replied. Guessing he must have. If he went offline. No, he did not. Unlucky. But then you're gonna see more of Rax later, guys. Fearless. You say fun shrine Atlas notes? Agreed. For these maps where we have like no objectives and just want to rush through, finding all the rares instantly like this is actually nuts. It makes it so much faster. That's the boss. I actually killed all the rares. I don't see a boss. The boss is not showing. Only the rares. The boss like which is the actual objective doesn't show. What? From the Venom quest, I took Mental Aim and Threshold and Chaos Rests. 6. Crypt. They are putting Ascendancy Respegger, kind of wild. Next week. Wait a minute, can you use disengage while on the roar? You can't, right? Because there's also another range skill. So you have to run without disengage. The roar actually makes you slower. Let's realize. This is a huntress.
There's a nice surprise.
Black insignia. It's not grappling these. Maybe gonna use it if I had two sockets or something.
Clean kill.
As I said, because I have no currency, how do you get a decent spear? Well, you make a quad tab like this and fill it up with every single spear you find. And you start mixing and recombinating. Good luck. Or you chance this one, forked spear.
On with the work.
Okay, you have plenty of like 6 mod maps now, right? So let's find one. You have to go for the trial with no ascendancy points at the start? No. They said that Valhalla is gonna be there and I don't know. You can respect that apparently. I mean, not having to do this with no ascendancy points would mean that some builds wouldn't even work, right? It's just some power in some cases, you know, some builds just don't even function. So... I mean, in the case of Trimaster, you can't TP out and come back, right? Second one, I'm not sure.
A worthy foe.
You just take the Jin coin with one floor. No, it says you have to do, if you want to respec, it's not like in PoE1 where you just like do like normal lab and respec. You have to respec in the lab that gives you points. Or I guess if you're like fully maxed out, you have to do Uber. You can just do like the lowest ascendancy trial and then hope for the best.
A relic worth keeping. Ha!
I'm right that I have not found a single forked spear chance in base yet. Look very closely. Next shade. Still there. Actually gotta be careful with our exiles now, since just wasted 100 of them. Okay, now let's see if there's anything that actually has +1. Does it change? Like once it swaps from corrupted to cleansed, does it reroll the stuff? I guess so, right? Because there are certain modifiers that are specific to corruption. So we should probably try to cleanse and see if that actually has a chance to change it. Ah, sure. Yeah, that's what he said in the podcast last time, Robert. Okay. Ritual, delirium. Do we do expedition or irradiate? Let's do irradiate. My god, dude. Why is this happening? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the same, but here we go for the tower and yeah, we choose him up there. Let's do the Savannah. With pen, okay. I'm using Quadrilla from the jungle, yes. It's very good.
A clean kill. Hold on. Look out.
Shall we?
Light him up.
Oh, annulment. It doesn't even show as a big. It's actually kind of funny when I think about it. Like, why are annulments so rare? And they're basically just like half a Chaos Orb in what they do. And the thing is that after annulment, you would never not follow up with an Exile, right? I'm gonna have to have some plans for later, for other crafting stuff. Can you explain a bit more what you want, Kama?
Ought to come in handy. That was almost a challenge.
Beast has invulnerable aura. So it's very rare, but it's nice.
From the earth.
I didn't have any troubles with servers today, but I heard from other people that they had. Not sure why it's working for me.
A worthy thought. The hunt is on.
I can show the new tree real quick before I make the plan later. So that's what it looks like. Im Atlas tree as well, we added.
Let's hope possession now lies dormant.
What is it?
Break your build. How did it break your build? And rerolling will obviously not be faster because you start from 0, where you have your current character, you start from something that's not 0. I have invulnerable aura companion. Actually, I think I should remove the spear command since I have this thing now. I was very proud of the spear though. Spear is big, but look at this. Yeah, Act 2. Okay, if in Act 2 then I guess that's not such a big deal. I mean, depends if you want to play the same class or not. If you want to play the same class, then you can party V-Spec and do something else once you get a few skill gems and some gold. Yeah, this is a very good spear. This is my weapon now. It's absolutely crazy, right? Lost Zork, okay. I'm not really sure. Frost, I've not really seen much of it actually. I have to think about it. I have Winter would be cool to play. Is that Winter cool? Good.
Ready to hunt. There it is. There's our target. Strike back.
Okay, seriously, why does the delirium stuff take so long to drop? It's already over. Timer's out. Like, there's no fog. My stuff is not dropping. It's really fucked. Yeah, half a minute later. I think it has to do with like what they did with the speed up mechanic of the delirium or something. I think they messed something up there. Enquiries. Not terrible, actually. Shit. Let's look if we find the last visual. Get another roll. There's any changes after the patch? I mean, the biggest change for me right now is that we can see the rares on the map all the time. That's pretty big. Other than that, I mean, what else did it do? Spearfield is a bit better now, so they buffed that.
Clean kill.
Should pull out a lot of stuff. No Jess. Glad to hear that, man.
To put my feet up.
It's about to get much better when I update this. It's Actually, I wonder how reliable I can do the Simulacrum now. I should be way stronger now. So Simulacrum might actually be not such a problem. The damage I'm gonna have. I'm excited to see the next Simulacrum. It's gonna be monster level. Is it gonna be 81 or 80? I'm not sure if it starts at 79 or 80. I think it starts at 80 though. Somehow I got lucky with the server, I don't know. Did you guys just DC or what? Maybe I got lucky, yeah. My server seems fine. Konix logged off on my screen. Oh, poor Konix. Why do you not have the streamer client on? Maybe I forgot to load it today. I have to ask him what's up with that.
I'll make a journey home like that.
Okay, greater attribute runes are 10, by the way, in case you're wondering.
This were well made. Worthy foe.
Purchase Simulacrum spinners. I wonder if the patch actually buffed the Simulacrum spinners. I feel like I'm getting more than usual. But this was a pretty packed map, I guess. Oh, rollback 1 level lower again. Oh no. There was a lot of fist damage on the spear. 22 to 53. T8. Do we still have 5k tribute left? That's actually wild. So we still just buy the chaos. And pretty much everything else there. And the transmute even. How many turns did I take? I was doing resets like 20 minutes or something. At a trumpet camp in Jungle Valley, you can just reset a checkpoint. This can actually be a pretty big map here. If the Delirious can I add something? What if I add something like... What's this? Waystones. Rare monsters 59%. Ah, we have this as well. Shock ground and people bleed. Sure, I guess. We came here earlier, Seppo. I was specifically looking for one very uncommon outcome. A combination of a few things all together stacked, because I wanted to do some science. I wanted to try to run the hardest map possible, see what this build will do. And this is why I was staying at the Atlas for so long earlier. But usually don't stay at the Atlas for that long. Oh, Resistance Shrine, let's go.
Ought to come in handy. This here don't stop. Lightning strikes twice.
Tough to do actually. But it has become easier now, I guess, after they don't last longer. Lead mechanics, but it does actually usually end at 5. Here we also have the extra monsters from corruption and stuff.
Hold on. A clean kill. Have enough in the pack already.
See how I'm going to wait for the loot to appear. Well, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, something is really up here. Look at this. We're just waiting. What the hell? I think I messed something up there with Delirium. Wow, I do have some food here actually. So, fine. Let's see how long this takes. What is going on? $15 spinners though, it's pretty good. Is the build expensive to build? No. I'm playing as Zev, I'm doing fine. Although apparently this weapon has become expensive now. I heard. You don't need the weapon though.
Possession now lies dormant.
Okay, I got another tower here. Here's one. +1 most level of area. Forge. Beautiful. And it has Delirium on it already. So you can try Irradiate, boss. Maybe. To try to hit it. Okay, make it not show 14. What the hell? Okay, we got Irradiate, but no boss on the Forge here. Fine. Not really the map I want. But it's good enough for science. It's fine. Unfortunately, this thing is also in the path to the tower. Okay, so we do this and this. And this. And this. Then we do the... what's it called? Corrupted Vortex or something. Nexus. And then we flip everything else. And we'll see actually if like flipping it changes it to potentially also +1 when it's blessed. Kind of curious about that. It should reroll them, like the corruption or cleanse specific modes, right? But this one is shared between both. So I wonder if actually it would change. And also if like some maps that don't have +1 will become +1. Does the Recombinator even work? It always fails, even 20 chance. Well, you're playing a grinding gear games product. That's what you get. Best spear base is sea glass. Or there's also I'm not sure what's the name, but there's one with 6.5 crit. Sea glass has 10 crit and there's another one with 6.5 crit. I think it's a spiked.
I need a moment to prepare.
Shit. We have a cooldown reduction map here. Slightly annoying.
This is what I get for free.
Of a Cypher Spear. Which one is the Cyphers again? The rune system with the qualities, with the attributes. Yeah, and they kept the attribute numbers pretty low though. On the other hand, I mean, maybe not actually. I think they are fairly comparable value to, for example, what resistances offer, right? Resistance rune is 14, attribute rune is 10, the big one. So that kind of checks out with like, you know, a resistance roll versus an attribute roll as well. I can definitely see there's gonna be some bunch of builds that actually stack certain attributes that will really benefit from this attribute stuff. And we also help like stuff like warriors try to get enough strength to actually like use the hammers in the dual wield setup and stuff. Giant's blood. And yeah, early game wise, I guess it might be nice to potentially solve some attribute issues, especially if there's like some, like sometimes on your passive tree, you just like don't really path through attributes at all. And I mean, you could path through attributes and then, you know, inspect some stuff, but it's kind of weird, right? So it's nice to like have some extra attributes on your gear and solve your stuff. And it will also enable like, you know, dual weapon setups a lot more, which is cool. spiked. That's the face, yeah.
Need more time. Proof of a prowess. Hold on. Wait.
No missable buff. The Ascendancy order is in the planner. So step by step when you open the tree. It's basically bottom row and middle row.
Hold on.
There's so many Valorb omens. That's very good. Seems like we don't even have to open a last ritual. Let's go. I'll do more LE prep. We have to patch notes today, then we'll see what's up anyway.
They'll be here, waiting.
And downside of a buckler is it has much less block chance. So if you don't want to parry, you want to go for a normal shield. The upside is it has more evasion on a buckler. And I think there are no evasion energy shields, right? So only armor, energy shield, armor evasion, and evasion.
Proof of my prowess.
if you just invest in a lot into evasion and nothing into block, then I think you're probably fine with a buckler, especially if the buckler has a good bunch of evasion. But I also picked up a lot of the block nodes, and I actually have 68% block chance. And this is thanks to having a shield and not a buckler, and I have like a block roll on it and stuff. Cellar base. A chance. Oh. That was a bit surprising. Wait, was it a shrine? I want to see that actually. It was a freezing shrine. I mean, okay, so Chronic said you can't stun, you can't evade or block while you're frozen. Imagine the same might actually apply to stuns. So maybe one guy stunned me and then everything hit me. Let's see this though. It kind of looks like it. So he was a stun. And actually the next hit killed me from 2k HP. I wonder what that was. I don't really see it. But dying from 2k HP like that from trash mob is kind of nuts. That did feel a bit weird. What are the mods again? 44 extra fire. So it's not even that crazy.
I'll take that.
Spin us again though. I don't think I just have said anything about server issues actually, now I think about it. They're doing a lot of good patches and stuff, but I don't remember them talking about the servers. Seems like it mostly affects EU. But still.
Need a moment.
The last one. Why did I choose to not use the mount? Because I think it's not good. At least for this build it's not good. This build barely ever attacks, and the mount only does something when you attack all the time. Because it doesn't give you anything besides being slowed less. But I'm already not slowed almost at all.
It'll be you. Waiting.
Goodbye. Okay, now comes the Forge with boss, and then comes the Forge without boss at +1. So here we're gonna put the tier 18. This is gonna be the tier 18 run. And it has Delirium. So this is what I wanted to get to. But honestly, I think it's not gonna really feel that hard. When I think about it. Hey, do you have no Delirious maps? Interesting. Unique wants to have one additional modifier. Let's try this. Saying a tongue better than a rare weapon. For me it was, yeah. Being a good spear with like 500, 600 DPS and good suffixes can compete. But this weapon is pretty nuts. Not sure how reliable it is actually to get to something like 500 plus DPS on a spear actually.
Another trophy.
And I can still bind my Tangle Tower better. And I could double corrupt it for a double socket. So once I get more of them I will do that. Man, I wish I could add a breach. actually, to that tier 80 map I'm gonna do. I should probably try. So it's gonna be big XP, I guess. There's another tower somewhere down there. Can I explain the two different, I guess, crit chance or accuracy? Well, first of all, I think the two-top is just wrong. It just shows you as if you get 100% of your overcapped hit chance and not 25%. So basically you have to take that value and divide it by 4. So that's step 1. Step 2, well, you just add that to the crit chance that it says otherwise. A quarter of what it says there, basically. Hey Tony, thanks for the prime. So yeah, when it says for you, you have 7.2 main hand crit chance, and then you have 34 with accuracy. That 34 you have to divide by 4, because the 2-top is wrong. So it's like, you know, 7 plus 8.5 or something. And that also depends on your distance on the enemy.
This were well made. Now we're
Ding,
talking.
ding, ding. There's only one guy left. Get him. I mean, this is a lot of delirium here, but unfortunately, it kind of shows the wrong map for this. It's not a juicy map. I wonder if it would actually be fastest to just kind of like on purpose fail like a Savannah map all the time or something. Just like put in maps on Savannah, one after the other, with delirium on them. I wonder how fast I could farm some Simulacrums. I should try it, just for science. Even without any mods on them. I have to find 2 Savannahs down next to each other or something. So that I don't have to constantly go over the Atlas out everywhere. Neither, Jason.
Does hope Zesh now lies dormant? On with the work.
He does have Breach actually. Okay. Doesn't have Ritual, but it's fine. This is our announced $10K race event. 10K. That's a lot. Okay. I like that. Okay, finally we can do the test. Elon will win for sure. Nah, not enough Epoch. In Epoch there's not enough Giga Blasters to recruit. No plans to try Twister right now. So I tried my best to make the tankiest map possible. Unfortunately, I ended up with only reduced extra damage on crits and not Monster Life or something. I tried to get like Monster Life and Enfeeble or something together, which would make this probably like roughly twice as tanky. But okay. And it's at tier 18 and it has Delirium. So, let's see. That's why I wasted 100 regals and exiles on there. Races are lame, too much RNG with deterministic crafting. It depends on what you're racing for. In a race to Arbiter or something, or Hardcore could be pretty fun. And it's not really too much RNG in there. Okay, there's like Citadels and stuff, but you know, you do get them. Okay, this feels like it's any other map, to be honest. Let's see the breach. Kind of seeing how it just doesn't even feel different.
Ought to come in handy.
Yeah, the science tells me it doesn't matter what tier I'm running. Got 5 Sonagos minutes for this. Oof. How many devs is the Hunters at? Good question. 67 apparently. Beast with haste and damage immunity. I mean, you can't have two auras. I mean, immunity and hasted for the beast itself. Yeah, that works, but it's really rare to even get the immunity, so.
Watch your step.
Why other Amazon use scepter in hand instead of shield? Because they are greedy. Don't like to live, I guess.
A relic worth keeping.
But I mean, with a skill like Lightning Spear, you can go really glass cannon and expect to live most stuff.
I'll be here, waiting.
Yeah, I heard Fungus. Actually, need to check it out. Do you have a link?
With the release of Tombs of the Erased, I am proud to announce a collaboration with Shopify Rebellion. We are bringing you a new competitive event in Last Epoch. The first 5 players to kill Uber Abroth in hardcore solo account found is going to pick up cash prizes. And number 1 is getting $5,000. 11 Hour Games is also giving out 5 Woven Legend supporter packs to the top 5. Please make sure that you read the document in the description for eligibility and information on the prices. To participate, all you have to do is make a character in hardcore solo account found and go kill Uber Abroth. And 11 Hour Games has also helped us get tracking, so there will be a global alert for the first kill. I hope you guys enjoy this event. Good luck and go kill Uber Abroth. And 11 Hour Games has also helped us get tracking, so there will be a global alert for the first kill. I hope you guys enjoy this event.
Cool.
Good luck and go kill Uber Abroth.
Nice. Close this.
Need more time.
So what is it? 5, 2.5, 1.5, 750, 250. Okay. He didn't mention that closed beta testers are excluded. Which is a bit monka-ass, but I'm pretty sure he will exclude them in the fine print. So it basically leaves Khan and me. Let's see. Oh man, it's gonna be fun. I'm really excited for it, actually. And I like to see that last Epoch is getting a 10k cash prize for a race. When you think about, you know, how long D4 has been out, and we have never really had anything like that. And I also, like, you know, I was thinking about setting up stuff like this, but I don't even know where to start, honestly, because it's just like not really in the states for it, right? I did like this hardcore race. Actually, I wanted to make a boss race again for season 8. I guess it would make sense. Do a Belial race or something. But the thing is that, you know, compared to something like last Epoch or PoE, there's just not gonna be much participation, I think. We saw that last time when I did the race in season 4. Yeah, I know he does like stuff with Shopify.
Clean kill.
Days are not measurable. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of sad because basically a lot of the people that could do this are in CT, right? Because they are like blasting and like, you know, everything. The most experienced players. So it's actually kind of interesting, you know, how basically a lot of the potential competition is just excluded. I wonder how long it will take for the 5th player to do it. I wonder if it's gonna be more than a week. I think it's not unlikely that it's gonna be more than a week for the 5th player to do it. At the first it'll be like probably 50 hours, I guess, or something. Depends on, you know, if like, you know, the first player dies or not. It might be longer. But let's just assume the first player does not die. Then I guess it's something like around 2 days. But yeah, the 5th one? I don't know. And there's definitely some blasters out there, you know. And we saw this, like, you know, when they introduced the ladders and stuff, like on hardcore. There were people that don't stream that are definitely pretty good and fast and stuff. So I'm pretty sure with a price like this, there's gonna be some people logging in and trying their luck. Is this a transition build? I can level with this. You can level with this. Ah. I blast in the shadows. Keep spawning those crabs.
Speed. Let us hope Vesh now lies dormant.
Oh shit. 30% increased stack size of the necron splinters. Okay, let's see if they changed. If any of them has +1 level. There's not many here left though. At least I don't see any +1. There's 1, 2, and a tower. I could try to put some stuff on these maps, or we just ignore these maps here and run this. Yeah, I never actually looked at the detailed tooltip there for this fork critical hit. I thought it just means, okay, you crit, you get an automatic fork. But it's actually not what it means. It actually changes the calculation of crits. And allows you to double crit. So that's kind of cracked. That's what makes this item so good. What rune is in my weapon? It's a vision rune for accuracy. It gives you extra damage as a huntress. Yep, nice Exile.
Hot and a storm. Clean kill.
I wonder if at this point I should just link chain on my lightning spear. So I have so much damage. Gives me like minus 50%. I'll double the chains. Maybe it's fine. Kick.
This'll do nicely.
The spear type requires all 3 attributes. Wait, the sea glass one needs int, I guess. Is that the one?
That was almost a challenge. Lightning strikes twice.
Good. I need one of these omens now. Look at this. 10,000. I can just buy it. Ah, nothing. Can do these two, because why not? Wild. Buy everything. Get that stuff. Okay.
Good timing. Spirit.
Bring it on.
You lost it.
So what's that here?
Wait.
You take 10% of the mana cost as damage.
Say no to a spot of
I mean, the mana cost is like 80, so I take 8 damage. You just need like a tiniest amount of regen and you're fine.
This were well made.
They'll be here, waiting.
Definitely need an Omen tab. Very soon. I realize I've been farming about Breach a lot here. These are a lot of stuff actually. Penitentiary. Why not? Nothing about Black Insignia, Corsair Cap. Yes. It's a good item.
Lightning strikes twice.
I actually added that to the suggested uniques in my planner. In the notes. Oh, hi Dark Phoenix. And friends. What have you been up to? I was alive. What is the endgame of PvE2? Is there some sort of leaderboards? There's not real leaderboards. There's like a level ladder, but it doesn't really mean much outside of like first 3 days maybe. And no one really cares. There's not really much competition or something right now. Usually competition in PoE is through races. Either at least season launch, when there's like new content or new bosses released. Or especially the gauntlets are like the most competitive part of it, but we don't have them yet in PoE 2. It's like some basically hardcore SF super hard mode event. Well, it's going well here, having a blast. I think it might have enough for Simulacrum, by the way. I need to check if I can do Simulacrum. Should have enough splinters, or very soon. I can get more points and then get the other Simulacrums. Maybe I can actually fill the Simulacrum tree, that would be huge. I'd like to try to beat that +4 Simulacrum. Actually, I realize I can shortcut it a bit, right? I can just put in all the difficulty points. And then do a +4 that way, after I reach 2 completions.
No telling what this has seen.
Cannot show you how to keep charges going. I'm sorry. I'm unable to. I'm checking.
Hot and starved. I've enough in my pack already.
And why can't put support in your skills? Well, in addition to this, the requirements of the skill itself, you also get a +5 requirement of the main stat of the support per support. So for example, right now I have here, like check this number here at the top in your skill interface. I have 9 in gems. This means I need at least 45 in to use all of those. Maybe you're not smart enough.
Nowhere safe. Now there's a nice surprise.
Get all the augments, guys. Let's go. Yo, look at that. Yeah. Oh. Wipe off. No, I can't buy the last thing. In fact, actually, the stack is too full. Okay, fuck it.
I'm bent double as is. I'm bent double as is. A place to put my feet up.
Schwack.
Possession now lies dormant.
I got 3 new uniques here. They're all loadable. And a stellar. Maybe a fourth new unique, guys. Nope. Get a head on it from all chance. Nice. How much is that worth actually right now? Necropolis. Exiles. Okay. Let me see. Delirium. Oh, we do have a Simulacrum. Look at that. Okay, Simulacrum time after this map. Let's go.
Hold on.
I'm not sure what I should invest in to get more splinters. I mostly want splinters.
I need more time. Wait. That was almost a challenge.
25 diff for $1. Nice. It's more than I expected. But I mean, especially now that you see the rares, I guess Headhunter stocks are going up a little bit. Because you can like more easily chain the boss together. And not just like, you know, randomly run out and then there's no rares. If you just like, you know, hunt the rares and do breach, it's pretty good, I guess.
Hold on. Need a moment. Wait. A relic worth keeping.
How's this different from the Ranger? Huntress is like a lot more about melee and range combination and jumping around and stuff.
A worthy foe.
Also has the companion. Also doesn't use bows, he uses spears and potentially shields.
I need a moment to prepare. Oh, come in handy. Need
What are you showing? Is he on the right? I guess he's here on the right, huh? Where did we start? You went to 16 on your right, didn't get the boss Atlas node. Yeah, there's still like occasional +1 that you can get from corrupted or cleansed maps. So you have to have the irradiate, the 16, and that. It needs to be a tier 18 map. Oh. We're not fighting for scraps here. Fucking augmentation runes. Orbs. Can you get something? Oof. And new setup is crazy. It's ammo.
On with the work.
Ah, wait. It's the Dragon time. Alright. I think I'm gonna take the freeze charm for this. But I will keep my Wind Dancer and Herald, I think. And not go for attrition. I don't think the boss fights are long enough for attrition. Let's do this. I'm gonna keep position vitality. Level 81. come, you have momentum and lightning spear. It can proc when you just like keep moving while casting it. Since it has a relatively slow cast animation, if it relatively high movement speed as a huntress. Okay, this is a Simulacrum +1, guys, and you're getting our second set of points. If you do this, I think if we don't get completely screwed by crazy waves at the end, we will be fine.
I'll not say no to that.
This is only the beginning.
This is a laser. Is the Nemesis loot filter. I have with a bit of modification to show some items for this build. Laser wolf.
Straight through the heart.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Like Cthulhu more than Roar. Are you talking about the mount or are you talking about the Roar tame? I mean, the mount is not useful for this build, I think. And Roar Beast Tame is just like very squishy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing some Necron right now. I'm trying to get the... I want to try to get all the Atlas points unlocked for everything. And then do all the bosses on T4 difficulty. Pretty close, actually. So Necron does take a while. I actually have 2,858 life bundles. Blast is really good. And no, they nerfed it. It is useless now, I think. It used to fill your mana, but now it doesn't anymore. They just removed that effect. I have the flask already, actually. I got it last time. Yeah, now the bosses start appearing, gotta be a bit more careful of the mods. I think also, like, as the race progresses, you can see more rare enemies.
You can't get rid of
I'm bent double as is.
I mean, we were already 100% delirious and killed him so fast. Holy shit. So he doesn't get tankier now, right? Well, it does go 110% delirious, but I mean, do they get more tanky? Not sure.
Clean kill.
Mhm. Spears. Okay. Life damage pen, oh boy. That's a rough one. Okay, no boss. Life damage and res. That's an easy one.
Watch your step.
Does he not have a second indicator? No. Omni died so fast, and this guy is just not dying. What the fuck's going on? It's weird. Life damage, yes, okay. And then one more, I think. Yeah, now he's just melting. What the fuck happened to the previous coasters, man? What? I don't get it. He just died now. The other one took like 20 times longer. The same mods. Good life damage. Speed. And evasive. It's freeze, okay. That's okay. But if only movement speed, not attack speed. Omni will be a bit rough. Nope. Not sure who actually hit me here, but I guess it might have been Omni. I was distracted by the fucking ring. Too bad, almost deathless. Need to check what killed me now. I wonder if it was actually Omni or this was the monsters.
I need a moment to prepare.
Okay.
That was a nice surprise.
Maybe we'll actually get there under the +4, but it's gonna be tough. Some ways can really just mess you up. Wow, those roll ranges 10 to 40%. Oh my god. Okay, it seems like it was Omni with the jump. Barely. He jumped there on the right. And had 14 HP left. But I was standing in the ring, unfortunately. So I instantly died. Yeah, I think in this case I need to pay more attention to Omni than to the dates. I was just distracted by the fucking ring and he jumped on me. Okay. I got more points. What do you do now? Do we do this for the Splinters? It sounds like it's good. Okay, the bosses drop 100% of Splinters. That's kinda nice, but it's kinda useless. And this is also not helpful. And then there's a fracturing mirrors. They spawn delirium monsters. So what is the best for Splinters? I guess we do this here. So we get the maps, and we have the big mirrors. And then I guess this as the third one, and then it's fine. I'll update the planner soon. Yeah, Legacy Day Shield works, it does. You can use it.
A relic worth keeping.
Let's hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Augury with a boss. And lots of pack size. Let's see it. Yeah, acrobatics passive, would it be better to take that spec and a bunch of evasion gear and notes? Yeah, acrobatics is only good if you have a lot of evasion. Like before 20,000 rating or something, forget about it. Because else you're just gonna take it and you're gonna have like no evasion left. Even if it allows you to evade everything. You need a lot of evasion to make that work. Which is basically, you need to play Deadeye, or you need to have the helm, the black insignia or something. That gives you tailwind. So you need like some real serious evasion stacking. And then after acrobatics, you probably still wanna be at least at 50% or something. So I got fucking stuck there or something. Couldn't move out. You can try exclamation mark filter. Actually, I wanted to change my flask. I just realized I'm gonna try this actually. The new flask. Dragonkin is expensive because it's a good item. As a low-level item, so I guess it's gonna be dropping in price very fast since it's probably gonna be very common. Another thing. Where did I put it? Here. I want to try that flask. This is from Olroth. Instant 920 life. The next is recovery grant as guard. Guard just gives you basically a one-time ES. Oh. German Redeem. Okay, also machen wir eine Runde auf Deutsch. So, jetzt haben wir 42. 42, wie sagt man das denn? Wächter. Schutz. Sagt man das Schutz? Ziemlich interessant. Ich kann auch einfach eine Fähigkeit drücken. Dann bin ich nicht auf vollen Leben. Und dann kann ich hier das Fläschchen drücken. Da kriege ich den Stärkungszauber für 1000 Schutz. Das ist nicht schlecht eigentlich. Problem sind nur die Aufladungen. Was zur Hölle? Okay. Und ich kann überhaupt nicht sehen, wie viel da drin ist, ey. Okay. Alter, ein ewiger Ritter mit mehrfachen Projektilen. Heftig. Der schießt 5 auf einmal oder so.
This here tells a story.
Hallo Boiler.
Almost a challenge.
Nicht gut. Okay. Alter, mit dem Geschwindigkeitsschrein hier durchzurennen ist schon cool. Kühl, meine ich. Der Schrein ist auch nicht schlecht. Ah. Yeah, enough German guys. Let's go. Dude, this is all I'm getting my fucking visuals, man. Augment and transmute. Wonderful. More. There's an alchemy. You're getting all the augments, man. Watch out. There's one more. I forgot. Yo, there's more alchemies. More augments, I mean. Insane. And a chaos at least. Oh no, I didn't defer the last transmute, guys. Oh no. Should we chance heavy belt? Cause reasons. I could if you want. It's almost good. That helm. Rarity. We'll take it. We can slam it still. Int. Why is it always int, man? And this is my real flask. I was wondering, did I just find that? No, I did not. Okay, we have too many awful chance. YOLO. Oh. That's not a headhunter. Okay. But it's also a new one. I actually didn't have it. Okay, augury. We can do something like this. Maps that have already been attempted can be influenced. I don't think you can. I haven't tried it though. I think once they're attempted, they're just burned and you can't do anything with them. Basically, what you can do now very easily, in fact, is you can farm one map forever if you want. You just choose the map you want to run and just never kill the last rare. You can't have any league mechanics on it. But you can just farm Savannah non-stop. If you really want. It's probably the best way to farm XP, to be honest, which sounds like an awful reality if true. Is that the best for this build? I don't know. Yeah, Headhunter in PoE 2 is not as good as in PoE 1. What do you get in PoE 2? The one thing I really want is Hasted, or Haste Aura. And even if we get Haste Aura, it's not that crazy, and Hasted might be better than Haste Aura, but I'm not sure by how much. And everything else is kinda whatever.
This'll do nicely. There's no telling what this is doing. Lightning strike twice.
Should have opened this hand here, I guess. When we didn't open the final room. Oh my god, there's a lot of breaches here. It's like a plus 10 breach proc. Yes, actually. I'll start with leveling. I mean, you can just like always go into, you know, the fog and see. You can also look for towers that have the corruption effect on them. You can see them. Towers are always shown in the fog. And some of them have like this little like tentacles. This means they're in a corrupted area.
Back off. Like that.
Try to get this here. Straight into the explosion, oops.
Need more time.
Any breaches, man. Why is it an augury? The first time I get the proc. Feels bad, dude. Maybe some of them are in the center at least. I'm not sure how many we had. That's maybe a bad idea. I think the breach is gonna close before I come out of here. I think. Okay.
I'll not say no to that.
Okay, ritual takes way too long for this. I'll do both.
Double our days. I'll not make the journey home like that. Come on. A worthy foe.
Day 8, no citadels. Oh boy. What level are you? $91. Oof. There's 2 more breaches in the center. That's something.
Get back.
It's not open. Kind of funny when you have two overlapping breaches, how they're like low into each other and the monsters spawn out of nowhere. It's really weird.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
We got 15 Simulacrum and 83 Police Sprinters. Man, imagine that on a good map. Could have had like an entire breach zone, I think, from those 10 breaches.
A place to put my feet up.
Thanks for the tip, Rashaka. I'll consider not wasting my 8,000 tribute on augmentations next time. Stellar Amulet though.
I'll be here, waiting.
PC. Ah, good that you mentioned it actually. Morning soup. Kind of way to play this as instant life flask. It's not bad, but it's kind of weird. What do I do? Yeah, this definitely needs a fucking tab, man. I gotta say. Where you can just like stack them and then easily sort them. Okay, here's a Savannah. That could be huge. So be sorry for the Citadel. I'm not sure if you're paying attention, Mashaka. But next time I open my currency tab, you should take a look at my transmutes. But then explain to me, what else should I spend my tribute on when there's nothing? I buy everything. The items are all worthless. There's no big stuff. And then there's augments and transmutes. So what should I do? Dude, I haven't had a King in the Mist in so long. And I'm not sure if you've ever tried to play SSL for Shaka, but you are constantly low on transmutes. You have to pick up every single transmute. You can skip augments a little bit, but you cannot skip transmutes in SSF. You need every transmute. You can only roll twice, Rashaka, which I do every single time. You can make it 4 times, I guess, with the unique tablet, which I've never seen.
I'll take that. I'll not say no to that. Where?
What's her name? The Fire Lady in Act 2? Insane? I'll show you insane. Take them all. Shit. I hate when you do one misclick, it just ends. Now gonna get a king again here, look at that. You can probably buy pretty much the rest, yeah. Well, not quite. It's a bit too many of these. Anyway. Boss. Spearfield for the win, man. He just charges for it and instantly gets stunned. That was beautiful.
On with the work. Zest.
There's a sands pit. That's that. Congrats, time. Good luck with that. What kind of companion do I have? I have a invulnerable aura.
Almost a challenge.
What's this? Think.
Alright, bounty.
Oh shit. Yeah, sample is a very nice and chill layout. Just go up one side and down the other. I like Sandpit a lot. Getting Splinters. Still keeps going.
I'm bent double as is. Hold on.
Which is neat. Really. I think Force is like one of the worst maps in the entire game. Awful boss, no density. At least now there's not so much backtracking anymore. Yeah, Fortress is okay. Also quite open and big.
Watch your step. Oh, it come in handy.
Yeah. Okay.
Almost a challenge. Straight through the heart.
Yeah. That's looking. It's about time. I'd like to see another +4 king attempt. Should be pretty chill now. Shit. Pretty spirit, that's not life. That would have been pretty good, but delivery is going well though. Breach. We do have a breach stone as well. But we're not in a hurry for it. But I could do it. Maybe wait a little bit and do like 2 or 3 in a row or something. Hog, thank you. I have not done the +4 Breach Lord, only +3. Blooming Fields. Twink Tab is wild. Yeah, you never know. I'm not really planning to play another softcore character, but it could happen that I, you know, rip and end up on softcore while finishing a character or something. So, we'll see. So this just kind of feels odd to, you know, just salvage an item that I could probably sell for like, you know, divines. Or like, just a regal shard. So I don't really want to do that. So it goes in a Twink Tab. Crossbow Data, yeah, that's actually my next build. I'm gonna do a galvanizing shard. Shock burst around. I wanted to do this last week already. The crossbow buffs look solid. Yeah, actually I haven't really checked like how big the damage ranges are now on the crossbows. But I guess they are definitely noticeable.
Lightning strike twice.
Regularly selling 500 DPS crossbows for 3x, I mean 3 div? How the hell do you get regularly 500 DPS crossbows? That's the question. Two to all maximum. Into all, this looks actually very pretty, man. They're all elemental and they're all maximum.
Need more time.
I could try to recombinate those actually. Maybe get lucky. I need like a shield that has block and life on it. I'm not sure if I have one of those.
That was almost a challenge. Lightning Shutterburn.
I will play LE. A lot. Patch notes are out. Oh shit, shall we check them out, guys? Okay. Okay, so you guys excited for the LA patch notes? So I think they said it's gonna be 100 pages. We're gonna be reading an entire, like, I don't know, book at this point of patch notes. It's gonna be glorious. Okay, bring it down here. Oh shit, we're just barely off. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit here. So much like small stuff. Oh. Actually, let's auto for the shit. Let's go. Where are they? I'm gonna expect this video to take a couple hours. We need a couple hours for way smaller stuff than that. Let's go. Any linkers, guys? Please? That'd be cool. Thank you. Tomb of the Erased Patches. Okay. Monolith and Dungeon, class and skill, item affixes. Unique and set items, item faction updates, gamepad, quality of life. Oh boy. Logging, guys. Yeah, that is OP. Okay, guys, we're gonna be busy for a little bit. Let's see this. I'll be a velo. I need to get some drink and stuff. Okay, I'm back, guys. Let's do this. First of all, I'm gonna put this here. This should be fine, right? Yeah, okay. The patch video. My max link is busted. Wait, which one? Oh, the build is broken. I didn't change anything on the build though. Or the link. The redirects to the wrong build. What? What the hell? But it's not even the same link. Look. Here. Look at that. And the URL from my command. What the hell is going on? Someone is messing with me. I'm gonna send a message real quick. Maybe Silent or Spirit can fix this. I don't know what's going on there. Going through the community builds does that as well. Like any of the community builds or what? Do they all go to this link or what? Community planners? Let's see, this. This works, this works. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Due to extreme patch, due to extreme load. Oh no. Wait, can I open these things? I hope it works. Wait, how does it work? New features. We just scroll. Okay. Well, this is very large, guys. So I will try to speedrun this a little bit. You know, with the things that we know already and so on, at least. Yeah, something's up with the link right now. Okay, let's see. The Woven. So this is a new faction, guys. Get the Woven Echoes. Good workshop devoted to the Weaver. A powerful titan tirelessly working to create the perfect new world. Yeah, I saw the PoE 2 Ascendancy respecs. Okay. Monolith of Fate Echoes have a chance to spawn Tomb of the Erased, new procedurally generated side zones filled with new woven enemies, new rewards, and their own unique boss. This is our first deployment of a brand new procedural content generation system. Excited about this development milestone, as procedural generation will enable us to produce more varied content more quickly for future updates. Tombs can spawn in any echo, except for quest echoes and arena echoes. Okay. And Tomb has spawned in Echo. You'll see silken cocoons placed throughout the zone. These cocoons are the captured souls for the Weaver. When broken, it's also flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increased health and damage, and when slain, they drop Memory Ember, a new currency used in my Woven faction. Dude, it's gonna be monk ass. Seeing all this shit, all the new bosses, all the new abilities for the first time in hardcore. I guess you gotta be kind of careful. Okay. Silken cocoons also have a chance to release a new rare enemy, similar to the Chosen Erased. What else the Chosen Erased? Which starts with a possessed mod, as it had been possessed by a soul erased. This new enemy, called the Incubated Silk, will drop loot equivalent to the loot that would have dropped from a possessed enemy. Silken cocoons can also be found in tombs and cemeteries. At the end of a tomb is one of the Gold Thread Fate Weaver's bosses. After defeating the Fate Weaver, you'll advance to the end and find a chest containing a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. At the end of both tombs and cemeteries, you'll also find a woven enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. Okay. Cemeteries of the Erased. You'll also find Cemeteries of the Erased, a new echo type in your Echo Web. The objective of a Cemetery Echo is to slay the Woven Firstborn boss. When you start a Cemetery Echo, you'll find the entrance to the underground cemetery somewhere in the area. Descend into the cemetery and defeat the boss to complete the Echo. Completing a cemetery provides you access to the altar of the Weaver, where you can place your woven echoes. Okay, so there are tombs, which are just like normal echoes. And then there are actual cemeteries, and they're echoes themselves. But they basically both work the same. Here you have like extra monsters, and they're possessed and whatnot. And they still have the tomb side zones. So, okay. I wonder how much time you're gonna spend in these tombs. I mean, some echoes you complete in like, you know, 10, 20, 30 seconds sometimes. So I guess you're gonna spend a lot more time per run, actually. And the cemeteries seem like bigger. And they also have a boss. Woven echoes are a new itemized type of echo that bring unique challenges and rewards. Okay. Weaver Tree. Okay, so you get Weaver Tree points for every rank. And then new Woven Echoes. It doesn't really say which ones. And there's a tree, you just click on it there. Okay. Yeah, I wanna win, Watson. When you are first brought to the Haven Circle, you introduce the Mask. He will invite you to the Woven faction made up of worship of the Weaver. You will gain reputation points with the Woven by earning and spending Memory Ember. New currency mostly found in tombs and cemeteries and by slaying Woven enemies. With each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes. You can purchase these Woven Echoes with Memory Ember. By completing Woven Echoes and advancing your ranks as a Woven, you will gain the points from the Weaver Tree. So they showed us off the other day. So we have 50 points. That's a lot of points. One of our goals of Season 2 was to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience in the endgame. The Weaver Tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in a Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us a longer-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. Weaver Tree functions similar to Passive Tree and Skill Trees. Should also be able to gain a maximum of 50 points. Again, points by increasing the rank with the Woven and completing Woven Echoes for the first time. So they said there's 36 types of Woven Echoes. So I suppose you get 14 points from the faction and 1 each for the Echoes or something like that. There are roughly 70 nodes in the Weaver tree, which offer different ways to adjust your monolith of fate. Some examples. Place an item to imprint it in a slot to have a chance for similar items to be granted as an extra reward for when completing echoes. Gain a chance of beacons to replace by more difficult super beacons that reveal more echoes on completion. Gain a chance for Zarek to join you in your echoes with a big boost to gold drops. Convert arena echoes to super arena echoes. Remove arena echoes. When Weaver's Will items drop, they roll the Weaver's Will value twice and keep the higher amounts. Increase the amount of memory amber. Gain a chance for tombs and ceremonies to have a possessed nemesis in them. Nemesis always drop their specific weapon item subtypes when they escape after empowering them. Shade of Orbis may ambush you in your echoes. That's kind of funny, man. Remove corruption gain when slaying your Shade of Orbis. Replace common echo rewards such as glyph, runes, and gold for different random rewards. Add new echo reward types such as memory, amber, woven down echoes, and dungeon keys and charms. Woven echoes are a new specialized item type of echo that glimpses into Weaver's new world and introduces a lot of exciting new content and rewards to last Epoch's endgame. These can be woven into a timeless echo web via the altar of Weaver found at the end of the cemetery. There are 36 woven echoes. The items can be found in tombs and cemeteries, all purchased from the NPC, or generated in the echo web through certain nodes on the Weaver tree. Interesting. Unlock new woven echoes that you can purchase on mask as you advance in the ranks of the woven. However, not all woven echoes are purchasable. Okay, so some you have to find. Yo, thank you for Prime, Elysiarenka. Woven echoes items specify the type of on the tooltip as crafting woven echo, boss woven echo, or woven echo. Woven echoes containing endgame bosses and crafting rewards are signified with icons inside the woven echoes tab. Okay. Woven echoes with a plus icon in a woven echo tab indicate that completing that woven echo will grant you a Weaver tree point. Woven echoes can be added to your echo web near the altar of the Weaver after you kill a cemetery boss. Once they're added, you can play them like you would a normal echo. Yeah, party players may each add woven echoes into their own individual timelines. Woven echo drops are signified by a teal on gold item label and are shown on the minimap. Some woven echoes feature completely new endgame bosses such as the Dragonkin or Enquiries, the Antipode Dragon. Others feature endgame enhanced versions of existing mini-boss and boss encounters such as Haruspex Orion, Majasa, and an Uber version of Abaroth. Okay. Haruspex is like one of the winged guys, right? Like, other woven echoes provide unique challenges and rewards not found in normal echoes. Some rewards even affect other nearby unconquered echoes. Example rewards found in woven echoes. New endgame crafting options. Set item crafting. Shatter set items into set shards and apply them like normal affixes to make an item count towards that set bonus. There's a new specific affix chance for every set item. Reroll legendary potential. Rerolls the legendary potential of uniques that have at least one legendary potential. Attribute swap. Swap an item's attributes for another selected attributes. Reroll unique or set item mod values. Reroll mod and implicit values of unique and set items by sacrificing another of the same type with at least equal power level. Experimental item crafting. Replace a prefix mod with an experimental prefix. More on this below. Okay. Woven Echo Exchange. Sacrifice 3 Woven Echoes to gain a random one. I wonder if you can do this multiple times when you do one of these. Do you have to run the entire Woven Echo and then sacrifice 3 to 1? Or can you just like spam? I think you can spam it, right? I think they showed this. Corruption catch-up for all characters. Adding a new enemy to a possible Nemesis encounters. Void Nemesis. Guaranteed unique drops. Class-specific gear. Conquering a Woven Echo for the first time usually grants at least 1 Viva 3 point. The points are shared with all characters, sharing the same stash. 13 points can be earned from the factions and 37 from conquering Woven Echoes. Threshold of Eternity, Uber Aberov is an exception and grants no Viva 3 points. Okay. So there's at least one, at least two that give 2 basically, or something like that. Woven Echoes auto-store to the new inventory tab upon picking. This can be toggled off from the game settings. Idle Enchanting. Which of the games is more fun? Well, the gameplay is better in PoE, and everything item related is better than last Epoch. At the end of the tombs and cemeteries will be a woven to enchant device which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. Enchanting an idol will grant 1 enchanted affix and turn the idol into a heretical idol of the same subtype of that idol type. Enchanting an idol adds an enchanted affix up to tier 4 and some amount of Weaver's Touch, where the combined amount of tiers on the enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch is between 5 and 14. For example, it could add a tier 1 enchanted affix and 4 Weaver's Touch, or up to tier 4 enchanted affix and 10 Weaver's Touch. Similar to Weaver's full items, when you have a heretical idol equipped and slay an enemy, you'll have a chance to either increase the tier of an enchanted affix or add a new one and expand Weaver's Touch. Why did they call it different though? It's basically the same thing. Enchanted idols can have up to 2 enchanted affixes in addition to 2 standard affixes. That's crazy. Now the problem is that all of these are large, right? This is 1 by 3, this is like 3 by 1, 2 by 2. Ah no, there's also like 1 by 2 and 2 by 1. But there's no 1 by 1 class-specific idols, right? Yeah, these are not class-specific. So yeah, 1 by 3, 3 by 1, 4 by 1. I know there's a 4 by 1. Okay, there's not even a 2 by 2. So these 1 by 1, 2 by 1, and 1 by 2, they're all not class-specific. So it's basically just those 1 by 3, 1 by 4, 4 by 1, 3 by 1, 2 by 2. Those are the class-specific ones. So how many of those can you fit? Usually 4, right? Like this, for example. Not even. And then 1, 1, 1, 1. Or if you do this way, well then it's only just 2, right? Yeah, you can't even do more. So basically you need a 2 by 2 for this. Or, I mean, you can also do something like this, I guess. And then you get one like this. So here you have 5 instead of 4, but you have only 2 big ones and then 3 medium. And then you have like a 1 by 2, 1 by 1. So this will be kind of the optimal layout, I guess. It seems like you definitely want to use class-specific ones now. I cannot fix this, Lysia. I told the devs though. Maybe I can try to make a new link for time being or something. Okay, okay, Spirit, one of our devs told me he's looking into it. He said it makes absolutely no sense why the link would redirect. But it is what's happening. Okay, let's continue here. Enchanting an idol will grant 1 enchanted affix and turn the idol into heretical. Oh, wait, we had this already. Idols can be re-enchanted for memory amber cost, which removes any existing enchanted affixes or weaver's touch before enchanting it again, adding an enchanted affix and weaver's touch. The new rune of weaving added dispatch can be used to consume weaver's touch. The woven enchanter has a limited number of uses based on its location. 1 use in the Tomb of the Erased, 2 use in the Cemeteries of the Erased, in the Cemeteries of Reweaving Woven Echo, 3 uses in the Sepulchre of the Lost Woven Echo, 4 uses in the Cenotaph of the World's Woven Echo. Okay, so I guess these are probably some bosses and some stuff. Yo, only gains with the tier 3 sub. Dude, thank you. And you had a wink for how to call in. Sorry. Okay. Okay, set reforging, guys. Set items can now be shattered at the Forge of Shattering in a Great Bridge Woven Echo. This yields shards specific to that set item, which can be crafted onto other items, making them into reforged set items. This makes them count as that set item towards the set bonus of that set. Set shards and shattering. There are set shards and new affixes for every set item that has been added, 1 per set item. All set affixes are named for the set item and end with the word reforged. Shattering set items drop 1 to 4 matching shards per item shattered. Set shards cannot drop naturally, they can only be created by shattering matching set items. Each use of the Forge of Shattering will shatter all items placed inside expend 1 use. If you're in a party, each player can use the Forge Shattering independently. Reforged set items. Crafting a set affix onto an item reforges it and turns into a reforged set item, but it can still be crafted. Reforged set items will be considered as a matching item for the corresponding set and count towards a set bonus. Reforged set items will be named after their set item with reforged appended to it. Because reforged set items are considered set items, they will follow the same loot filter and tab priority rules as set items. Crafting. Reforged set shards can be used to craft items in the Forge. Reforged set shards can only be crafted on the same item type as a set item, but can use any base of that type. That's kinda nice. An item can only have 1 type of set affix at a time. Each set affix provides 2 stats based on the original set item. Set items still cannot be shattered by the Rune of Shattering or removed with this Rune of Removal. Only by a new Forge of Shattering and a Great Bridge Woven Echo. However, reforged set items can be shattered. Set affixes can be sealed with the Glyph of Despair. Set affixes cannot be granted through the use of Glyph of Chaos, Glyph of Envy, Rune of Redemption, Rune of Discovery, or Weaver Tree Imprinting. Set affixes can be crafted normally up to tier 5 as usual. Using the new Rune of Havoc, which shuffles all affix tiers within an item, you can potentially get T6 and T7 as well. Okay. That's gonna be fucking wild, man. Dude, it's gonna be so much fun. Oh man, it's gonna be so cool. This is so good. Alright, legendary potential rerolling. You can use the transmuting gem in the far side turtle Woven Echo to reroll the legendary potential of all items placed into it. Rerolled items will either improve or lose the existing legendary potential. If you use a transmuting gem and legendary potential is lost, you will receive a number of random rare affix shards equal to the legendary power lost. Only legendary potential is rerolled, not implicits or unique modifiers. If you are in a party, each player can use the transmuting gem independently. If you lose all legendary potential on the item, it can then be used to replace the Egg of the Forgotten in the Nemesis encounter, giving you another chance to give the item higher legendary potential or turn it into a useful legendary item. Okay, unique, legendary, and set affix rerolling. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing it, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will, or set item to reroll all affix values of the matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater potential tier. Potential tier is equivalent to Weaver's Will, plus sum of legendary, other legendary items, number of legendary affixes, unique item, legendary potential, set item 0. If you're in a party, each player can use the Sacrificial Altar independently. Swap attribute affixes. Use the Relic of the Observer in Erden's Watch to replace a non-sealed attribute affix with a different attribute of your choosing. Is this a campaign zone? Plus all attributes and metallic cannot be replaced. The tier and raw range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix. If you're in a party, each player can use it independently. Okay. Okay, so they didn't call out as a Woven Echo because usually they write that, but it seemed unfamiliar. Experimental item crafting. Experimental item crafting is now done exclusively by using the thaumaturgy device in the Rune Prison Complex to replace a prefix of an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This change makes this itemization more approachable. Must have 2 prefixes and not have an experimental affix. The chance of higher tier outcomes increases with the combined prefix tiers. Exalted prefixes tiers contribute much more increase to the chance of higher tier outcomes. Max tier outcome is 5, but a Rune of Havoc can be used to swap an exalted tier onto the experimental affix you added. If you are in a party, each player can use the thaumaturgy device independently. With the addition of the thaumaturgy device, we have removed the Glyph of Insight and Rune of Research from the game. Developer note and clarification regarding previously given incorrect information. Rune of Research was previously guaranteed, and the only way to seal an experimental affix. Experimental affixes cannot be obtained as shards, which means that experimental affixes are no longer able to be sealed. In fact, this is a safe trade-off for the ability to more easily target experimental affixes on a good item basis and the ability to increase them to higher tiers using Rune of Havoc. Okay. Holy shit. New crafting materials. 3 new runes have been added. Rune of Havoc. Shuffles the tiers of affixes on an exalted item. The rolls of the affixes within their tiers are preserved regardless of whether the tiers change. Okay. This cannot result in all the affixes having the same tiers as before, guaranteeing at least one change in tier, and it cannot be used on items where all non-sealed affixes have the same tier. Sealed affixes are unaffected and are not shuffled. Okay, Rune of Redemption. And this thing is fucking nuts. Rune of Havoc. This is incredible, man. But it's gonna be pretty rare, I suppose. Alright, Rune of Redemption. Randomly changes the exalted affixes C6 and C7 on an item into different affixes. It does not change the tiers of the affixes or the rolls within the tiers. Affixes can only be changed to ones that can spawn as item type when dropped. Sealed affixes are unaffected. Dude, making loot filters will be a fucking nightmare. Rune of Weaving. Converts a random amount of the remaining Weaver's Will or Weaver's Touch on an item into additional affixes or affix tiers, as if it had slain many enemies with that item equipped. A random amount, so you actually have to do this multiple times on this. Eternity Cache Adjustment. At Temporal Sanctum tier 2 and above, you can now select one affix from your exalted item to guarantee it is included in your resulting legendary item when sealing the in the eternal cache. Or you can opt to let the winds of fate decide if that's more your style. Added a small chance for a critical success that can cause the unique item to take more affixes than its legendary potential. This chance scales with the chance for that unique to drop with higher legendary potential. For example, if using Calamity for one legendary potential, the chance for its critical success depends on the chance of a Calamity dropping with 2 or more legendary potential at level 100. Yeah, this is fucking insane. Okay. Champions. Add a new class of enemy champions to the game. Champions are a subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. Champions will be larger than other enemies and have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves from as a champion enemy. Champions are based on existing enemies but have added and altered abilities. Each champion has 3 random mods, a prefix and a suffix like other rare enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability. Basically Arc Nemesis. Champions can spawn in the campaign and dungeons and the monolith, but they only spawn in areas of level 6 and above. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with the Volcano champion's affix. Champion affixes are a subtype of personal affixes and as such can exist as shards. Items with champion affixes are always rare or exalted. Examples: +1 maximum companions and increased minion damage. Okay. Chance to cast Selective Fire and hit, and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks. Makes minions teleport around you after you use a traversal skill. Increased spell damage and chance for Lightning Blast to chain 4 additional times. Ward per second and % of current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. What the fuck, dude? Okay. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. Champion encounters and their rewards can be influenced by nodes in the Weaver Tree. Okay. I didn't hear about this champion stuff at all yet. That was interesting. They're gonna absolutely blast you in campaign, watch out. Monolith and dungeon updates. Objectives. Added new objectives in monoliths. Slay X champions, slay X mages. Activate shrines until ambushed. Open lost caches until ambushed. Okay. Stabilize the echo. Unstable rifts will open throughout the zone. Find the rifts and slay all enemies that spawn to close them. Completing this objective also awards bonus stability to a timeline for all players in the zone. Find the cocooned item. Slay enemies until one drops the cocooned item. Completing this objective will drop cocooned uniques, an unidentified unique of a specific base type. For example, one-handed sword. Identifying a cocooned unique will roll any unique of that base type that is more likely to have higher levels of legendary potential levels or Weaver's Will. I wonder if this can... here. Cocooned uniques cannot reveal items that are exclusive drops from things as bosses. Okay. Shared monolith timeline unlocks. Non-empowered timeline unlocks are now shared between characters that have access to the same stash. That's big. This means if unlocked empowered timelines on one character, then another character with access to the same stash only needs to complete one timeline to unlock empowered timelines. That must still be a level 90 timeline. This doesn't apply retroactively to existing characters. Okay, Shade of Orbis now scales with area level. To compensate for the effect of this change, the Shade now has 42% less health and deals 20% less damage at baseline. This results in it having 50% more health and dealing 5% more damage than before at level 100. Yeah, he was kind of squishy to be fair. I'm not 100% sure what the distance from the center of the echo web means here. Actually, I need to ask about this. Like, do the shades that give more corruption also, are they harder or what? Even though they're on the same like corruption level? You want to play SSF in this game because the Circle of Fortune thing? Yeah, I mean, there's no game that does SSF better than last Epoch now. Like with all this stuff, man, like they're really closing all the gaps that SSF had, you know. The problem with the last Epoch was you play for 50 hours, you get to like level 95 or something, you have really good gear, and then you just hit a fucking brick wall, and you will just, you know, it's like, this is the end. There's nothing else you get anymore. And now there is a lot of shit that you can do. And that's the really cool part. Like you will keep progressing, upgrading your stuff. Like Path of Exile also has the same problem. Like you play and play and play, and then at some point the RNG required to get like the next upgrade, you know, becomes so large all of a sudden. You know, from going from like a 5 affix item to a 6 affix item in PoE 2, for example. Like it just doesn't happen, you know? You just never get them. Or if you do get them, then, you know, you have like 6 of the right affixes, but like 3 of them will be like a shitload here or something, right? So this is kind of how it works. And in LE that was similar a little bit. But now they're really like kind of closing that gap between, you know, this kind of like mid-game gear and the very high end. So that's very good. I can actually farm it now. Like I've leveled many characters into 100 in last Epoch so far, and it was always the same thing. You play until like around level 95, you get really good loot, and then it's just like a, you know, full stop, you know. That's it. You don't get anything. I want to ask the guys about this. Yeah. Arena Echo changes. Arena Echoes have fewer waves overall and provide better rewards. Most enemies in arenas are now faster when they are further away from the player, allowing them to engage with the player faster. A random champion now spawns at the end of the arena's last wave. Enemies spawn faster, fixed minimap not generating in some echoes. Fix the wave count not showing. Okay, Spire changes. It's like, I mean, dude, Arena Echoes might actually be really good now, when I think about this. Like, there's like the option now to like block them, but maybe you don't want to. Spire changes. In Spire objective, Echoes, all Spires are now spawned with a Spire Guardian. Spire Guardians are special mini-bosses that guard the Spires and the Echoes. Spires will now wait to attack you until you are in combat with the Spire Guardian. While you are in combat with the Spire Guardian, the Spire can still attack you anywhere in the zone. Spires will have a protective shield around them and cannot be damaged until the Spire Guardian has been defeated. Okay, so you don't get randomly nuked from orbit. Okay. Death and loot persistence. When you die in an echo, all items in a small area around the corpse are brought with you to the echo of the world. Okay. Other. Improved end of time and monolith hub visuals. Current corruption value for each timeline is now shown on the world map. Oh, thank you. Timeline completion quests. The last quest echo in the timeline now rewards significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character of that level to reach the next level. Have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character of that level to reach the next level. I don't understand that. Echo objectives are no longer rerolled each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always keep the same objective even if exited and re-entered. Rustlands arena traps are now deactivated during the rest period between every 5 waves. Improved game performance. I wonder if they fixed this fucking... there was like one ambush enemy that always made the game lag like hell. Okay, encounters in the Fall of Later Curse Echo have been simplified. Echo repeated entrance, abuse prevention. Re-entering echoes that have been previously entered have a reduced amount of events, such as Nemesis or Exile mages, and drop less loot. This prevents us from having to drastically reduce the amount of content and rewards echoes contain. As leaving and re-entering them on purpose was immersion gameplay and would be a very strong intuitive gameplay loop that we want to avoid. Okay. Added a message to echo tooltips that has previously been entered, noting that random mechanics will be less likely to occur. Dungeons. Key charms. Key charms are a new item in Season 2 that can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to modify your dungeon experience. There are currently 2 types of key charms, portal charms and scale charms. Portal charms can be used at the entrance to create a portal that will take your whole party directly to the boss. Using portal charm will apply random floor modifiers to the boss as though you had fought through the dungeon normally. Scale charms. Scale charms can be used at the entrance of an entrance to greatly increase the spawn rate of loot lizards found during that run. Scale charms cannot be bought, they are only dropped by enemies. Black Market Key Trader. The Black Market Key Trader can be found in Majilka Upper District and will trade free keys of any kind for a portal charm. I didn't watch the patch overview. We can watch that actually. Respawning. You can now respawn in dungeons by expending a key. You'll respawn near the area where you died or just outside the boss area if you died while fighting a boss. During dungeon boss fight, if you're in a party and all players have died, only one party only needs to spend a key. A spectate button has also been added to the death screen, allowing you to watch your party continue to fight while you're dead. Quests and unlocks. Completing Temporal Sanctum, Lightless Arbor, and Soulfire Bash for the first time rewards 2 passive points and 1 idle unlock each, by way of 3 new short quests for defeating their respective bosses. Oh. That's interesting. I might actually do this instead of some side quests. What would a Woody Charm do? I don't know. These quests also direct players to the alternate dungeon exit, which allows bypassing a portion of the campaign. Completing all 3 dungeons in this way will earn players a total of 6 passive points and 3 auto slots to skip a large portion of campaign zones. Huh. Well, the thing is, you need a key for that. So basically only for alts. I guess the season start strat is still log in and go to Act 5, go monoliths, try to get a Temporal Sanctum key. Yeah, and you won't find a dungeon key at this point. You know, you find a dungeon. I'm not sure if you can find dungeon keys in the campaign actually. I think they're only monoliths. So for alts it's very good at least. Because you kind of want to do the dungeons anyway, like on a lower difficulty, so you unlock the higher difficulty dungeons and stuff. Alright, now comes the fun part. General skill updates, class and skill updates. Oh boy, okay. Ailments. Time Rod base damage is 60. Time Rod, Doom, and Abyssal Decay now use different rules for being replaced when the affected character is at a maximum. They'll only be replaced if the newly applied ailment would deal more damage than the remaining damage of an existing application of that ailment. For example, if you play an Abyssal Decay, that will deal 1000 total damage since its stack limit is 1. Any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment's total damage exceeds the remaining damage of that existing stack. Okay. Evade. Instant cast abilities can be used immediately during evade. The player can use abilities after the stun effect ends if the player was stunned during the evade. Movement has been made smoother for the game at more than 60 FPS. Evade is now smoother in online mode. Evade no longer stutters at the edge of the map. Evade animation no longer gets stuck if the skill is cast at the edge of an obstacle. Fixed an issue where mages could get stuck after evade animation. Fixed an issue where second cast evade would break if clicked quickly. Fixed getting stuck in evade when used after skills such as teleport, transfer, and avoid cleave. Sounds good. They've been cooking, yeah. They have been cooking, indeed. Okay, bug fixes, general skills. Movement skills. Double the max accessible path length for movement skills. This allows you to traverse over gaps that would take up to 60 units to walk around, from 30. Interesting, so there was a restriction. This is why sometimes I couldn't leap over some edges and sometimes it worked. Oh my god. I now realize. Like, this really surprised me sometimes. Okay, fix a bug where skills that make you immune during movement did not prevent damage dealt to ward. Fix a bug causing some movement abilities to not adjust the character to the terrain. I guess they mean that you sometimes get stuck underground. Fix a bug where using a movement ability at the edge of a walkable area would sometimes cause the player to be moved in the opposite direction of where they aimed. Fix cases where movement abilities could leave the player unable to move until another skill is used. Okay. Minions bug fixes. Minions will now avoid targeting enemies that are currently invulnerable. Fix a bug which causes many minions to not receive the inherent 50% less damage taken from powerful abilities. In particular, all Acolyte and Sentinel minions suffer from this bug. So basically all the minions. I guess Pyramid had some. Fix a bug where minions sometimes won't show up next to the player. Fix the bug where minions were able to fight enemies while players are in grace period. Fix the bug that caused some minions to spawn in invalid locations. Fix the issue where players' grace periods did not consistently apply to minions as well. Minions that are distant from the player or on the other side of the impassable barriers created at the start of the Haruspex Orion or Lagon boss fights are now teleported around the player shortly after barriers are created. This excludes totems. Okay. Manifest Armor and Wraithlord are now more responsive at high movement speeds, reducing instances of minions skating. Okay. Fix the bug where downed companions with viable visuals would persist if the player respawned while the companion was downed. Fix the bug where abilities which replace evade would not trigger after evade use effects. Instant abilities should no longer stop channeling abilities. Such as in case of casting Holy Aura by channeling Warpath. That's really cool, I guess. For something like Splinter Wind, this is big. Fix the bug where leech provided by skill trees could ignore effects such as Boulder Fist cannot leech affix. Fix the bug where instant skills could not benefit from several effects that require direct cast. For example, static when directly cast was not able to consume Abyssal Rite from Sacrificial Embrace. No idea what that is. Are we ready for last epoch? In a few hours. We first have to finish reading. Minion users now, Giga Chat. I mean, minions are really good in last epoch in general. If you don't know play minion birds, I think people always say that last epoch is like the best minions and stuff. And they're pretty good. Set the displayed mana cost of many subskills to 0. As these subskills can't be directly cast, players are never required to pay their mana cost, so these non-zero values will just display arrows. Examples include Void Eruption, blah 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 blah. Okay, added subskill tooltips in many places within skill trees where they were absent. Reduce situations where Shield Rush, Bear Form Rampage, and Flame Rush could move the player outside of the map. It says reduce situations, Munkas. The player now displays the correct combo skill animation and casting ability in online mode, even if multiple identical combo skills are selected in the bar. Fix the combo skill iteration logic when adding multiple identical skills to the bar simultaneously. What kind of combo are we talking here? Improved appearance of some orbiting abilities. Fix the bug when removing a modifier that increased the maximum number of a companion, while having the maximum amount of the companion would result in an extra companion being downed instead of despawned. Fix the bug in online mode where casting abilities with near zero mana would trigger the ability animation without actually using the ability. Improve directional movement of shuriken projectiles and sentinel hammers. Fix an issue where abilities would reset their cooldown when transitioning between scenes in online mode. I wonder if they fixed the fucking Umbral Blades bug, man. Ugh. They mentioned this here. Shuriken projectiles and sentinel hammers. Reduce instances of abilities visually disappearing early or rapidly accelerating at the end of the movement when playing at higher latencies. Fix an issue where instant abilities would sometimes fail to cast until you manually cast it. Fix some cases where abilities would fail to trigger due to elevation differences. Fix an issue so various player and enemy abilities, projectiles, and effects will now render and move more consistently in offline mode. Okay. Sentinel. Lee put out a big can of bug spray on his update. The lack of guild stash in Lee is really confusing. I actually never considered being in a guild in last Epoch. Do they even have guilds? Wait a minute, is that even a thing? I just realized. This is basically a new game. Practicing it now isn't going to help a lot. It still helps. You know, just kind of like unresting and, you know, seeing all the bosses again and so on. Like, it was really good. I did this Aberov run the other day. I did like 0 to Aberov in 12 hours or something. Normal Aberov. That's kind of cool. There is no guild, yeah. Alright. Fearless current size on the health region per point from 10. Yeah, they said they buffed all of the health region affixes, so they nerfed like this percent stuff, I guess. Forge Guard passive tree. Added a new Forge Guard node, Forge Master's Might, that allows you to equip a shield alongside a two-handed sword, axe, mace, or spear. While you have a two-handed weapon and a shield equipped, you and your minions deal 20% less damage and have 10% less attack and cast speed, and haste instantly grants 10% block chance. Requires 45 points in the Forge Guard passive. Holy. This is like the Karn passive, man. Okay. Okay, the thing is, I don't actually know much about Sentinel currently. So I'd have to like look everything up. Oh my god, look at those changes. What will be the race goal? The race goal is Uber Aberov on hardcore. Did they add the dodge without having the movement skill? I mean, number one, everyone has a movement skill. Number two, they did add an evade already in the past season. I'm going to enter the race. Yes. I mean, I've been practicing. I want to win it. I think I have pretty good chances. The entire center has an insane amount of changes. Yeah, I mean, they said they're going to rework the entire class. I think before I dive into the Sentinel, we're going to do Sentinel later, guys, because I actually know the least about this class. So all this stuff doesn't actually really tell me much about me looking everything up as I go. So this will literally take forever. But it's a lot. Fuck. Okay. This is like every skill. Look, this is all Sentinel. Rogue. Okay. Let's check this. I mean, there's a slight chance I need to play Sentinel for this race. I wonder if Rogue can be sturdy enough. Anyway, we'll see. Rogue. Master Archer also costs Heartseeker 20% recurve chance per point. Now, what is that? Even on Rogue, I don't know all this stuff. Can we search here? Ah, here. So what is it called? Master Archer. This one. Ah, okay. So this is like for the marksman skills specifically. 20% recurve chance per point sounds like a lot. 40%. I think the base of it is 66%, right? So the way that Heartseeker works is that you shoot it, it will kind of attach to one enemy, and then it will, you know, fly back and forth, hitting this guy over and over until it eventually rolls the chance to not hit it. And it always, like with every successful hit, it loses some of the chance. I'm not sure how much exactly. That's what I remember. I think it starts with 66% chance and then gets like 80%. Ah, yeah, right. I think it starts with 66% chance, or maybe it starts with 80% chance and then it gets multiplied by 0.8 every successful hit. Something like that. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Anyway, Heartseeker. It probably tells us here. Added a new marksman skill, Heartseeker. Shoot an arrow that seeks the heart of a nearby enemy, passing harmlessly through other enemies. Whenever it hits that target, it has a chance to continue fluid and recurve to strike it again. Base recurve chance is 100. Okay, so it starts at 100. Added damage applies at 100% effectiveness. Subsequent recurve chance is multiplied by 0.8 each time the arrow recurves. If the target dies, it will choose a new target. Heartseeker acquires 30 points, and marksman and hail of arrows has been moved to acquire 35 points. Heartseeker's skill tree contains the following notes. Against all odds, Heartseeker's hits cannot be dodged, grant 8% more damage per point. Kinda big. Controlled Icicle, Heartseeker's based physical damage is converted to cold. And bleach as also is converted to frostbite. Icy Impaler, 20 freeze rate, 25 chance to chill on hit per point. Dude, just 1 point in there is actually nice already. Get your chill there. Frozen Splinter, 1% cold penetration per 10% overcapped cold resistance per point. So you have like 100, if you have 2 points in there and 100 res, you get 20 pen. Molten Arrow Storm. Heartseeker's base physical damage is converted to fire. Bleach is converted to ignite. Blaze of the Pyre. 34% chance per point to recurve to consume 2 mana to gain a burning dagger. I wonder if it's like similar to like a shadow dagger or something. So you can get 100% chance per recurve to consume 2 mana. Dude, it's gonna like insta drain your mana with this. How are you gonna get that much mana? Dragonfang. Consecutive recurves each grant a stack of Dragonfang for 10 seconds. Higher stacks can only be achieved with a higher amount of consecutive recurves. Dragonfang gives +1 bow fire, throwing fire, and 1 spell fire damage per point, consecutive 20 times. Takes up to 20 times. So you can put 3 points into this. So I guess you get +3 damage per successful recurve. How long does it last? For 10 seconds. Okay. That's a very interesting effect. If you stack like a bigger recurve chance. Fury of the Hunt. Directly using Heartseeker and hitting an enemy grants you frenzy for 2 seconds per point to a 10 seconds cooldown, max 3 points. So I guess this goes to 6 seconds with 10 seconds cooldown. It does look insane, yeah? Heart Drain. When directly used, Heartseeker arrows have a chance to grant mana and health on hit. Okay, that's huge. Swift and Sure. 5% increased attack speed, 10% increased mana efficiency per point. Okay. Blight Shots. 25% poison chance and 10% poison duration. Holy. Hard Render. Bleed Chance and Bleed Pen, 4 points. Seeping Wounds. Heartseeker deals 5% more ailment damage per point. After each recurve. After 8 stacks. Oh my god, dude. Like, you can actually make some cracked shit here with dots as well. I wonder if dots actually gotta be better than crit. The Red Whale. 5% chance per point to gain Crimson Shroud on recurve. Wow. That is so good. Crimson Shroud is 5% dot damage reduction per stack. You can stack 3 times. So you can maybe just put up 1 point in there and just have a perma Crimson Shrouds for the 15% dot reduction. Frostbite, Heartseeker. I've never tried a Frostbite build actually. Arrow Mastery, 10% recurve chance per point. Woven Grasp. 30% slow chance and causes Heartseeker arrows to twist around in a semi-circle to recurve. Purely a visual change. Okay. 50% chill chance. So you can get chill and slow on the swing. All the elements. Arrow of the Ravager. Heartseeker now has a 3-second cooldown but gains plus 50% recurve chance, 50% more damage, and 30% increased projectile size. That's also pretty cool actually. I really like that. If you play like a multi-shot build, for example, you just like cast this thing sometimes for a single target. Very cool. Relentless Volley. Grants an additional charge of Heartseeker, max 2 points. Fletcher's Resurgence. Picking up a black arrow restores a charge of Heartseeker. Shadow Weaver's Grasp. Heartseeker arrows have a minimum recurve chance of 66%. Recurve chance can't be reduced below minimum recurve chance. This results in about 0.5 additional recurves per use. A Storm of Arrows. When Heartseeker recurves, it extends the duration of your most recent hail of arrows by 0.2 per point up to 10 times, max 2 points. So you can get plus 4 seconds on hail of arrows. Nimble Threats, 0.5 recurve chance per dexterity. That's pretty good. Because like 100 dex, it's plus 50 recurve. Hidden Skewer, 50% chance on recurve to gain a stack of Dark Shroud, up to 2 times per point every 2 seconds. Okay, wait a minute. So what do the points scale? The chance? And the maximum. 2 times per point every 2 seconds. So it's basically 1 Dark Shroud per second per point. And Dark Shrouds last, how long? 3-4 seconds? I think. So you can get like 10-12 Dark Shroud stacks. Each Dark Shroud stack is 5% chance for glance. So you can probably get something like 50% glance chance here already. That seems very good actually defensively. This might be what's needed for marksman to live. Like marksman didn't really have an easy time getting dust shrouds compared to, for example, Falconer. Falconer could get to 100% glance relatively reliably, but this is very good. Any thoughts on the notes? Yeah, my thoughts are login. Okay, Returning Darkness. When a Heartseeker arrow recurs at least 3 times, 34% chance per point to create a black arrow between you and the enemy. If the enemy is at least 6 meters away. This effect can occur up to 2 times per 3 seconds. Gloom Needle. When you directly use Heartseeker, there's a 10% chance per point for a shadow to also use Heartseeker at the same target. Oh, that's interesting actually. You can do Smoke Bomb. Spawn a bunch of shadows with that. In fact, it will actually you need to have really high attack speed for this. 10% chance per point. Okay, it doesn't say how many points there can be there. It's kind of interesting though. Bloodseeker, health leech and weak of chance per point. Bone piercer, Heartseeker deals 4% more bow damage per point after each recurve, up to 12 stacks. Damn. Exposed, 100% chance to inflict frailty and armor shred on hit, but Heartseeker can no longer seek new targets when the first target dies. Damn. Like, there's actually some interesting stuff here. Like, I really want to play a marksman with Heartseeker, like, as a boss ability. Straight through. When Heartseeker's target dies, the puncture arrow will be released at a nearby enemy for each recurve it would have achieved after death. This could be really good for clear, actually. Puncture arrow. Then it can swag on a puncture and do some crazy stuff. What do we do there? Can we like make this larger? No, I think. Okay, here's like the bleed stuff. Okay, you can get frenzy, for example. Poison. Maybe third use. I wonder if that would work. I think it would work, right? Then you can do damage. Mirages. You don't want to do discharging stuff. You don't want to do the rapid strikes. But there's also this stuff here. You can do fist freshness. Bow hit damage per pierce. Hello.
Do you want to order some
What do you mean?
food?
Food? Yeah, okay. Very nice. There's Shadow Dagger stuff. Melee range. It actually seems kind of hard to make use of this unless they rebalance this a bit. I guess there might be changes in the puncture tree. You should check this out. Because I feel like right now this doesn't really support that much. I mean, here's mana on hit, which is kind of okay and stuff, but we don't really want to rely on this, right? Since it doesn't work on bosses. Physical pen per 50 maximum mana, 1 per point. Okay, let's say we have like 150 mana. That's a lot of pen actually. So maybe you want to do that anyway. So I guess it would look something like this, yeah. Hit damage against slowed, hit damage against mobilized. Deals more damage per unique negative ailment on the target. Okay. So if you have more points, you can like take this stuff here. So I can like make the puncture do some kind of damage like this. Deep Rust. Armor shred from all sources converted to poison chance. Decimating spike. 2% critical strike chance and 10% critical strike multiplier per point. Yeah, what is this? Base crit actually. So 6% and 4% multi. I'm kind of tempted to just build it like a full crit setup. You can do critical weakness, this thing. A big bow. This could be pretty good. Does this game still force you to relevel your skills if you change them? Yeah, it does, but you save like a certain minimum level. So I think like in late game when you have a level 20 skill and then you want to respec it, I think you start at like minimum 12 or minimum 14 or something, and do like one run, and you're back to 19 or 20 anyway. In like one echo. It takes like a minute or two. Acid Flask. Okay, more damage, corrosive. I might actually keep Acid Flask longer for the campaign. This seems like a pretty nice buff here. It's already pretty good anyway. Chemical proficiency, let me check that. So this is this point here, right? Corrosive, this gets 20%. Chemical. Because less mana deals more damage. It's 8% from 3. Caustic concoction grants size basement poison chance from 25. That's here. Contamination and lasting disease can now have the effects converted to cold. Frostbite if as a flask is converted to cold. After description of several nodes, such as poison pool, the clarifying that effects can be converted. Okay. Corrected acid flask, toxic salvo, and barrage nodes. I really want to try an acid flask build at some point, by the way. There's like a unique for it. Which, by the way, they showed off in one of the screenshots up there. Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault's movement has been improved. No movement no longer causes the player to sink into the ground when clicking near the player. The player no longer gets stuck outside of the map. The skill can no longer be used to bypass dungeon wall mechanics. Tactician grants citizens increased attack speed for ballista. Obviously more ballista damage per intelligence. Okay. Corrected the stat line of raining barbs to state the Falcon bleed chance buff lasts for 4 seconds. Raining barbs additional bleed chance for your Falcon with an enemy. Okay, so otherwise no change to aerial assault. Ballista. Care packet has been reworked. Ballista will have which have hit an enemy have a chance to drop a potion which is when destroyed or unsummoned based on the amount of time they existed. There's a 10% chance to drop a potion per second up to maximum 1 point. Okay. Exile of construction grants ballista 50% more damage per point. Okay. Fix the bug where ballista would not trigger unmeaning effects. Fix the bug where the hive mind helmet could take acid flask bars away from the ballista when specialized. Okay. Cinder Strike. Its base damage is now entirely fire from 50-50. This means that, for example, for melee Cinder Strike, any source of generic added melee damage will now apply entirely as fire melee damage. Corrected its description to state that added damage applies to the first attack at 200% effectiveness. Cinder Strike bow attack now has correct visuals online with use of high attack speed. Dark Quiver can now hold up to 3 black arrows at once. You can still only expend 1 black arrow at a time. Interesting. Added a new node, Bleak Arrow. Using a black arrow grants the next hardseeker 50% recurve chance. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer's focus. Okay. I think a Dark Quiver is still gonna be kind of weak. Maybe for boss fights that might be good. Cinder Strike massive buff? Wait, where's the buff here? It's because of the conversion, you mean? I guess it depends on like what kind of weapon you're running. But you have like more fire synergy, I suppose. To be honest, I've never really used Cinder Strike, and I'm not planning to right now. I guess it is a buff, yeah, that they have like full conversion. Dive Bomb Falcon is still going to be broken even with the nerfs. Yeah, we're getting there. Decoy. Improved jittery movement from Decoy. Okay. Detonating Arrow. Now displays its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. While arrow traps node for explosion type is allocated, detonating arrows cast as many attacks, such as with shell cost blasting knife, now instead cast towards the nearest enemy. Okay. Dive Bomb. Now has 500% damage effectiveness from 700 with an equivalent base damage. Okay, so that's a nerf of 29%. On Wings of Shadows, Shadow Falcons now deals 70% less damage from 60% less. Yeah, I was already not using the Shadow Falcons anyway, so fuck that. Tail and Knives grant efficiency of the stats on your weapons apply to Dive Bomb per point from 30. Fix the bug where Dive Bomb visuals could animate at incorrect speeds in online mode. Tail and Knives, which one is that again? If you're dual building, a portion of the damage specific stats on both your weapons apply to a Falcon's dive bomb. Okay. I guess we don't care about that. So this is like a 29% nerf, a bit more if you use Shadow Falcons. Not too bad. Okay, explosive. Ooh. That is sad. Subtle sabotage. But manageable, I think. Shell cost blueprint has a maximum of 3 points on 4. I really want to make this cost a lot of mana. Yeah, I was actually trying this last time, playing this as a throwing build instead of a bow build. And that actually worked out pretty well. I think I'm gonna do that again. And this makes the mana much easier to solve. Trap Sprinkler adds 1 mana cost per point. Blah. Arrow traps, chain detonations can now only release detonating arrows up to 10 times per 2 seconds. Okay. This does not limit detonations, only while those detonations release detonating arrows. Fix an issue with the animation when using explosive trap with clustered explosions. Fix a bug where explosive trap would not create additional traps up to your maximum traps if you allocated blast rain and no man's land. Now I do want to know if freelofting bug actually works now. Because I don't think it does. Seems like they didn't fix it. Falconry. Falcon strikes now has 150% damage effectiveness from 200 with an equivalent base damage. Okay, this is minus 25%. Rending Titans grants 15% per point of your chance to bleed, poison, shred. Okay, Train to Hunt grants 50% of the highest of your global increased melee, increased throwing, and increased bow damage to your Falcon from 75. Okay, so that is noticeable. How much did I have? Let's say I have like 300. Then 75 goes to Falcon. So 225, he has 225 damage. Now he's gonna get half, he's gonna have 250. So something like that. It is also... Wait. Yeah, this. Okay, Falconry is quite nerfed actually. 42% nerf or so, maybe more. Up to 50. Go for the ice grants 50% of your crit strike chance that modifies to your Falcon. Falconer's Gale adds 40 mana cost on 35. What the hell is that? Side by side grants 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point for Falcon strikes when you directly use a melee, throwing, or bow attack and hit at least one enemy. From 5. Fix a bug where the coordinated fade node would not provide stacks of silver shrouds when the ability occupying the designated slot is a combo ability. Okay, Flurry. Buffed. Buffed. Okay. Hail of Arrow. Nothing. Net. Also nothing. Puncture. Bloodthirst Bleeding Fear buff now respects punctures, aim, and conversions. For example, we grant poison chance instead of bleed chance as Scalable is allocated. Scalable now requires timing instead of penumbral ambush. Picks puncture not correctly auto-replacing the rogue's default attack when using a bow. So Maxwell Pointer updated. I mean, there's no patch download or anything right now, right? How are we gonna update? Unless they gave it to the Maxwell guys, but I'm not sure. Rip Explosive Trap and Acid Flask build. Wait, why the rip? That's Epoch is updated. Okay, so they're probably giving it then. So maybe we're gonna get the Maxwell update as well. Actually, I remember Spirit when I was just asking him about my planner problem earlier. I think he said something. Hey, by the way, he fixed the problem with the link to my build for PoE. Okay, Shurikens, Bath, Chakram. Improved basic Shurikens movement behavior in online mode. Dude, actually, this Chakram thing, I want to see this real quick. Okay, now throw a single returning Chakram instead of multiple. But it can still spam it, right? Chakram seems very strong in that case. 100% Pierce. I want to try to make a Chakram build at some point. Improved basic Shurikens movement behavior in online mode. Slightly increased hit area. Okay. Double hit area and deadly aim is allocated. Smoke bomb. Fix the bug when the smoke cloud would not visually expand when the smoke screen arrow node is allocated. Fix the bug where smoke bomb with the cloaked incursion node allocated would not visually expand. Okay. No nerfs to smoke bomb though. Umbral Blades. Umbral Blades projectile speed is now affected by modifiers to its throwing speed if it would increase the projectile speed. This helps resolve cases where blades are thrown so quickly that a player could recall them before they landed. Causing those blades to not get recalled. Okay, but it did not fix the fucking Umbral Blades bug, man. Ugh. The way it just flies too far sometimes. Rogue subskills. Burning daggers now have 30 base damage from 16 and half 50 effectiveness of added damage. So burning daggers was something we saw in the Heartseeker tree. Okay, so this was it. So Falconer is nerfed. Wait, what about passives? Passive tree has not changed? Wait a minute. Aren't they putting passive points in there, or is it somewhere else? So this is Sentinel stuff, for example. Here, Sentinel passive tree, Forge Guard passive tree, Paladin passive tree. They didn't really do anything. Really? A lot of skill changes. I mean, cool changes. Yeah, this is it. Coated blades. What is that again? I think I know what it is. No. Oh. What's good about likely start? Yeah, I'm torn right now. Like, the thing is, we don't know how good is Heartseeker. It does seem very good. But number one, I don't know how good. And number two, I don't know when it will become very good. Like, first of all, we can't even start it until like level 60 or something anyway. Because you get it at 30 points in marksman tree. So it's basically, once I'm in monolith already. So the idea is we start a Falconer, despite nerf, get good, and then decide if we want to do the Heartseeker switch or not. But Falconer is nerfed by, let's say, a third or more. It will be felt, but it still works. Don't think I've seen any Shadow Dagger nerfs. Yeah, there's no Shadow Dagger nerfs. But there's a Burning Dagger buff. But I have no idea about Burning Dagger. Is there any other skill that has Burning Dagger stuff? I guess maybe Cinder Strike or something. Yeah, Burning Dagger on use. If you use and hit at least one enemy of Cinder Strike, it consumes 8 mana, granting a Burning Dagger that circles you for a second before launching. So it's basically aim of Fusilade. Or about just play Marksman straight up? I think doing the respec is definitely the move. I've done a Marksman run lately. I mean, I'm not sure if that was like really the best way to do it or something. I've played like a multi-shot bleed, like puncture bleed into multi-shot bleed. And I guess maybe it shouldn't be bleed, it should just be like direct damage. That seems okay, but I think Falconer is like hard to beat. The thing about Falconer is it just never stops. You know, you're always in movement. You just one-shot stuff around you. You rarely really have to attack while running through the campaign and while even doing most echoes and stuff. So maybe the plan is you're gonna play like Falconer all the way to like even level 80 or something. And then at some point you're going to do a switch and do a Heartseeker. Heartseeker might just be the way for like the higher corruption push. The problem is just that they didn't actually change anything on the rogue tree, and I did expect a lot of changes there. Like, okay, we can get Dust Shrouds, but can we actually get enough Dust Shrouds from Heartseeker to have 100% glance cap? And that I'm not so sure of. Glance, let's see. So I have 15% glance. Nope. You have 25%, actually. 31% glance. Nothing here. This is Crimson Shrouds. Does this on hits? That's a Silver Shroud. Yeah, so I kind of doubt right now that he can actually get the 100% glancing chance. Unless you use the chess piece as a chess piece that has an implicit affix for a glance. Here. I mean, this is a very good chess piece. It's like the highest level one even, I think. So this could be a way to do it. The thing is it has lightning rest, and you don't really want lightning rest. Maybe it's fine. But you're gonna get lightning rest from Lagon Blessing later. Okay. So with this, it might work. Just go mountain set and get endurance. Yeah, okay, we have to check what set ends can do. But I think, like, does mountain set have glancing blows or what? Wait, is it even a set? It's not a set. Here. What else is there after mountain? I mean, you're not gonna get the tier 4 thing. I mean, I guess you could farm it. I guess it didn't buff the mountain, the dungeons, right? So I don't even know. It's like a pair of boots. Which item do you mean? Chest piece and boots. Can I search this view? This is better. Core of the mountain. I mean, core of the mountain is just kind of cracked. 1 LP is 1 in 7. 2 LP is 1 in 153. It also have a 12% chance in tier 4. Oh my god. Oh, you can search here. Can I search like all items? I'm sure I can search everything. What else is there? Also not dodge rating compared to endurance threshold, while I have at least 1 stack of mountains endurance. Gain 1 stack of mountains endurance each second while not moving. -2 mana cost per stack of mountains endurance. How does mountains endurance last? It doesn't really say anything there. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do any of that. And also it doesn't have anything to do with glancing blows. So what exactly are we trying to achieve here with these mountains that? I mean, this is kind of cool. But ultimately not what we're looking for, especially for Uber Avarov. Because you need to just be tanky. And just getting a damage immunity for 3 seconds after being hit doesn't really cut it. Especially because there's probably a lot of stuff going on that is not a hit. There's a lot of dots. I'm just dodge rating compared to endurance thresholds. Until you move. Okay, I mean, there's like 0 chance I can do this. I mean, first of all, this will not work at all for farming and for leveling and stuff. And then it just won't work in the Avarov fight. Like, there's no way he's gonna stand there and just fucking tank shit with those boots equipped. This is not happening. Go to the database tab. I can do that, I guess. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we're not doing this mountain stuff. Also, I have to take out, like, I have to take time to actually farm this mountain set, which is another consideration here. Like, this fucking core of the mountain, for example, the 1 in 8 only on tier 4 to even get it. And then I have to, like, you know, put it into the egg and hope for the best, and then I have to, like, reroll it and whatever. And then for the boots, and they're pretty consistent, I guess. But yeah, anyway. I don't think we'll do this. Now, one thing I would consider is this one. I think this would be pretty good as a marksman, at least. If I don't play Falconer, I can use this. And 2 LP is actually very easy as well. Even 3 LP is thinkable. Ravenous Void, yeah, let's just go Ravenous Void real quick, no problem. And you guys have some funny ideas. Okay. Now, I don't think that marksman can be tanky enough for this shit. That's the big problem. I think Heartseeker will be absolutely insane. But if you don't get the 100% glancing blow, I need to read this again. Actually, Let's see the Heartseeker again. Dust Shrouds. Okay, 15% chance on recurve to gain a Dust Shroud up to 2 times per second every 2 seconds. Up to 2 times per point every 2 seconds. So with 3 points, we get 6 times per 2 seconds. You get 3 shroud stacks per second. How long is this? How long is one shroud stack? Doesn't fucking tell us. There's 28 new unique items in Season 2. Yeah, that could be something, that's true. I wonder if they're gonna show them all. I guess not. What's going on here? Why is it windowed? Yo, Victor, I've not seen the video yet actually, but I heard about it. Dude, I leveled all the way to 92 with my prep. Damn. Doesn't say how long these fucking things last.
Not happening.
Oh my keyboard's reset here. Oof. So it's 4 seconds duration. Right. You granted a stack of dust shroud each second for 2 seconds while you're in the smoke cloud. Wait, this doesn't seem correct actually. This was clearly longer. Anyway, so with 3 stacks per second and then lasting 4 seconds, we get a total of 12 stacks. That's 60% glancing blow. So I can only get 100% glancing blow if I have this chest equipped. And we put 8 points here, which is fine. We wanted dexterity, I guess. And we put... Where's the glance here? 5 points here. How much dodge rating does this character have right now? 500 dodge rating, so 500 extra endurance. I mean, you can easily get a lot more dodge rating. Let's say 1,000, I can get 1,000 endurance with the Mountain's Fury. Mountain's boots. Kinda interesting.
Not happening.
I think what I have to do is I have to take my character here and now that we know the nerfs, I need to scuff up my character enough and just try to see what happens. I want to see how it feels with like a scuffed falconer. I need to like lower the damage and stuff a little bit, so that we can like try the nerf levels of falconer. Slam some crazy stuff on Arrow Guard for glancing blow. Arrow Guard, actually, what's the LP potential of that thing? I think it's not very high actually. Two LP, 1 in 41. Okay, so that's kind of realistic. 30% glance, 100 armor. Oof. I mean, okay, if you put like one guaranteed like good tier 7 mod in there. I mean, the suffixes are not that important, honestly. Maybe Arrow Guard is not such a bad idea. The suffixes are not that big. Like if I can random slow, shred, okay. If you get a shred and stuff anyway, somewhere, it's okay. So basically you just want like some T7 bow damage like this. And then maybe a second one. Can put a set item bonus. There is no set quiver though, is there? You can't put a set item bonus on an item that doesn't have set, or? There's no set quiver. Lightning Blast Mage login. Is that WSD movement in the not for the next 6 days. So now just to understand, if I want to reset this thing back down to, like, I mean, how does it work with the resetting? I need another Phantom Grass and put it in the mixer, right? But the Phantom Grass also needs to have 1 LP. No, if it has 1 LP anyway, then I can just use the new one and try my luck again. I need to check again. What can I do with like failed legendaries? That's something for later. Yeah, I do have to say I'm a bit scared of like marksman. I think it's gonna be on softcore it's gonna be fucking nuts, but on hardcore I'm not sure if I can go easily to 500 corruption. I mean, you have like insane screen clear and you kind of just like auto target everything around you and stuff. So that does make it relatively safe. The boss damage is probably really good, which does make it somewhat safe. And I mean, we do get like a lot of power creep in this patch with like more LP, higher value affixes, T7 affixes, probably more armor, probably more life. You have the idols with the extra stats. You have the set stuff that could be kind of good. So all in all, okay, we can expect, you know, probably something like 2-3k armor, 3.5 to 4k life. Well, this 2.5 to 4k life only happens when I actually have lots of percent life idols, which we are not going to do because we have class specific idols. Unless we can go the 3 size idols, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then maybe. If you get the 1k corruption, it's reasonable to fit in 2 red rings with 1 LP. Nah, there's no chance you're gonna find 2 red rings. Period. Until you hit 1000 corruption. So, I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, you can put like a red ring and then stick it in an egg or something. If you find one. But the thing is, you also have to make the red ring work, which is also very hard. You need a lot of attributes for that. So even like using a red ring is hard enough. I found like 1 red ring or 2 maybe total ever. No way, dude. You're gonna find 2 red rings in the first like 48 hours. Like we're getting power crept as fuck, but we're not getting that much power creep. Like the loot itself is not necessarily. Where the hell is it? Red. Yeah. At least 180 total attributes. I mean, with this thing equipped, you get 25 if you have 2 of them. I mean, yeah, it would be pretty nuts to get 2 red rings, but it's not happening. There's no way. Isn't that a drop like candy? But from what? What changed? Move an echo. I mean, okay, I'll keep this in mind as a backup plan. Maybe gonna go red ring. Red ring with 1, like if you get a red ring with 1 LP. I need to see again how this works with like adding LP. I guess, no, we can't add LP. We can only put it into the egg, right? And then hope for the best. And how do we reset it again? We need like another red ring. But the red ring needs to be at least equal, right? No, this was something else. This was a reroll of the stats, where it needs to be like it's the same or equal. And there's another thing where it either upgrades the LP or it moves it down to 0. But can you do that with legendaries is a question that have already rolled their stuff. You can target ring, but not that ring. I mean, there's various ways to target farm certain things. Like you can use the Circle of Fortune and do like, you know, some of the, I don't know what they're called, prophecies. And like, you know, get lots of unique rings or legendary rings. And then you can use the Rune of Ascendance. Same thing, you can just spam them. I mean, Rune of Ascendance chance is 1 in 733. So you can easily do like a few hundred or something with Rune of Ascendance. Because, you know, after like 48 hours or something, let's say, of blasting, you will probably have a couple dozen Rune of Ascendance. And then you can like maybe even target some Rune of Ascendance on the Circle of Fortune prophecies. Let's say you get like 100 Rune of Ascendance, they have a 45% chance to not be consumed if you use them on Circle of Fortune requirement rings. So you can do like a 1 or 2 prophecies for just normal like exalted rings or something. You pick them all up. And then number 1, they give you the basis to then use into legendary potential. And number 2, you can use them with the requirement for Circle of Fortune because they came from the prophecy. And you can use the Rune of Ascendance on them. And then you get roughly double the amount of Rune of Ascendance. Actually more. You get way more than double actually. Because there's like a 45% chance to not be used. Let's say half. Let's say 50-50, right? So you have, let's say 100 runes. You use 100, 50 are gone, 50 are left. Then you use 50, 25 are gone. So at this point we're at 150 uses. Nah, okay. I guess it will come down to roughly double anyway. Yeah, but even that, all of that leaves us with like maybe a third or half of a red ring, maybe. Of 1 red ring. Like all the way to like, you know, level who knows what. 95 plus. You can target it if you have another one. Do you have an imprints? Yeah, it depends on how powerful the imprint is. I guess it might be pretty powerful if you have one already and you just put it there as an imprint. And maybe there's like some kind of like chance, you know, it has like a slight chance to roll the item itself if it's a unique, instead of just like random rings. Is the red ring good? Yeah, it's one of the best items in the game. But it's extremely rare. I think I found it once or twice, maybe. I mean, plus 20 to all resistances, that alone is like, you know, 3 full suffixes or something. Like T5 suffixes or so. I mean, you have 7 different resistances. Getting 20 to all is 140 resistances. Now, some of them are not necessarily that useful. It depends on, like, you know, where else you get like some kind of like all res or something. But yeah, in most cases, you get like at least 100 plus res on that. Which is still like 2.5 to 3 like suffixes. That alone. Then you have the 5 to all attributes. This is really nice as well. You get a vitality, you get a dex, you even get like a bit of armor from the strength and so on. Mana regen, always nice. And then the big thing is the 10% less damage taken. So yeah, red ring is kind of nuts. Now in this case though, we have to give up Phantom Grip. Phantom Grip is a pretty big item, to be fair. For Falconer, at least. If I'm on Marksman side, red ring would be the way for sure. Phantom Grip is very good though. You get one red ring and per 200k favor with COF. Just like spamming unique ring prophecy, you mean? Hard 80 stats is hard to achieve. I don't think it'll be that bad since you get the attribute swapping. So instead of like trying to kind of get rid of attributes on your gear, you can now just swap them over to the right thing and craft them up. Like if you get like a glove that has like random int or something on it, you just change it over to dex or vitality. Actually just dex, I guess. The 5 and 12k ring uniques. 200k favor. How much do I have? 136k. Yeah, the thing is that first of all, we have to grind all the way up to 12 anyway. The question is, will I be at rank 12 after, like, when I'm ready for Uber Alvarov? The answer is likely yes, actually. I think I will be at 12 by the time I do Uber Alvarov, but maybe not. If I'm not at 12, then I can't actually rely on the prophecies that much. 12 is quite long. It takes a long time to get there. I'm not sure where exactly it lands, but it's like pretty close to 100. I don't think I will actually be... Actually, I think I leveled a character to 100 and was not 12. If I'm not mistaken. And we're definitely going to kill Uber Alvarov before level 100. So we're not going to be 12, I think. I guess the main objective here would be to rush 11. 11 is the big one. Okay, test the marksman, make it tanky and see what other corruption starts giving you issues. Well, the thing is, it's not just about the level of corruption that's giving me issues. It's also about, like, I have no clue about the fight, right? I mean, I know roughly what I need to handle 500 corruption. Just from, like, you know, experience. But I don't know anything about Uber Alvarov. I just know he's very hard. But is it hard because people are unable to dodge? Is it hard because there's new mechanics that are crazy? Is it hard because literally everything one-shots you? Like, I don't know what means, you know, it's very hard. So... Envisioning a strat relying on a rare drop is not that productive. Well, it's not relying on it. The question is, do we go for it? And honestly, I think Red Ring is not the way. And there's also a good chance I will just stay Falconer all the way until I could Uber Avarov. So... it's tough though. Uber Avarov is probably gonna be a long fight on Falconer. But Marksman could make it much shorter, I imagine. I guess Heartseeker will be very good on single target. This is like kind of like the bread and butter of the skill. So... it might be squishier on the Marksman, but the fight might be way shorter, which might be very beneficial. Because you have like less shit going on. Like especially last phase on Ubabarov is kind of nuts. When it like, lasts too long. Maybe it's all of the above. Maybe there are crazy one-shots everywhere. Yeah. Maybe there's crazy new mechanics. Yeah, probably. Maybe play a campaign until you unlock factions. Now you go monoliths at the start of Act 5 when you unlock the Temporal Sanctum. Yeah, unlock the Temporal Sanctum and then go monoliths. Phase tank on Druid. Yeah, I don't think any phase tanking is gonna happen on Avarov. Yeah, realistically you're gonna get to 11, and this will be already roughly at the end of the journey. And so far I haven't seen that they're gonna rebalance anything about Circle of Fortune or something like that, right? Yeah, so I guess important is to rush rank 9 and then push it to 11. And then we'll see if we're gonna stay at 11 and farm a little bit. If I still need items. But it might be fine. If T7 is already twice as common, maybe at that point we're fine, but 11 is like huge. And then at 12 we can like dump all of your favor. But we're not gonna get to 12. It's just like an insane grind. You should watch my video, Dualante. Let me go with my other marksman guy. So what do we have here? We have like negative armor. A little bit of dodge. I mean, it's level 66 anyway, it's like not very high. So I guess this doesn't really qualify. But yeah, I'm actually surprised it didn't change anything on this tree. I would have expected more changes. Especially defensively. But maybe not then. Yes, sucks. If they can verify the changes and why. I don't think they're really gonna say much about it or can say much about it. They're probably just gonna say, we didn't think it was necessary or something. I don't know. Maybe it is fine. Softcore wise it's certainly fine, but for hardcore I am worried. I guess we also have to see like how much we actually power creep. And we will have set stuff. So there might be some set stuff. I should look into sets a little bit. I think. Let's see what happened there. Although before I do this, we should probably check if they changed any of the sets. So we've done the rogue stuff. Let's skip some of the other classes. We're gonna come back to them. Item, affix, enemy. Okay, let's check this a little bit. Loot and enemy rarity balance. Magic and rare enemies are tougher and drop more items, but regular enemies drop items less often. Some of the items from large explosions of loot are exchanged for extra gold. Gold drops in multiple piles when a large amount drops at once. Fixed a long-standing bug that caused rare item drop rate to massively spike at level 51 and then decrease as rare level increased. This has been compensated for by increasing rare item drop rates at very high levels. Enemies now have 10% more health at level 100, scaling up from 0% more at level 20. Exile mages have 5% more health at level 100, scaling linearly up from 25% less health at level 0. Rune prison spawns slightly less frequently by default. Loot lizards spawn less frequently. To take 45 seconds to flee. Okay, magic enemy changes. Grants 115% more health. Add 100% of expected health for level as base health. Deal 6% more damage. Drop 205% more items than regular enemies. Rare enemy changes. 160% more health plus 2% per level. 250% of expected health for level as base health. $10% more damage. Top 520% more items. Okay. So this also means that everything is just a bit harder and a bit tankier. So for example, we said earlier, Dive Bomb was nerfed by like 29%. It was roughly more nerfed by like 40%. Looking at this. And the Falcon Strike's even more, by like 50, 60. So if I'm gonna look at my other character and try some practice run, then I should keep that in mind. The rarity scan of corruption, we'll see if there's some changes. Player health and ward changes. Health gain per character level has been increased to 10 from 8. Okay. So at level 100, we're gonna have 200 instead of 160 life. It's like slightly more. Added health affix values are slightly higher. I guess you can expect maybe like an overall increase in health by like 10% or so. So I guess reaching 4k plus life might be quite realistic as a marksman. Increase health regeneration affix, added new health and health regeneration affixes. Start items no longer spawn with added health affix. Existing affixes have been converted into elemental resistance. Yikes. Reduce the accessibility of ward generation from lots of quick hits. Reduce ward retention provided by intelligence by 2% per point. Buff the ward per second affix and added a new ward per second and ward thresholds. Potions now heal 50 plus 10 per level. From 50 plus 5 per level. Okay, still kinda ugh. Yeah, it's a buff to healing potions. 600 instead of 300. Do they really do that little? No, wait. 550? Ah, 1000. Okay. So it's like roughly 1000 instead of like 500, 600. Okay. Affixes. New affix, ward per second, and ward decay thresholds. Spawns on rings and amulets. Seems like a nice affix. And it's a suffix. That's a lot of more decay per shot and watt per second. New affix, added health and health regeneration. Spawns on rings and relics. T5 is 46 to 68. Let me check my other character. He has health. Ah, fucking hell. Is that it? Okay, so tier 5 suffix health can go to 75, 46, 56 to 75. And this is slightly less. It's 10 less minimum and 7 less maximum. Interesting. Why is that this way? And you also get 10 to 12 health regen. Probably kind of trash, honestly. I mean, at least for a build that has leech or that has like any kind of like life on hit or something, I don't think we wouldn't really care about this. Like Falconer definitely doesn't need any kind of health regen like this. Critical awareness suffix available on helmets, gloves, belts, rings is now a hybrid critical awareness and dodge rating affix. Interesting. Dodge rating added has been buffed. Can you have both? Probably not. I mean, there's health and stun avoidance, and you can't have both on an amulet. And now there's health and regeneration. So it's just like another hybrid stat that's like the same as the others. That doesn't work. Unlucky. This thing already has a T5 fire risk there, unfortunately. Go near 5 to 10 hours in the game. We're going through the patch notes right now, Dom. I was just checking some stuff. Either way, I mean, it's kind of inconsequential, I guess. A bit of dodge there, okay. Dodge rating added, survival of might, current survival of might. Critical strike avoidance blessing is now hybrid critical strike avoidance and added dodge blessing. Okay. Added health suffix available on helmets are buffed. Ah, wait a minute. Note that the below values are for base affix value of tiers for some items tiers such as eminent and body armors are higher. Wait, this is not true. 55 to 75. It says 56 to 75. Bamboozled. Okay, so this is the buff here. So we get a bit more everywhere. What about hybrid health? I wonder if they buffed hybrid health. Or if there's just like more alternative ways now to get life. They have hybrid and normal and percent here on the build. And you just try to get 2 out of 3 basically. If they didn't buff hybrid health, which they probably didn't, then our total actually didn't really go up that much. This game is not in early access. Endurance thresholds can now only roll on belts. Previously also on helmets, gloves, rings, and relics. Increased health reach and suffix available in helmets, body armor, and belt, ring, and relics above by around 15% across all tiers. That's a way smaller buff than I thought. Ward per second suffix available in Goblin Cutlass and Mage and Calculate helmets and body armors buffed by around 40% across all tiers is now a bit more common. Okay. That's a lot of ward per second you can get now. You can probably run around with like a few hundred ward per second or something. It's pretty good recovery. Shared lightning penetration can now appear on dagger. Void penetration can now appear on dagger once, blah blah. The chance to create an earthquake aftershock at a nearby enemy on a melee attack effects is now 20 to 40. Experiment affects volatile zombies summoned on potion use and is now beast summoned on potion use. Pork. Idols. Stout idols are no longer able to roll 30 Nidus health. Feels bad, man. The shared large idol increased health prefix has been split into 3 different affixes, 1 for each class that could use it. Wait. What about the other classes? Primalist, Acolyte, and Rogue. These are large idols, right? The 2x1 or 1x2. I think idols are gonna be a lot more powerful now. They will be. But we don't really know what's gonna be on those idols. Yeah, it times 2x1. What about the other 2 classes here? Why is there no Sentinel? Or a Mage? So Iris has dodge rating and 9% health from 3 to 9. This is 2 to 5. Ah, large out of 3 to 1, I think. Okay. These are the class physics ones. Enemy adjustments. Enemy balance. Void wings and void fuse pads cannot be targeted until they fully emerge. Increase the damage of flame guard's solar fire beam attack by 30%. 300%. Extend its collider to match its visuals. Flame guard's solar. Who's that? It's like some guy in the Act 1 or something, right? Reduce the size of the Tundra Stalker. Walking into the area of effect of shoulders fidget tight within 0.5 seconds of the spell going off will no longer result in you taking damage. Fix an issue where the shadow always could cast 2 minutes at once if stunned during the first one. Slightly adjusted the balance of the void worm skills. Component of the minion explosion ability to switch on less damage. Yeah, that is good. That actually got me a few times when I was doing my practice one. I was like really taken by surprise. It also affects the other similarly named covenant of enemies. Okay. General enemy updates. Added 18 new regular enemies, 5 new mini bosses, and 5 new bosses. So these new bosses are those including like the woven bosses. Replace the following enemies. In Voidskar, Necropolis, Quest Echo, and Path of Despair Quest Echoes. Replace Void Bears with Consumed Growls. Okay, whatever. Other part of Ruin across the lake and other locations use a new Void Purple model. Improved Hero's dash, targeting, and direction. It's like when he like dashes away with the storm active, I guess, and just leaves you in a storm. Boss Ward. Boss Ward has been removed from the majority of bosses and mini-bosses. Timeline bosses, Harbingers, Avaroth, the Shade Horribus, and final chapter bosses, excluding Orion, have Boss Ward. Which one is Orion? Chapter bosses that appear as regular Echo bosses and others only have Boss Ward in the campaign. Initial decay rate of Boss Ward has been doubled. Bosses have 10% more health. Corresponding reduce the health of bosses and main bosses that already lacked Boss Wards. Reduce the health of bosses and main bosses that already lacked Boss Ward. So did they make bosses generally squishier or what? Said bosses have 10% more health, but here reduce the health. And now bosses have 110% more health if they had Boss Ward removed. Okay, players damage over time, players take 50% less damage over time. Enemies damage bonus on corruption is only half as effective for damage over time. Okay. Boss Ward made some fights feel awkward since the fight wasn't initially designed like that. Yeah, I mean, you always had to see that Boss Ward was basically just always kind of like a help for shitty builds, right? That's basically what it was. Because, you know, the blaster builds, they were just like power through it and it's fine. And then the ward, in addition to the life, is just the same as the boss life. But for the bad builds, it kind of makes it so that you kind of catch up with the good builds because of the boss ward system. You know, this is what was really good about it. You don't have to stand there and like whack away for like 10 minutes at the boss because your damage sucks. He's going from like ward threshold to ward threshold, let it decay, and then you kind of catch up with the good builds. So that was like it was actually a relatively good way of like trying to equalize the performance of builds. A little bit at least, especially on bosses where this might be like a slog. Okay, we're releasing a total of 28 new uniques for Season 2, including 4 backer custom uniques, 8 uniques of Viewers Will, and 16 additional uniques. Unique item changes. Added minimum Viewers Will scaling to prevent very low Viewers Will values at higher levels. Anchor of Oblivion. Dude, I don't know half of these items, I guess. What are they? I can try this, yeah. Can I do something like this? So I can type. It's a relic. Okay, I don't care. Alright, let's sort. Battle Mage's Endeavor. Boulders 1 off. Bonus and chance to shred armor. This is really nice. Blood Roost. Face pin for bleed affected by minions and falconry. They nerfed it actually. So some Emperor corpses. Dragon Flame Edict. Bit of Onus Tal. Minion bleed duration also nerfed. Seems like they really want to nerf like the Falcon and bleed stuff, huh? Eye of Rain is like the sword. Can now trigger on any melee attack, not just direct melee attacks. Has a trigger limit of 30 times per 5 seconds. Eye of Stones. This is from Lagon. Cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds. That's kind of cool. It's just like guaranteed. Gambler's Fallacy. Skills gain 100% critical strike chance if you have not dealt with recently. New quest has been added to Chapter 2 that rewards the Gambler's Fallacy unique item. Wait a minute. That used to be a quest and then they removed it and now they brought it back. That's kind of funny. Gladiator's Oath. Okay, Hakar's Phoenix. Fix the bug for the eye indicator for Hakar's Phoenix revival ability being on cooldown and would not disappear when the ability came off cooldown. Hakar's Phoenix now also attempts to revive a downed companion when its 10-second cooldown is over. The companion would take more than 2 seconds to be revived. Have I talked about engine improvements? I'm not sure if I have talked about it. Hazel root. Okay, whatever. Ignivar. Every second is every 2. Shell core. Fix an issue by detecting arrow with the hold this node wouldn't cause the chat to be attached to the enemy. Okay. Commodus cage. 30 medical damage while in wearable. Rain dance. Plus 4 all attributes. 30% reduced stun duration. Okay. The water grid is limited to 4 times per second. Sounds like ditch. Packed 7 size and effective level for legendary potential from 60. Paranoia. Razorfall. 1 armor blade per 20 from 2 per 30. Okay, more Falcon runners. Very percent chance to cast a stationary fire tornado at a nearby enemy on hit. That's kind of cool stuff, actually. Okay, I don't know, but it is alright. That's something for Void Knight, I guess. Legion's Reprisal. Can now retain just shield throw on block up to 2 times per second. They have a lot of these like up to X times in X seconds mechanics. I got an interest in various places now, it seems. That's from Jura, right? Yeah. Gain a Storm Stack when directly to main attack and hit at least 1 enemy. A Storm Stack, I think that's like for what's it called? Tempest Strike or something? Or Night Strike. I updated the planner for Amazon before I go batch later. I'm quite happy with the results. Tempest Maw can now summon Storm Sprites every 6 seconds. Whatever those do. Torque. Prince Hunger. Non-consistent bleed chance. It's an item. Plus 300 health as well. Okay. And look, spear. Grants always the mana region, put 2% anchor dining res. No one comes mana, but constant human. Mm-hmm. What was this one? Mm-hmm. And we get this thing, like with 3 LP is actually very realistic. In trade, I think even 4 LP is realistic. 1.3k. It's pretty good. But yeah, 3 LP is okay as well. It's not a good base, and base chest is kind of important. But that do get a bunch of stuff that kind of makes up for that. It has some armor. It has some strength that also gives you armor. A bit of res. So you kind of make up for not having a base. You can get some giga regen. Like 100, let's say 120 lightning res. You get 60 mana regen. 60 mana regen is a lot. It's like 2 tier 5 rolls or something. We have some mana regen. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Does Epoch ever going to be on PS5? I think they want to put it on console at some point. I'm not really sure what is going to happen. Yeah, at least there's the best crafting system in genre. Yeah, it's about to get much better now. Okay, volcanoes.
Someone take food.
Okay. I need to AFK 1 minute, guys. Maybe. That's one sec. Turns out some food arrived. So I'm gonna be eating. I also had a angry dog at my shoe trying to steal it. So I was a bit delayed. Alright. So that's what we got here. Schnitzel. And some stuff. Apparently he was in the mood for some German batch, please. Apparently there's like some restaurant somewhere nearby. Okay. So. Okay, I just want to finish going through the legendaries here. And I'm more important actually interested in seeing any set changes, because I want to go through all set items to learn if there's any sets that actually make any sense. There's no strife from Jura. I mean, they buffed health regen, so they nerfed this a bit. I guess that makes sense. You can get a lot of health regen actually, including from Lagon Blessing. Isn't this like a special drop from Amberoth or something? If I'm not mistaken. This time. What do you mean at this time? Is there a bad time for Schnitzel or what? I don't think so. Okay, here we go, Forgotten Knight. They actually decided to buff some of the items directly, but not the actual percent bonus. Here, 50 void pen for 75. Dude, that seems actually cracked. 50 void pen for Time Rod. Can you actually make a build that is like entirely based on Time Rod? Is that like a thing? I don't know much about the void guys. But it seems kind of insane if you get this as a set bonus. Emerald is definitely built. Okay, yeah, I haven't checked the Sentinel stuff yet. We're gonna do that soon. Okay, Halvars. It's kind of random that they're updating some of these set items, but I guess, you know, if you actually have them as like a twink item or whatever. $20 cold and 20 physical spell damage on the 2-piece set. Like, this is actually really nice, you know, just like that. And this is staff and boots. Okay, wait, and relic. This is Amulet, ring, ring. Time rod changes to stacks was a huge buff. It's max like it's 12. You don't want weak time rods overriding. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure like how you get like big and weak time rods or so. I mean, all of these set bonuses are really good. And I mean, you're gonna get some stats, right? From crafting the epic shards. So it's not just that you have to give up some prefixes. It's always a prefix, I think, right? And I think in some cases they said it's a suffix. So to give up three items, for example, 1 stat each, to then get a set bonus like this. But you also craft a certain stat on it. Helm, body armor, glove. Two per endurance threshold per strength. 2 endurance threshold per strength. That 2 and 3 piece is very good. 30 strength man as a free set. I think a T7 strength per all is 24 on a chest. Yeah, of the bear. Okay, 5% increased melee cold damage per 10 health region, up to 1500%. So this is a one-handed sword and a relic. Okay. So to play Sentinel, you can't go for this like, you know, Forge Guard, two-handed and shield thing. So in order to reach the 1500% cap, you need 300 stacks of 10 health region. 3000 health region. What? I could imagine that maybe like Paladin or whatever on Sentinel maybe has some stuff, or Druid as well, right? Where you have like an active ability and it gives you like a temporary boost, like a big boost, right? I think there's some stuff like that. It's enough, yeah. Have to check what's there in terms of health region and so on. They probably changed all these things anyway, so you're gonna see it in the patch notes. Pretty sure they left nothing untouched that has to do with health region. Kinda neat. Just straight up +2 minion, +2 curse, so 2 set pieces. It'll be very interesting to see the actual shards that come from this. Some of them might have like really good shards that you can also use to craft a good stat on your gear. You know, a fresh character for next season? Yes. Okay, not necessarily. You can play all the characters, and all the content is there. But if you want to participate in the economy and play with others and so on, then they're all going to be on the season. Actually, kind of interesting thing here. It seems to be actually like a relatively high level set with good bases and all. I wonder if it's actually like a playstyle for Trippin. But it didn't change anything here with the set bonus anyway. Lead luck to the this is helm and staff. Dude, it feels like the first time I see these items. Like some of them I vaguely remember. But you know, the first thing I always do when I start a new character and make a new filter is hide all set items. It's always the first rule. Oh man. Holy shit. One spellish, but 2 int. That's actually insane. I think it's one of those that is showed off, right? Now Sabertools has everything updated, including stat charts. Oh, nice. I'm gonna keep this open for later. And we're gonna continue with the comparisons. Oh, that was actually it. So these are all the side bonus they did change. Interesting. Item faction updates. Okay, we can go back to this, yeah, I guess. So they do some changes now to the item factions. So they actually changed surprisingly few set bonuses. So they nerfed like this Milafria a little bit. And this, what is the other one? Melee scaling thing. Shattered Lance. The bear thing seemed kind of good with the strength. Points for Observatory and Bazaar are now unlocked when joining an item faction in the Keeper's Camp. Added several new prophecies for killing nemesis and champions. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So there are small Weaver idols. So you can actually have Weaver idols in every slot. There's 1 by 1, 1 by 2, and 2 by 1. And then the class specific ones that you can actually change. Okay, so everything can be Weaver idols. Added runes of weaving as a possible prophecy reward. Wait, what about the other things? The other glyph and rune. Lens balancing. Increases chance to find prophecies to 20% for the enhancing lens. Refracting lens rhyme favor cost increased to 105. Favor cost increased to 110. Okay, this actually made it like slightly inefficient. These are the lenses where you have like twice as many users for your prophecies, or they give twice as many rewards. So usually they went for both of them, and then you needed to roll fewer prophecies. But it costs a lot more. The new lens to the observatory to block all events except monolith. Okay, merchant skill. There's now a minimum listing price of 500 gold and a maximum listing price of 1.5 billion gold. There's now 15% of listing price tax or 500 gold, whichever is higher, paid for by the buyer. In this line for 500 gold, the person claim will pay 1000 gold or 500. In this line for 1 million gold, the person player will pay 1.15. Tax applied after the listing gold cap is enforced. If you list an item for 1.5 billion gold, the purchase price will be the intended 1.725. Tax is not included in display value for items you listed yourself. Interesting. Dude, the tariffs are everywhere, I guess. Even in last epoch. 15%. Was this previously a thing at all? No, right? Player-to-player trade. Direct P2P trade has been removed. Okay, so you can still do the resonance thing. Putting it to traders. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense since they wanted to just keep the economy stable. I think I had a problem both in Season 0 and in Season 1. That the economy at some point was like super fucked up. Because there was like, you know, some duping and bugs and some RMT going on and so on. So this helps with that. Without really like, really blocking the system. Okay, gamepad updates. Okay. Gamepad targeting. Okay. Quality of life and other changes. Master respec. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Now it's kind of hilarious to think that PoE 2 can now say we came out with Ascendancy respec before last Epoch did Mastery respec. Because this is gonna launch on Thursday, and I guess the PoE patch will be like right the day before or something. Respecing your master will also reset your passive points. The cost to respec a mastery scales from 100 gold at level 1 to 1 million gold at level 100. It's combined with the price for respecing all allocated passive points. Okay, so that's just the mastery costs that much. Okay, how much gold do I have? That's actually... I'm not sure if I still have my recording some of my last Epoch practice runs, maybe. Did I spend a lot of gold? I don't think I spent a lot of gold. But let's see how much we have here. Does the patch look any good? Yeah, this is like the craziest patch. Okay, I have 1.6 million gold. Level 92. And I already did some respecking. So basically, if I don't spend any gold, I can do it at probably any point. You know?
Your webcam is zooming on you that much.
Why?
But it seems like you're going inside the webcam. You see? What did you change?
Yeah, that's just... Like, I can try to set it up again. Better angle. But this will be later.
Did you like the schnitzel?
No, it's okay. But nothing special.
Yeah, I agree. I was very disappointed.
Go, man. Go.
You have a letter somewhere from.
I know. Keyboard movement, experimental. 1 second, guys. I need to take care of Melon. Okay. That was easy. Alright. Are Twitch subs on? Yeah, there will be Twitch subs with the release. I'm not sure what exactly, but there will be something. I know that. You still have to watch that video, by the way, from Judd. Get into X. Can enable keyword movement in gameplay settings in settings. Keyword movement has a different set of default hotkeys. Keyword movement control mapping is independent of point and click movement. This means changes to one set of controls won't affect the other. You can adjust how movement skills behave with keyword movement, such as specifying that all movement skills follow your cursor instead of your character's direction. Channel abilities that force continuous movement, like warpath, will move towards the cursor if a WSD direction is not held. This ensures mechanical parity between input modes. Yeah, so for me, the important thing is that I can do both at the same time. Can I do normal mouse and keyboard, and then also just press WSD to move? That will be important. And if that's the case, that's gonna be huge. Because especially in last Epoch, man, there's like so much like random crafting they can do while running and whatever. What makes LE different from PoE? Much better crafting, much better balance, much less to do. But the last part is getting a lot better. The inventory now has multiple tabs for storing different types of items. It has to be hidden initially, but will be unlocked once you loot or are gifted the relevant items. The Transfer Materials button has moved below the items and is now labeled Transfer. Transferring items will move all transferable items from the items to the associated stash white storage. Move macros will transfer to their tab, which can hold an unlimited number. Keys will transfer to their associated stash white tab. Resonance will transfer to the gifting tab. Okay. Auto storing. Added option to send certain items straight to storage when you pick them up. This includes common shards, common runes, common glyphs, rare shards, rare runes, rare glyphs, keys, and woven echoes. Players can toggle the setting on or off. Yeah, I really want to turn this off, of course. This is actually huge quality of life, dude. The auto storage. Increase item pickup rates by 40%. You trigger an item outside the pickup range and begin moving towards it. This movement now stops when you pick up the item. Previously, you continued to the item's original location. Holding control and then holding alt will show a comparison of the alternate item. Nice. Seasonal announcement system. Added in-game seasonal announcement for the following scenarios. All hardcore deaths with a top 100 ladder position. Oh, I love it already. Or character level 100. First to reach each level. First Aberroth kill, first Uber Aberroth kill. Oh man. Okay. Seasonal announcements are only seen by players in the same game mode challenge group. Okay. Very cool. Nude filter changes. Okay. Dude, I love these like server-wide announcements. They're really amazing. Big one, this might just be a bug, like a display bug or something. Try to log in and out again or something. Rarity conditions now function identically between loot filters and stash priorities. I don't remember that part. Normal magic is sound unique legendary set key. Legendary items can now be matched by loot filters. If you have a hide all rule in loot filter, make sure to add a show legendary rarity to above it. The common rare distinction for shards, runes, and glyphs is the same distinction that defines what color the item level is. You can now optionally specify min-max legendary potential out of Weaver's Will. Weaver's Will min-max will only be compared against unique and legendary erased items. Legendary potential min-max will only be compared against non-erased unique items. Before set items will only be matched if that is selected as a rarity. Wait, non-erased unique items. So the new erased items do not have the chance for legendary potential? I guess they're all Weaver's Will, I guess. Legendary erased items. Okay, so they're all Weaver's Will. Okay. Before set items will only be matched if set is selected as a rarity. Rarity is always applied if anything other than none is selected. Okay, character stats panel. Okay. Bug reporter. F8, guys, if you see a bug. Game guide. Miscellaneous changes. Double-clicking a character tile will now log you into the character. Add a notification when attempting to buy something from the Soul Gambler with full inventory. Add a gameplay menu option to disable the automatic consumption of health potions when the build is full. And the player's health below max. Huh. Exalted personal items now use the exalted label color. Prices in shops and gamblers will be red if you cannot afford the item. I should now display if an affix is a prefix or a suffix. How would I do that? I guess there can be like a little distinction, right? We have prefix and suffix here. Okay. That's nice. Wait, how does the merging work anyway? When I looked into my legacy characters, they had like no faction at all. Like I had like 12 on COF and it's just gone. So can I actually force this or something? If you go here, for example. Solo as fuck, guys. Yeah, everything is 0. Circle of Fortune 2. Everything's empty. Aha. Merge the previous cycle materials and resources with your legacy ones. This includes gold, materials, shared stash, unlocks like blessings, and total faction ranks. Faction ranks are merged by using highest rank for each faction. So few stuff here actually. Where's the rest? This is my only stash, you know. I mean, I press the button, I know. That's what happens. Okay, I have like no favor, but at least the ranks are here. Okay. Anyway. Localization. Okay. Are the hardcore characters converting into softcore and now properly unlock the hardcore characters' blessings for your softcore characters? Improved hit tracking for projectiles in online mode. Okay. Added new item quests, which offers the return of Gambler's Fantasy. I wonder why they're bringing it back. Why did they remove it in the first place? I think there was like some skill that was like super OP with or something, right? Target dummies such as those available at Champion's Gate no longer have damage for enemies when hit. Potions now reset to maximum when returning to a town zone or an endgame zone. Fixed an issue where one-shot caches would sometimes not drop loot. Increase speed of item gambling for gold or souls by 1140%. Okay. And speed for gambling for favor by 500. Okay. Very good. Historical letters have been moved to the last Epoch website and are no longer available in-game. Change the default value of move to melee attack to be disabled. There's now a new quest in Study of Time that involves a unique enemy that can be found in a Valorant College. The quest Hidden Gems has a new quest step. Remove the town chat channel. Visual and sound updates. We began a long-term overhaul of all the player combat sounds, starting with the Acolyte. Primary goal is to enhance the weight and visual feel of combat, most notably of the skills. Okay. Cool. enemies and NPCs. Increase the visibility of imprisoned spire projectile indicators and reduce the fall speed slightly. Improve the visuals for the soul generator puddles in the Abomination boss fight. Last Go Living has a new model. Falling enemies have had a size adjusted. Mortal Hunter. Decaying Spriggan. Okay. Several enemies and NPCs have updated animations, including but not limited to Flame Paladin, Symbol Guardian. Okay. Desiccated corpses now have emerged visual effects. Okay. Voice acting. Okay, environment and sounds. Update the waypoint visuals and effects. Overhaul the layout of the ground lake to make it shorter. Improve general ground textures. Improved vegetation. Improve the reality zones visuals. What? Okay, lots of nice graphical updates, it seems. New music. New MTX type. And a few new types of MTX: skill effects, evade effects, and footstep effects. 35 skill effects, 7 evade effects, 2 new footstep effects. Evade effect is actually kind of a cool idea. Sounds like a big update to their in-game shop. That's good. New supporter packs. Okay. So a bunch of stuff. MTX improvements. New 3D preview. Okay. On May 2nd, 2025, the Eternal supporter packs will leave the shop permanently. New Epoch point store items. Lots of stuff. Bug fixes. Oh boy. We already saw some. Reduce FPS hitches related to enemies, including when spawning enemies in echoes. That's very good. Clean up and optimize the models of furry bosses, mini bosses, and enemies. Improve performance on pathway panel. Inventory, stash, forge panel, stash. Okay. Reduce starting to enemies loading into scenes in offline mode. Okay. Fix any features of Minimus in Last Refuge outskirts. Fix a couple of cases in lightest pits where random encounters could spawn too close to spires. Okay. Yeah, it's also like random little bugs, but it's good to know if there's like some important stuff. Bug fixes enemies. That's gonna be a big list, I guess. Let's see. Fix the Harbinger of Hatred's overhead slam visuals not always lining up with the actual ability timing. Harbinger of Hatred, huh? Which one is that? Don't recall. Fix Fractal. Fix Agenda starting with some abilities. Capacity and build guides are jacked. Yeah, they're probably updating right now. That's why. I guess it's probably because they're like changing to the new data and stuff. Can happen that something is like a bit of a hiccup there until this is fully done. I know that they're working on it earlier, the devs. Heartsiger looks super cool. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I guess it always comes down to like what is the data like exactly. Because I'm not sure like actually like data mining the game right now. I guess they probably got the green light to like use the CT client to then update the planner and stuff. And who knows, maybe they changed some stuff, that needs to be fixed manually. Okay. But I did not see very much today. Or not stream like later tonight today. Okay, bug fixes gamepad. I'm not gonna go for that. Bug fixes UI. A lot of the art for different items got changed. Interesting. Am I doing a Master podcast? We're doing a last Epoch podcast on Sunday, actually. And I think Lizard will be there, Tarek. Yeah, a few of the guys, basically. Oh, I see there's an interview with Frosty LaRue and the devs. In 7 minutes. Should we watch that? I guess we watch it. We've gone through like a lot of patches now, it's just like missing a lot of class changes still. Which arguably are some of the biggest changes. Oh my god, bug fix monolith. New AI scaling. I'm kind of fine actually with the UI, but maybe I'll try it. Wait, can you now actually make a portal go out? You're doing a run in Echoes and then go back in? It's just a rest area. Because I think previously it was just kicking you out, right? And I'm gonna wait until Elite Dev Talk. Now we can just watch it here. And it starts in a few minutes. I guess we're gonna just check it out. And I wanna just listen as well. Let's see. Yeah. ESG podcast. Look, that's me.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
So is he's doing this together with Frosty or something? Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep this here on the side so I know when it's starting. can do this actually. Easy. Okay. So now we're waiting still.
Longer than a second. That didn't take that long. That didn't take that long. All right. 1 minute. No, it wasn't that long. All right, let's get these. Let's call them in. Check some cameras and see how we are. 1 minute. It was less than a minute. It was for sure less than a minute. Start voice call. All right.
Test, test, test.
Hello,
Second.
I hear you.
Hello.
I can't hear anything. Let's see.
I haven't switched the screen on yet. Let's see if we get the cameras in.
Oh. Oh my god. Okay.
Mike, I like your shirt. Look at that.
Professional though.
There we go. There we go.
All right,
Mike got
virtual.
170 buttons unbuttoned.
Okay, virtual cameras
There we
good.
go.
Mike's good. Frosty good. Carve's good. Judd, Ross.
Working on it. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, I think I might have actually did this correctly. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's test the scene. Let's test the scene. Judd, Ross, Carve, Mike, Aaron, Frosty. Holy crap, I actually guessed it right. I can't believe it. Okay, so before we actually start, we're going to do audio check. Everybody, we weren't able to do a dry run of this. So we are going to start with each person from EHG talking about their morning routine, starting with Judd. Judd, what's your morning routine?
Morning routine. Usually I get up and I read the news. I have this this one little news digest that comes to me called the Morning Brew that I read every morning. I do that and then I go to Slack. We see if everything is going well within the studio. Take my daughter to school. My oldest daughter's 15 now. My youngest is 2. Yeah.
Okay.
You still
Chat.
checking?
No, your audio is good. Chat is just saying
Okay,
that
great.
there is an echo. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Cat is yelling about echo.
What do you
So,
mean? Nobody's yelling about echo. Hold on a second.
I see some caps locking.
No, I don't see anything like that. 1 second.
Testing for echoes.
All right. Better?
Test.
No?
Ollie says it's still echoing. Is it on my side? Somebody else talk and see if there's an echo.
There shouldn't be
It
any double
sounds-
sources. Hold on a second.
It sounds totally fine in the call.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no problems. in
Okay.
Discord.
Okay.
All right. Hold on a second. Gosh, guys, drive me crazy. All right. Let's do this. Kill.
Apparently the echo is not specific to Judd.
I got it. I think.
Yeah, you're listening something. I'm assuming you're using OBS. You're probably just listening to the stuff twice there somewhere.
The nature camera. It's not the nature camera. Carve is still echoing. What about now?
Or say something. So when I wake up to alarm, I usually sleep past it because I put it at like 9 a.m. but, like,
Ellie is delayed again.
Yeah, still echoing. Okay.
What in the world? Hold on.
Carve's alarm clock that does that whenever we have delays. It's Carve's alarm clock.
Must be OBS.
Oh yes, of course.
Why would there be an echo on there?
The
All
paging's
except
not
Aaron
skewed,
is
it's like-
echoing. It's got to be Discord. It's got to be something
Yeah.
in Discord.
kind of nice though, since like if I sleep after 9 a.m. to like 10 or 11, it doesn't really matter too much because the workday usually starts like 6 p.m. my time. So
Test input.
I got some leeway there.
It's true. It's true. Quite a lot.
I could switch this to headset. I knew we should have tested this beforehand. It echoed during the patch notes also. It's unbearable. All right, hold on, guys. Okay, hold on. I'm going to kill the scene. 1 second, guys. It's not that bad. No. It's for sure. We definitely do not want an echo. Hold on a second. Let me go to the second scene. More ads. Okay, this was the scene. Hold on, guys. There's an echo here, right?
Filters are used to place the Weaver's constructed realities into the echo web,
Oh,
which take form as and are called woven echoes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this scene also has it without Discord. All right. So that means
Okay, let's just watch it like this while I'm gonna keep going through the patch notes, so we can watch and read. We'll see if I find anything. Yeah, I was just saying, I saw Frosty already in some other podcasts and stuff. He's been doing a few of these with other
Town
people.
Portal podcast normally has no echo. Switch to that. This is what I was literally saying it before stream. We're doing it live because we didn't get a chance to set it up. I blame Windows 8 or Windows 11. No, it's not Windows' fault. I said we're monitoring 6 cameras with 6 audio sources. Okay, so right now when I talk, it is echoing. Is that correct? Right now when I talk, it's echoing? No. Okay, so it's only when I play a video.
Woven echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes. Glimpses into the Weaver's new...
It's just very intense, guys.
Okay.
It's a very intense patch.
So it's the game source.
Sad Spark, Sorg died. There's plenty of other stuff.
We'll get it. Just give me a second. Well, can't say that I don't feel embarrassed. It's a freaking nightmare. Add. Game. Okay.
world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to last Epoch's
No, I'm not
Oh my god, it's so
rebooting
loud.
it.
endgame.
So I thought that
Still?
he was only Carve was echoing, no? I think it was only one guy. It was all of them echoing. I don't know what he's doing exactly.
Okay, so I'm checking why this scene. Why would this scene?
Drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be
Yeah.
purchased from the Woven
My god, it's so loud.
NPC mask. Woven
All of
echoes
them.
will provide new challenges and objectives.
Yeah, you must have some audios. I mean, it's very easy to see, guys. If he's using OBS, look, I can literally watch myself talk here. I can see my Chrome audio. And he probably has something like this. I have a Chrome audio here and desktop audio. You see, this is the same. Desktop has like everything basically, but it's muted.
Turn the volume down.
And he probably doesn't have that or something.
Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Abroth is only accomplishable.
Yeah, this is like my game right now. You know, I'm not there, but if I go in the game now, you see down, this is like going up and so on. So he probably messed something up there.
It sounds bad.
I can find my leveling guide build. It's all one planner for the array type exclamation mark build.
Well,
There's a lot of notes and stuff you can
a lot
check.
of people watching a train wreck. Settings or speaker.
I'm not sure how to help him there. Like his chat is getting giga spammed. And I've never talked to Aaron,
No way. Do you really
so I doubt he would like see a Discord message of mine or something. So
Reboot Streamlabs. Oh no. Oh no. Sourcing 2 audios? No, it shouldn't be sourcing 2 audios. There's only one. Just hurry up and do it. Oh.
step in into the interview.
Extra
I mean, I
copies
could.
of Last Epoch at the end of the stream. All right, ending.
I'm not sure how they
stream.
selected these people, but
Oh,
okay.
how brutal. I just feel so sad. All right, we will fix it and reboot. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Uninstall PO2. Stop it. Stop it.
I mean, if he's fast, you can like, catch the stream actually. So what I would do in his position now, I would task manager, kill the OBS, like, you know, the streaming program here. Because if you don't end the stream, Twitch will allow you to reboot in like the next, I think, 90 seconds. And you will keep the people there. And the timer will continue and so on. So you shouldn't press end stream. And then like just fix it in 90 seconds and come back. That's the strat. Unlucky, I guess. He did end the stream. For some reason, timer is going though. Yeah. But he's using Streamlabs. I'm not familiar with Streamlabs. I guess it has a similar layout as, you know, the OBS here that I'm using. I know some people use this, but I've never tried it. Maxwell guide for OBS. When you DJ at big events, you're always worried. Is that actually an issue? OBS hasn't really changed in a long time. What do you mean it's gonna be outdated? There's not really big updates. The interview is starting 11 minutes ago. He's using an audio mixer Apple device. Yeah, OBS does make it relatively easy. Like here I can just add audio sources actually. And I can just select a certain program, for example. So all I have to do is I have to mute my overall desktop audio, which kind of catches everything. So I don't know, my Spotify. So you see this is playing now. But it's also here. So here you can just select the source window. So you can select Spotify, I can select Chrome, I can select Discord, and I can put them all on audio tracks like this. So this is very comfy actually. But on top of this, I also have these virtual audio cables, which is mostly for the recordings though. So I bought like a program for this, where I get like basically fake audio tracks. Yeah, this is also the reason why my audio always breaks when I launch PoE, because PoE never remembers it for some reason. But yeah, I have like this cable A, B, C, D, and basically these are just other audio tracks, and then you just go to your sound settings and select listen to this device. But basically it allows you to like have more tracks when you like record. So I have one track for my microphone, one for the game, one for the Discord, and one for everything else, kinda. So I can like split the audio. Yeah, that's really good. But for just the stream, you actually don't need that. Actually, we can keep playing the music until he's back, huh? He's not back yet. I gotta say, the first time I set up my audio tracks like this, that was an actual nightmare. Not only that, but because I'm doing the dual streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it was even more of a nightmare. Because you see here, I have like different sources. I have like this is like my main source, Twitch, out. So this is like what I have selected. If I click on something else, it will change. So we get to, I don't know, screen capture only. You see only this, PodCam, and so on. This is like my different scenes. And you have the YouTube out. I also have X here, but I'm not really using that. It's basically a copy of YouTube. But for example, on my YouTube, I don't play my Spotify music. So this track, for example, is not there on YouTube. And for this, I have like a plugin here where you can do like these multi-streams. Here's YouTube. I didn't add X yet since I haven't touched it in a while. And yeah, like here's like also these things. Basically, I have many scenes set up here. Like there's my camera, here's my game or my screen. And they all kind of feed into these other scenes here. So this is here, basically. This is like the detail of the scene, and these are the scene, the multiple scenes. So here you see that we have these individual pieces. Yeah, that was a fucking nightmare to set up, actually. But once you have it once, that's fine. Don't you do this podcast all the time? How did I mess it up? I actually have no idea about Aaron and podcasts. DJ Woody. Yeah. You always have to remember, like, I also had to set it up again recently with my sound settings and stuff, and then I didn't remember one detail, and it took me like fucking an hour to figure it out, and then it was like such a simple thing. It's always like this. Like, it's complicated, like, because you don't really touch it in a long time. But if you have to set it up again, kind of know how to do it, but then you miss one thing, and it gets very annoying. Do you change audio setting for individual games? No, basically every time I can, I go in-game settings and then I just choose this. Yeah, I have cable B is my game setting, my game sounds, and this will automatically like put this to the right track on my OBS and to the right track on my recordings, and it's fine. So this is how I have this set up. And the same with my Discord. My Discord is set to cable C. Cable D I don't really use, but it's there in case I need it. And cable A is my microphone. So it just records there. And that's basically it. I did not already cook a Heartseeker build finally. From what you heard, they kind of just threw Aaron a bone giving him this interview. Okay, yeah, I don't really know much about Aaron action RPG, to be honest, so. But he's offline for a surprisingly long time. In fact, for some reason we have a timer here that says stream uptime, which is actually stream downtime. For some reason it started counting as soon as he went offline. Well, more patch notes, I guess. Hope Aaron's PC didn't just die like Raxus did. Ooh. Wait, when did that happen? I don't think his PC died or something. I mean, PC's... I mean, I don't know. It seemed like he was fine. It was just like some sound issue, so... However, speaking of PCs, have you heard of Starforge Systems? They make pretty great PCs. They usually don't just die. And they come at good prices with neat designs. So maybe check those out if you're looking for something new, with my link that's pinned here. Or exclamation Starforge PCs. They have some pretty neat machines. And a spring sale already going. So maybe you can snatch some nice sale there. They are beautiful, yes. Asman's company. I think he's no longer there since he said something at some point, and then there was a bunch of like outrage, and then he left or something, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a part of leadership. Okay. I don't know what he said, to be honest. I just know there was some outrage about something. I didn't really follow it. Also, I'm talking shit. Exactly. He's typing in the wrong fucking chat. We must go in deep and apologize. People are taking things too far. Okay. The only thing wild to me is I used to watch Aslan Raid Mythic WoW. Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't like retail, right? And also, like, I mean, I would probably still play WoW retail, but I think like classic more, you know. I mean, I don't really do WoW these days. I do like Mythic Plus blasting a lot. Not that much the raiding, but Mythic Plus is cool. Ooh. He tried restarting his Windows update. I had one last night. I can actually believe it. If he's on Reason 11, he probably has an update. If he didn't do it last night. He finally unfollowed, removed any recommendations for him. Okay. I don't really watch Asman. I have seen here and there like some things or some videos or so. But yeah. I had to update from Windows ME. He's a gamer who hates every single game. That sounds like a pretty shitty situation to be in, to be honest. I'm not gonna cancel someone for one bad take out of 100 good ones. I do agree. Like, he does talk a lot of shit, But also he does have some good takes. But you never know what you're gonna get. So that's like my impression of Asmon. I'll turn the broadcast. I had like some sound issues. I'm waiting right now. He's turned on a right-wing grifter. Screw him. Oof. Yeah, right wing is like very much in fashion right now in US, right? AFD. Actually, how much did they win? I think they were second, right? Fuck, dude, 20.8. Holy. That is a lot. We are waiting, yes. 16 minutes. You know what? We're doing a little plug. Exclamation mark, Sapphire East. Have you heard about those? Another of my sponsors. Actually, also one of my fans who's behind this. Isaac, you might have seen in my chat. He's also been gifting subs here and there lately and stuff like that. He has his little travel agency called Sapphire East that makes travel to Japan not only possible, but a delight. So if you're interested in like a trip, holidays, even immigration, business trips, whatever, you should go check them out. They're like local. They have many languages. You know, they're experienced in like all kinds of travel requests you can have. So you can actually book a request here, for example, with anything you want, and even like custom requests and all that stuff. He actually invited me to go to Japan, which I'm gladly gonna do at some point, hopefully this year or something. So that's gonna be really cool. Maybe you're gonna see me stream from Japan sometime, guys. I always wanted to go there. But if you're looking for something for the summer or, you know, who knows when, I should go check them out. Sapphire East. I'm gonna link this for the YouTube guys as well. Yeah, Japan. It's like one of these like really cool exotic destinations. I always had this on my bucket list, but I never went there. I went to China once. That was half my life ago, actually. Yeah, I had like a student exchange for like 2 weeks. I actually learned some Mandarin for a year in school. Don't go to Japan in summer. I guess it depends on where exactly. At least the last day and nights or time zone difference doesn't matter. Well, actually, he said he might be able to like, you know, organize something so I could like stream there, but of course, you know, I would go there and like actually like see stuff, right? But at least I could do something. So we'll see. Haven't really made any concrete plans. But that was a really nice gesture from Isaac. That explains my nick. It mildly does actually, Wing. Travel vlog? We'll see. Tokyo is in the top 3 of favorite cities. I'd really like to see it in person. Moody, do you, Rob, and Elon get together for meetings about cheating in games and talk about American right-wing ideas? Actually, we don't. I don't really have anything to do with Rob or Elon. So. No more PoE 2. I will do some more PoE 2. I just wanted to finish a few things with my character, and then also wanted to log into my Ranger from last league, actually, since they buffed Stormcaller Arrow. I'm gonna try out some things there. Maybe I can update a guide. It's still a lot, man. 20 minutes. China is such a beautiful country. Yeah, I see stuff there, and like some of these cities and some of the stuff that is going on there, it seems like so crazy futuristic. It's actually crazy. In some places, Chinese are like super advanced. We got a new tag for Lightning Spear. Insane damage now. What is a new tag? Crown of Ice and Threaded Light. What the hell is Threaded Light? Focus. Increase spell damage per 100 spirit. This doesn't seem too impressive. I mean, let's say you have like a big chest and a big amulet, like 200 spirit. So that's 240. And Crown of Ice gives you 150 of that, right? No, it's actually 1-to-1. Doesn't seem that crazy. Yeah, I know the helm. But it doesn't seem that crazy. I mean, the stats are not bad on this thing, actually. 15 more attributes, some AS. But yeah, no life, no res. Minus res, in fact. No shield. Like, I would much rather just go Chernobog's Pillar, honestly. I think you should just equip Chernobog. I think this is not gonna be noticeably much less damage. You get a helm back, and you have a shield. And you have 5 ton of res. Like, this is actually something I want to use. Because you can easily get to like 40% block or something with like a few points. The block nodes are really powerful on the ranger side. Is it real DPS or POB DPS? It's mostly dead DPS, actually. Like running around like this, like with no shield at all, and no helm, basically. Like, you're gonna run around with like your 2k life. Like, I'm already one-shotting everything in T18 maps with bonus monster life and delirium. Like, what the fuck do I do with more damage right now? Besides killing the boss like 3 seconds faster. So... POB warriors are a thing. They are, actually. Yeah, I don't like this tag at all. I disapprove, I gotta say. Sorry. But it's something to keep in mind for later. Mage. Do we have Mage? Dude, I have like no emotes. What's going on? Yeah, we're waiting, guys. We're waiting. I need a boss comparison video, like I did with Spear. What? Wait a few days and everyone will be switching to it. Yeah, and then everyone will come to my chat and ask me, hey, I just did this switch here. I have the Crown of Ice and this... What the fuck was it called? Branded Light. And now I'm dying all the time on T50 maps. I get one shot constantly. I have 1700 life. Oh, by the way, also no block chance. And my evasion is like 60. What can I do? This is the people that will come to me. And I will explain to them, yeah, don't follow that shit. Equip a shield. And all your problems are gone. So, I don't know what to say. Sorry. Podcast down, let's go back to PoE. I could finish the patch notes here. Actually, I should update my plan about the edit. How about that? Wait. I think you have to do a bit of respecking and stuff, because if you start out, you want to take this damage stuff here. Let me check in-game, actually. You have 3 KS and 70 life. 3 KS and 70 life is very good. But I'm not sure where that's supposed to come from. You double that? Nah, 3 KS and 70 life is more than fine. If you can get that done with some evasion at least. If you don't have evasion, then you're fucked. So I can do this, I can do this, and this will be respec later. This can be done later. I pick this. Pick the spear nodes. Yeah, all these evasion nodes and crit nodes are basically at the end. Can do Herald of Thunder later. This stuff. Okay, let's do it. Ah, shit. Yeah. There's something you want to pick up rather late, I guess. So you could go down and take this cluster. Accuracy, attack speed. Go take this here for now. Maybe at this point we kind of want to start getting a crit. Although it's this. It's like near the end of campaign. Near the end of campaign means you're gonna have Herald of Thunder. Which means you're gonna do this. So the shock and this stuff. Okay, do this next. And I think maybe now is the time. Go for this. Go for this. Go for this. This. It's like level 80, 78 actually. Yeah, I do agree with that, Wang. 2k life, 3k yes. But with those two Ines equipped, getting there sounds really rough. Plus keeping a bit of evasion as well. Like you also want to keep probably like, you know, 50 plus evasion or so. Like you need some serious gear for this. I kind of didn't pick the jewel, I realized. Fuck. We can take the block later. I think this is fine to keep for now. I should go for the crit. So I think now it's like time for respec. How do I do this? Edit history, record the respec. Remove this. We do this. We do this. What?
Series about to start.
About to start. I don't hear anything. Okay.
Really? Maybe.
And actually RPG went live. Pork. Okay. So now we're kind of late here. I think I have everything right. I'm missing this accuracy thing. And then the block. And this is level 95. That's actually what I am. Okay, easy clap. Didn't I already make something? Well, let's do it again. We can do crit. Crit chance, crit bonus. Actually kind of big. Thank you. Kind of that. Magnitude. 20% magnitude of damaging elements. Ah, shit. Let's do a pen. Wait, it says it's live. Wait, we have to do F5? Oh.
See how everything sounds. Judd, how are you doing today?
Okay.
I'm doing very well, Aaron. How are you doing today?
Good. Can everybody hear Judd without an echoing ring?
Hello, hello, hello.
Fixed. Perfect.
Oh, nice,
Great.
nice.
Grand,
Hey.
lovely, amazing. Hey, listen.
It's a quick fix, right?
Yeah, it was a really quick fix. I only had to restart my computer twice, rebuild 4 different scenes, get all the cameras set up, get the audio set up, get the name tag set up, then retest it, then reboot the scene. It only took a few seconds to get it going. Mike, can you tell me about your morning routine, sir, so I could test your audio?
Yeah, my morning routine is very boring. I roll out of bed and have a snack and turn on my computer. That's about it.
What about for breakfast? What do you eat for breakfast?
I get these like little things called Aussie Bites. And they're like, I don't know. There's like grains and seeds and stuff in them, and they're delicious. And
Okay.
have a little protein shake.
That sounds good. I like your shirt too. Everyone's gonna want one of those. Carve, talk to me about your morning routine.
I don't roll out of bed before I, stay there for at least a half an hour after waking up because I just can't get myself up.
So you would say you're more of a night person?
I mean, it's like almost midnight right now for me. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
It's like 1 a.m. when I go to sleep usually after a workday. So yeah.
Ross, what about your morning routine?
Well, at the moment, my routine is waking up at 1 p.m. because of time zones. And at the moment, it's very sunny in Scotland. So at the moment, I wake up, go to the beach, have a relax, then come back and start working.
You wait a second. You wake up and go to the beach every day?
Well, at the moment, yeah, like you need to take when there's good weather over here, you need to take advantage of it because there's not that much. So yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay, that is fair. Frosty, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm good. I wake up 3 a.m. Scotland time, go out, get my paper, come back in, put my pants on, get ready for work. You know, typical morning routine.
Just the normal stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, awesome.
I'm too loud.
You're a bit loud? I got you.
I don't know. One person said I'm loud, so yeah.
You're a little loud. I got you.
Well, all right. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Gentlemen, I think we are officially good to go. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 10 of the Town Portal podcast. I'm so excited today to have Judd, Mike, Ross, and Carve with us. This is the last tour of the Erased podcast. And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Today, we're going to be talking about all things Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, and maybe a little of the Beyond. Today, EHG might have broken a record with releasing 100 pages of patch notes, which is absolutely insane. I think we made it through like 1/3, 4 hours leading into this podcast, which is very, very cool. So we're going to be discussing that today. Frosty, why don't you say hello to everyone, sir, and do some introductions?
All right. This is the most people we've had on at once, so maybe I might lose breath here, but thanks, Aaron. I'm beyond hyped for today's episode because we've got not one, not two, not three, but four absolute legends from 11th Hour Games joining us. That's right, the brilliant minds behind what is arguably the best ARPG of all time, Last Epoch. First up, we've got Judd, the founder of 11th Hour Games and game director of Last Epoch. This man is an absolute gigachad. He'll give you a thumbs up if he catches you playing Last Epoch on the job, and honestly, that's the kind of leadership I can fully support. Next, we've got Ross, the creative director. He's the hero secretly pushing for your favorite specs to get massive buffs, all while allegedly rescuing puppies in his spare time.
True.
Then we have Mike, the senior technical game designer, Twitch streamer, and the proud holder of the best beer title 3 years running. Honestly, dude, I'm jealous. And last but not least, Carve, the man, the myth, the legend, a game designer who's been leaking so many exciting features from this upcoming patch. We're honestly just pumped to hear what you've got in store for us today. It is an absolute honor having you all here. Please say hi and introduce yourselves in case I missed anything.
Yeah, hey everybody. My name is Judd Kobler. I'm the game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. Really excited to chat with everybody today about the upcoming Season 2 release.
Hello, I'm Ross, creative director at EHG. I've been working in the game since, I think, the 0.7 series of patches, mostly just because I wanted to help out at that time, but then I officially joined later. I think it was 2022, something like that. I've worked on the design and front end of most of the game systems over the years.
Hello, I'm Mike. I'm a technical designer here, and yeah, been around most of the time. Not quite since the very start, but pretty close. Yeah, it's just thrilled about this new patch. It's always fun. I'm a big fan of patch day, and it's fast approaching.
Hi, I'm Carve, or I guess some people call me Ilkka, but nobody at the work, nobody can pronounce the name. And I'm just a nerd who apparently is worth listening to, I guess.
Very, very cool. Well, thank you guys for joining us today and give us the opportunity to share everything that's coming. We thought we would just rip the Band-Aid off with the first question. This is a question that's asked, or I guess more if it's a statement. There's a lot of buzz around Season 2. It's been 9 months in the waiting for this highly anticipated update. And we know that unfortunately, maybe in the past, EHG has suffered with some server problems. So knowing that there might be 100, 200, 300 people in my chat think you're going to have 500,000 concurrent players. We just kind of wanted to start with how servers are feeling, how confident is EHG with the amount of players that likely will be coming, and just see what you guys have done to plan for servers.
Yeah, our backend team is feeling really good. We've continued to improve our backend infrastructure since the launch of 1.0. You know, now we're doing this with live data and real scenarios, and that's allowed us to fortify these things under actual conditions that we'll see in the wild. We've done things like we've improved our monitoring capabilities, we've reduced our server memory spikes, we reduced the weight of servers just in general, and this, of course, we've also done a lot of stress testing and other things like scaling speed, ancillary service fail state mitigations, etc. And so, you know, and if anything does go awry with the servers at the launch of Season 2, we're all going to be at our battle stations ready to fix things very quickly. But yeah, feeling good in that regard.
Okay, so no one's taken off to play Last Epoch the day
There's
of
no
Last
vacations right now on the 17th.
We'll all be playing and sitting there and monitoring things very closely. So yeah, we'll be joining you guys on launch.
All right, great. So I've been seeing a lot of your promotional materials, the videos. Is it me, or is it looking a lot better graphically in this new season? Have you guys done any changes? What have you done? And is this something you're going to be continuing to do going forward?
Yeah. There's extensive updates in this regard. We do suspect that these will be noticeable. We've got this massive internal campaign going through and auditing all of the player animations and combat sounds and updating those. We're still replacing all of our enemy and VFX that aren't up to our new, much higher level of quality. And you'll be seeing a lot more of this in upcoming season releases as well. But yeah, with the release of Season 2, Last Epoch is looking and sounding better than it ever has, for sure. Ross, you've been working very closely in those pipelines. If there's anything specific you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, so yeah, as you mentioned, Judd, every season comes with visual upgrades as we update older content. Most of these improvements aren't generally attached to a specific season as a goal. We just continually work to improve visuals. There are some exceptions where we might target a specific large visual improvement project to a release, like when we updated the player shadows and lighting at 1.0, or when we added environmental variants to echoes. Updating the engine helps with our options here as well. In terms of VFX updates, we target both player VFX and enemy VFX for improvement. And depending on how old a particular effect is, reworking it can result in abilities looking better and performing better, and being clearer in terms of visual weight and clarity. I think visual clarity is always important, but especially so as you continue to add more complex mechanics to the game. On the sound effects side, it's a similar sort of thing there. We either update older sounds because the sound team have targeted that for improvement, or because there is a visual rework of something that, facilitates the need to update the sound there. On the environmental side of things, in terms of level design and textures, we are in the process of a big push there in terms of both the fidelity and clarity when it comes to things like ground textures and contrast, which has a big impact on overall readability when it comes to combat. So yeah, as Judd said, you'll continue to see improvements across the board here with each season.
Now, recently, EHG has done an engine upgrade, and you've basically gone to a newer version of Unity. Has that unlocked more potential for what you can do as designers?
There's certainly been...
Yeah. Go, John.
Yeah, there's certainly been aspects of the engine upgrades that gives us more insight into, what the code is doing to a deeper degree and what we are able to push going forward. There's upgrading the engine gives a lot of internal ability to improve things. Sometimes it does come with performance upgrades as well. Those are things that we're always excited about. And upgrading the engine is important and something that we do from time to time.
Okay, cool. 13 pages of bug fixes. How important were getting these bugs taken care of before Season 2?
Really important, right? We want people to know that we're going to be pushing higher and higher quality content as the studio and game mature. Lots of bug fixes coming in Season 2. And although there will likely always be some bugs floating around, we've got more dedicated resources for bug fixing than we ever have by a large margin. On that note, if you guys end up finding any bugs in game, please do use that in-game bug reporting system. It's super helpful to us. It gives us your logs and character information, which helps us find and fix bugs, literally 1,000 times faster. So if you guys see something, say something for sure, and it's always much appreciated.
Nice.
Cool.
So, I didn't get a chance to read all the notes, believe it or not. I think there's like 100 pages. Along with the 13 pages of bug fixes, I saw like massive amount of buffs for underused abilities. Now, I know this is just like a blanket question everyone can answer. Are you guys looking forward to any particular ability specifically that has been buffed to play with in this upcoming season? And everyone can answer one, what their favorite one is.
It's not buffed it's buffed slightly from a damage perspective, but we updated Lightning Blast to actually a chain, and that really helps. So rather than hitting all enemies at the same time, it sequentially changes, which makes it a lot more satisfying. I think there's a few affixes we've added for this as well, so I'll be trying Lightning Blast.
For me, I'm really excited to be trying out Symbols of Hope now that the functionality has changed. I think that's going to be a major improvement to the Sentinel's skill set. So really, really excited about Symbols.
There's some little buffs to Smelter's Wrath, and there's potential in them ability hills. So I'm looking forward to eventually what that's going to become.
For me, it's probably I'm most excited for turning Judgment's Consecrated Ground to Aura. Now that I don't need to dump my entire mana pool anymore, because that node got changed to not dump your mana pool anymore, and since Volatile Reversal doesn't immediately give your mana back all now, so you can actually use some other skills and don't need to worry about the Volatile Reversal stuff.
Carve, I know what you're doing. You're trying to bring a true RF to Last Epoch. Don't try and fool anybody. We know what you're doing. Come on.
We have a
we
couple
also get-
skills that are basically like Righteous Fire. That being one of them, and one of the uniques coming for Acolyte, I think gives you somewhat similar playstyle.
Oh boy. Frosty, I can tell you that I'm probably going to be the only content creator in the world that's going to be playing Summon Bear for my season start. We are going to make a Primalist Beastmaster Summon Bear build.
I mean, I'm probably going along with majority of people that I've talked to and just going Heartseeker because I love bows, and I'm so happy with that. I am so unbelievably happy with that. That's hands down what I'm going.
Very nice. All right, guys, I don't know who wants to tackle this question. I feel like once Season 2 comes out, there's going to be a lot of questions around this. WASD movement in beta form. What's the future of WASD in Last Epoch? Potential strafing, using right thumbstick to shoot as you move backwards. What's the kind of future vision of WASD?
Yeah, I can answer this one here. There's a lot on the table and a lot up in the air still what it's going to look like at the very end of the line of like when do we take that beta tag off of the feature type thing. It's such a feel dependent thing, so we need to make sure that the changes that we're making are things that feel good and things that feel good in Last Epoch specifically. So there's so many abilities that interact differently with this type of like input movement. And actually adding in active strafing to abilities is a huge power spike to a lot of situations. And so like it's on the table, but it is not guaranteed. So we are going to be testing things out and seeing what feels best. There's also like a lot of animation requirements for doing that. And we do have some new tools from animations coming down the pipe that are really big upgrades for the visual fidelity and also just how they feel in game when you're using them. It's going to help us make this feel a lot better going forward once we do get that beta tag off. I don't know if Ross has anything about that.
Yeah, there's a level design aspect to this too as well, where you need to, we need to adjust areas to feel good with WASD as well. We're doing that for all of the new areas that we're creating, so tombs and cemeteries, and in future seasons. But we will need to revisit some specific areas in the campaign and in Monolith as well to ensure that the level is laid out to work well with WASD.
Nice.
Cool.
I just got to get this out of the way first. This is a massive, massive patch, massive season. There's so much being added. Is everything that's being added now going to be permanent and also available for legacy servers?
Yeah, everything that we're adding right now is permanent content. We think it's very important to make sure that the game is stacked with fun content. And when we released 1.0, we didn't quite have enough to start to introduce temporary mechanics. Introducing temporary mechanics or systems with seasonal releases is likely something we'll do because there is large benefit to doing that. You can release something, have it tested, see what sentiment is like, and you don't have any commitment to keeping it in the game, or if people don't like it, you could of course pull it. So it is likely something that we end up doing long term, but right now, all of the content coming into the game is intended to be permanent, yeah.
Okay, great.
I think there's one exception. This isn't anything to do with actual content. It's just that the chat announcements, the seasonal chat announcements, do not happen in Legacy. So there's one difference.
Oh, yes.
Thing.
And what are those announcements going to be, Carve?
Probably gonna see me die in hardcore.
Oh, jeez. Loot Lizards got hit with a pretty big nerf, 40% reduction. What would people expect the loot increase to be? So right now you probably see a couple Loot Lizards almost every echo. Are we going to be super excited to see them from the loot that they drop?
I mean, they've got a ton of really great loot already. We're not actually buffing the loot on them a ton. There's a lot of new methods for you to get access to Loot Lizards. So you can spawn them in your echo webs through the Weaver tree. You can also There's the scale charm as well. So there's lots of new ways, and there's definitely not a bunch of pings happening right now that's distracting me or anything.
Yeah, you're telling me.
There's a lot of new ways to get access to the loot lizards when you really want them a lot. So you're still gonna be able to spawn a whole bunch of them, but they'll just spawn less consistently and just randomly, and you'll stumble across them a little bit less.
Yeah,
Nice.
one big point of feedback was that the loot lizards were like extremely saturated in campaign. So the reduction in amount of loot lizards you find is mostly notable on campaign because with the Beaver Tree, and then there might be a Woven Echo that contains loot lizards. You can in end game get a decent amount of loot lizards still.
Well, speaking of loot in campaign, I know these champion monsters, these like mini boss type monsters that have been added to the game, will be in campaign. They have a potential of dropping, I think it was a pile of uniques. Is this something that could possibly happen in the very early stages of your new character in a campaign?
Yes.
I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure actually. Can we ask Holly that, and we can get
Holly's
back to
checking.
you on the answer to that?
Yeah,
I suspect the
good source
answer is yes, but I'm not.
They are
100%
difficult, and if you don't have any if you don't have any gear from previous characters, and you're like a fresh start character, and you see one right at the start or as early as they can be seen, they are quite difficult.
While
Yeah,
we're
Holly's
waiting for
checking
that
for us right now.
answer, when you guys see loot lizards or hear them, does anybody else hear dolphins? Somebody at EHG must hear a dolphin. I can't be the only person.
You might be the only person.
No way.
Mike says yes.
I hear where you're coming from there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a dolphin and a murloc had a baby.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. I would accept that.
They can drop a pile of uniques very early.
Okay.
Like a pile of exalted items as well. Some of the loot drop types are in-game only, but uniques can get in.
I mean, that's great news for speedrunners.
Yeah, you're not getting piles of exalted items on campaign.
Yeah, but uniques can be at any level.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been a lot of shift on loot drops more towards magic and rare enemies, as well as making those enemies tougher. What prompted that change? And are other loot pools going to change maybe in the future, or is that kind of where you want to take loot?
Well, we don't have anything to really share about future loot pool changes right now. As for the question about the magic and rare enemies, it just improves the feel and flow of the game a lot. You know, you fight these not normal enemies, and then they'll drop some, a bit better loot compared to everything else, and you don't have to be clicking these shards and runes and whatnot that normal enemies currently drop quite often. So it just means that you loot a lot less often, so it just feels better. It just feels better. That's what we found out when we tested it.
Okay. Nice. So these new Woven Echoes seem really cool. Is there a way of getting them, I don't know, through the auction house or the Merchants Guild, or increasing drop rate through Circle of Fortune, or does everyone have kind of like an even playing field?
They're not tradable. You can't get them in the bazaar.
Circle of Fortune players will get a bit more of them through their perks, but other than that, they are pretty equal.
Okay.
Some major changes were made to enemy dot, so damage over time. A 50% reduction in corruption scaling, as well as 15% less damage to players. Was dot overtuned, or was it just requiring too much of a gear commitment?
I mean, both. We don't have. It's a lot easier to mitigate hits. There's a lot more systems that specifically mitigate hits. So there's a couple different ways to go about it. We could provide a lot more ways to mitigate dot, or we could just make dots be less dangerous, so you don't have to go out of your way on already very limited pool of affixes to start tanking all of the dots. So we just felt it was better to not put more pressure on that, and instead just overall reduce the damage dots do. obviously you still probably want to have a source of cleansing for all the ailments in the end game.
I feel like this is going to be something that players really feel and notice when they play endgame for Last Epoch. Most of the time when you die, it's like a poison or bleed nemesis, or it's Gaspar or some dot that like smokes through all your defenses. So I think this is going to be a great change.
Yeah, I think we were about halfway through the development process for the season, and I had a distinct memory of watching some streamers specifically struggling here. I think it was I think it was Karn as well. It was like, quite passionate about telling us with this. But yeah, like I think the changes here are really really positive.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's also other things we can do, and we have actually done in a lot of enemies recently, where when a dot spawns, it doesn't do its like maximum damage immediately, and it just ramps up. So if you're standing on it at the beginning when it spawns, it doesn't necessarily do all of its damage, and then if you just AFK there, it's obviously going to die. Or if you walk onto it later, it's going to be way more dangerous to help, so that when they spawn, you don't immediately have to be ready to dive out potentially, and it gives you a bit more leeway there.
So we're getting some pretty cool news in from the team right now, and I promise this isn't scripted or planned. The team is pinging us right now saying that our stretch build has passed QA, and so we will actually be adding another list of patch notes that were not included initially, and we can show some cool things that we were excited to get in that we weren't sure was going to come on day one. But we have some. It looks like Photon pushed in some new visuals for the Monolith Hub, which is really cool. This is pretty neat. We're all very excited about this. And then we'll ask them to post the additional patch notes in the Discord for us, so we can go over those too. And then we'll have to actually add them to the patch notes themselves.
Yeah, they will be.
Hold on, how many more pages of patch? So we're at 100 patch notes.
Oh, it's not one page.
Maybe it's like one additional page.
Okay,
but they're good. They're good.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll take that. That's awesome. That is very cool.
Basically, just rolling the first hotfix into the launch build.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. Frosty, what do you got?
Nice. Oh, okay. Well, I might not have a lot of time coming up to play a lot, so thank you for the mastery respecking, because I would like to be able to maybe switch my mastery without leveling up a whole new character to like 90. I think I saw on the video like a high level character is like 500,000 gold or something. It's definitely attainable. What made you decide to allow mastery respecking?
And just before someone answers that question, if you are out there and don't know, Frosty LaRue's wife is due tomorrow with their first baby. So they're having a baby girl. So he wasn't even sure if he was going to make it for today's podcast, but just huge congratulations. Excited for you.
Thank you.
Excited for you.
He started making meme videos and then
everyone in chat is saying that he should name his daughter Ellie. Get it? L.
By 1,000 pages, you can make it 1,500.
Sponsored for sure.
Abby could be another. Abby could
be another good one.
Abby's a good one too.
Abby, yeah, there you go.
That's true.
So with respect to like the mastery respec, it's one of those things that people it was a pain point for some people who are like starting out, and they all they do is just look at the broad theming of a class, and they're like, oh, that's something I played in another game, and you dive right in. You get to end game, and it's not like maybe we've taken the class in a different direction than you're expecting or something like that, and you're like, oh, I wish I'd actually taken a Beastmaster instead of a Druid or something like that, and just that little shift. And then on your very first character, you look back, and it took you so many hours to do the campaign, because you've never done it before, and there's like that big pain point moment, and we just didn't want people to bounce out of the game right then. And so this was a really good opportunity to give people a way to keep playing and keep experiencing and keep evolving their character. And like we wanted the cost to be something that was significant enough that it's not just a, hey, I'm gonna go switch my mastery today because I feel like it, but not so debilitating that you're like, okay, I'm gonna farm for this week so I can afford my mastery respec next week. And it's a new thing, and we're going to be paying attention to feedback and making adjustments as we need to here going forward. but yeah, it's something that we're using more as like a relief valve for fixing a mistake rather than like a tool to be leveraged. And I think the really big similarity here is the being able to switch between COF and MG. And like that's not something I see a lot of people being like, I'm gonna leverage these two together to switch back and forth. And that's sort of the relationship we want, is where it's fixing a pain point for players, not really a tool to be followed in build guides so much. And like, I'm sure it'll pop up from time to time in these places, but expecting more one-way switches than repeat switches.
I'm happy that you guys put it in the game, but I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty surprised. This was one of those questions, Mike, that you've gotten for 5 years, where it's always been like, we want something to feel permanent. So it was a nice surprise, but I was surprised.
Yep. Yeah, we have to stay flexible, and we have to be ready to change and adapt. And I think this is a good example of that. We're gonna keep making the best decisions for the game in its current state.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
I think as long as you can't swap a mage into a sentinel, we're probably good here. So
can't swap the
a lot of
class.
plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Right. Something that's been coming up more and more when everybody's watching these trailers, looking at the patch notes, is power creep. So with the introduction of being able to enchant your idols, with the ability to guarantee your 1 LP slams, with the ability to switch out your attributes, and all these new items and gear, champion affixes, what are the thoughts around power creep and trying to keep that under control?
Yeah, it's an important topic. So we incrementally buff monsters almost every patch because we don't want the player power to start to drastically outpace monster power when we elevate the player power floor with additions like you're calling out right now. That prevents us from having to do things like introduce a patch where we buff monsters very significantly, which can feel very jarring to players. So just as we continue to elevate the floor of player power, we will incrementally buff monsters with these outgoing patches.
Okay,
it's a good move, I think.
So, I mean, speaking of player power, with the massive amount of changes pretty much every ability has in the game, there's going to be some builds that just explode with damage, and you might not even foresee this. Is there any plans on maybe reining those in if you see certain builds just being ridiculously overpowered? And maybe
busted
the same
busted builds, yeah.
How are you going to handle that? Is that something where it's like time to nerf it to the ground, or maybe nerf it a little bit? What's your theory on that?
We just don't do mid-season balance changes. It's just extremely disheartening and disruptive to pull the mat from underneath you're playing a good build and there's no box or anything involved, and then suddenly your build is gone. It's just a horrible feeling. And when we polled the community on this topic, it was pretty obvious that unless bugs are causing it, just keep it intact. And it's aligned pretty well with our internal thoughts on the matter. And
now
obviously,
we do address any bugs that present outlier cases like this, and so it might be that something has broken, and then you're scaling way higher than intended because of that. We do fix issues in that regard. Another thing that will allow this to feel better is that we need to start releasing seasons more rapidly than the release between 1.1 and 1.2. So if there is something that's very overpowered, and we would want to have the opportunity to balance that sooner than having a patch release, in the same time span as 1.1 to 1.2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the TLDR. No balance changes, but bug fixes.
Yes.
Got it. If it's bugged, you'll patch it. If it's just broken from over-tuning, it stays until the next season. Okay. Judd, I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my next question. You said something where everybody was like, oh yeah, we'll believe it when we see it. So I just thought we could bring it up now. On the first Tour of the Erase podcast, you said something with Rax and Zizarin that the goal for time in between seasons is actually 3 months, and then if it goes to, I think that's, or if it goes to 3.5, so be it. If it goes to 4 months, so be it. But really, the goal in between patches is 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, we think the most healthy cadence for releasing content for Last Epoch in the future will be at a 3-month cadence. It is something that, again, we are getting our legs when it comes to games as a service and the live operations model. We are doing way better than we ever have about making content in parallel. So there are many things that we have in development for future season releases already. So we're making really good progress to what we need to do to make that happen. So the ultimate goal will be 3-month seasonal releases. I think it's more appropriate to say 4 months is something that we feel like is reasonable for 11th hour games at the moment, but certainly not this large gap that we've had between 1.1 and 1.2. The gap between 1.1 and 1.2 was really based on player feedback and people telling us that they really wanted to see additional in-game, these quality of life improvements. And so we had an internal debate about what we were going to do, because we even had a roadmap posted with content that we were coming out with for 1.2. And with all the feedback that we were ingesting, we were like, it's going to make us feel like we are just blind to the feedback that we're receiving if we create the content that was positioned to come in the previous version of 1.2. So we decided it was time for us to, go heads down, listen to the players, focus on the stuff that you guys want, and that is the result of what we have coming in Season 2. It did take a little bit longer to come out, but we do think that people are really going to enjoy the efforts and the content going into this patch.
Awesome. I'm excited for Season 2, and obviously I'm excited for Season 3 because Mike has talked about some Necro stuff. So, I just... Anyways, what do you got, Frosty?
So I was looking at the video you released earlier, and they talked about the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, which is basically you're fighting a gauntlet of bosses. Roughly how many bosses are we fighting in a row here? Is it like 2 or is it like 10? What is it?
I think it's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Holly.
I think
Holly,
it's more.
Yeah,
no,
it's
a lot more.
It's more than 2, and there's champions in there too.
No, I think it's
7.
It's
Okay.
7. Yeah.
That feels like a gauntlet.
And
Yes.
it's not just bosses, but the bosses have their little champions with them.
Okay.
They have their minions as well.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking
There's
forward
like
to that.
a champion that's like paired with each boss.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So we got Mastery Respec. That was something that EHG was flexible on. In the past, it's like, no, not right now. We don't want to do it. They brought that in.
We were subbing there for a while, yep.
Something else that has been added to the game is we've always been able to jump through the dungeons to kind of jump through the campaign on alt characters. But something that was always kind of a pain point is you didn't get your idols and you didn't get your passive points, which means you still had to just run this quests anyways. So most people didn't use that feature. Now with Season 2, you could be able to jump through the dungeons and you can get some of your passive points and some of your idols. I thought somebody from EHG could talk through the thought process on this and why the decision was made.
Yeah, so the dungeon keys were added as a campaign skip for alt characters. This is something we don't want the keys to drop earlier than where they're dropping right now for your first campaign playthrough, because for new players, this could result in a lot of confusion. They could go and complete the dungeon and then they're spit out the other side at a much higher zone level. And for a new player that doesn't understand that, that can be frustrating, or they just don't think that they've done the right thing. And so we intend this to be a campaign skip for alt characters. One thing that we have discussed internally that we may do is we might actually have dungeon keys hidden in places where our veteran players can know to go and pick them up. So they can actually go, if they feel like they have the skill level, to go and just outskill the over-leveled content for them.
Hold on a second. Are you talking about the current hidden zones that are already in the game? You're going to hide keys in there? Is that the idea?
That's an idea. That's certainly something that we could do, is hide them in areas
Very
like that.
cool, actually.
Or it could just be a barrel really far off the beaten path that probably people aren't going to go to. Yeah, it's one of those things in discussion, though. We understand that there are a lot of people that would like to progress through the campaign more quickly. We've added that via dungeon skips, but we don't want to mess up the new player experience for the people who are actually new to the game and going through the campaign or going through the dungeons and being spit out at a higher level zone could be a really bad experience for brand new players.
And in terms of hiding the keys, it's more like the cave in the starting zone where the veteran boots are.
Yeah,
like that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
probably gonna be like one-shot cash, so you don't like repeatedly farm the key there. Character has a chance, one chance with the key at the beginning if you wanna go risk it. So.
Okay.
It's also, if you've never done one of the
think that's a
dungeons
really good
before,
idea.
some of them are pretty tough to get through on your very first shot blind. So if you do find a key and you go down that extra side path on your very first character, never even played the game before, you stumble into the dungeon by mistake, and you just get booped by something, and that was your one shot because you don't have any second keys, and you have no idea what to expect, and you can't learn it, and then you're like, oh, like I'm stuck, and you have to figure out where that branch point was and go backtracking it, and yeah.
That's a good time to plug the respawn system, actually.
Yes.
So with the launch of Season 2, you can use an additional key to respawn at the floor that you're on at the dungeon or at the boss, which, I think people are really going to enjoy. We also, this isn't coming with Season 2, but we have a large amount of effort underway for tutorializing some things better, like crafting for new players, or like going into the Temporal Sanctum and using those abilities and knowing when to do that. We have some updates coming there that just like for new players, it'll make the experience just easier to understand overall. Yeah.
I love hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm a more casual player for sure, and I'm also a bow player, so I die often. And being able to just get to the end of a dungeon, if I die, and being able to come back and not have to redo the whole thing, I'm a huge fan of that. Also, look, I might have a little trouble reading every single thing when it comes to the crafting, so having some kind of tutorial maybe would help out my learning style a bit more for sure. So I'm also a big fan of that.
Frosty, it's not just you. We cannot get people to read, and even internally, we don't do it either. So like, we really have to point at things with arrows. If we want you to see it, we got to make it flash really brightly.
That's right.
Or we got to put a big arrow next to it.
Yes.
And we understand that, and it's something that it's easier to go and write a wall of text for tutorial. But now that we actually have some additional time and development power, we can go through and make those tutorials just significantly better than we had in the past. So a lot of work going on in that area right now.
Yeah, we're looking at contextual toast notifications for Game Guide as well. When something specific happens, a small pop-up notification linking you to the Game Guide, because Game Guide's a good resource, and we don't do the best job at signposting that or pointing you to it beyond small buttons and things like that.
Everyone in chat saying we don't read. So yeah, we need those types of indicators.
We don't either, guys.
I guess a random, side note question here. So, Circle of Fortune and Merchants Guild, are you guys still doing balance adjustments? And have you noticed maybe players veering more towards one or the other at the moment?
In terms of balance adjustments, the focus in this season, we had to spend time adding the new endgame faction. There are some small adjustments we've made there, but we are aware of the need to improve some UX and UX in the bazaar, and certainly some quality of life elsewhere. So it hasn't been a goal this patch to update and balance factions, but there are some small changes we've made that should hopefully help.
Yeah. And as far as like the split that we see going COF versus Merchants Guild, typically at the start of the seasons, we see people going COF in large quantities. And then as the season progresses, we do see an amount of players swapping over to Merchants Guild. But the split there does seem to reliably be healthy. People seem to be choosing the item faction that allows them to get items in the way that they would like to achieve items. So I think that system is actually working very well right now. Certainly always room for improvements there and slight balance adjustments, but yeah, overall we're very happy with it.
Okay.
Nice.
Gambler's fallacy is back. What prompted the reversion to reverse it and to bring it back? Also, for the people who don't know, what is it?
It's an amulet that makes you always crit if you haven't crit recently, I think. It's a very powerful leveling unique for certain skills that had like high mana costs and whatnot, and you just like Glacier, for example, you just use it every now and then. It just destroy the screen with that. And the reason why it was removed was because there was a bug that allow you to just get multiple copies of it without ever completing the quest. So you could just get a lot of gold, and it wasn't a very big prior to get it back immediately, because there's the Soulfire Bastion dungeon that had a better version of that you can farm for LP, but we found some time to sneak that back in. So yeah.
Nice.
So with the massive gamepad targeting improvements, is this a good indicator that maybe one day soon we'll be seeing Last Epoch for console?
We would love to get to console, and we are doing everything that would allow gamepad to be of the quality that would mean that people would like to see it on console. We don't have anything there to announce at the moment, but we certainly do want to make sure that when you are playing on the PC, no matter what your preferred input method is, the game is a phenomenal experience. And so this now includes WASD, but keyboard, mouse, gamepad targeting, a lot of really good adjustments going in here, and future efforts for gamepad. I mean, a lot of stuff underway here. We have the targeting feeling pretty darn good right now. The UI has been improved significantly already for gamepad, but we have a lot of work going for UI, mainly navigation, happening for gamepad in the future, because we do want gamepad. We want the gamepad experience to feel native. If you swap over to a gamepad, it should feel like it was built natively for the gamepad. So a lot of good adjustments there coming up. It's some of our very favorite stuff to work on. Both Ross and I have a UI background, so it's our time to just kind of hang out, geek out, work on some UI stuff. But yeah, a lot of good gamepad improvements coming. Console, nothing to announce, but certainly, working our way in that vein.
But you guys want to, in the future, have Last Epoch on console. That's a future goal.
Yeah, we would love
studio.
to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
I get this question all the time. Why is it the Weaver tree and not the Weaver web? I know. And what is a super beacon?
The name originally.
Oh,
was
updated
Weaver's
planner,
Web.
guys.
There's
It's done.
a lot of debate internally about this, because I
This one.
thought we thought people would default to calling it the Weaver tree anyway, and we call other
And they're
trees
all shit
skill
now.
trees and things like that.
All the
It's
skill
not a-
gems, the pathing,
it's
the
not a
Atlas
type of
tree, the
naming
gear.
that is
nodes.
it's consistent with the rest of the trees in the game.
Enjoy.
But yes, it was a divisive decision. Let's put it that way.
Oh my, got it.
In terms of super beacons, those are just bigger beacons like you have in the Monolith. They reveal a large area on the Echo Web, and that just allows you to plan things out a bit more. Like if you've got imprinted woven echoes, that's a good way to search for those passively spawning.
Oh, we had a cool glasses. Shit, sorry.
So I
wasn't
think
really
I see
looking.
there's
Sorry.
something called a shade ambush
I had,
being
like,
added to
5
the
fingers
game.
open here.
What is this? Is it scary? Do they drop anything?
Okay.
Just try to explain this to me a bit more.
However you want to talk to that one.
I mean, it's like a normal shade fight. It just pops in your echo and drops you loot if you can kill it.
It's the same
just
ambushes
cool.
we already have in other
Yes.
like ambush echoes already. So you'll like the mechanics for the ambush part of it happen the same as normal, and then it's the Shade of Orbis fight just like you'd fight it normally. So it is like it's two things that we kind of already have, and just
However,
it is more spice in your echoes. It's a good.
The random Orbis is really cool, I think.
The actual, like, it doesn't add shade into the normal ambushes that you get as objectives. It's just like an additional that happens randomly.
Okay.
Okay, I think I got one more question, Aaron, before we go to the next screen. But
Okay, go ahead. Shoot.
All right.
Fresh.
So Uber Avaroth being brought to the game. So this Avaroth is like how much more powerful than the one we've already fought?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Oh, and also, does it have new abilities?
Another good question.
Yes. Kind of. Yes. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. Gonna have fun. Yes.
Can you be more specific?
I'm ready to see the rip clips. I'm so ready. And I almost
Oh,
already
yes.
died to myself as well. Yeah.
Carve,
It does
what
have a minimum
percentage of
corruption.
players do you think could beat it?
Not very high.
Yeah, no,
One?
not very many.
One?
Not very many.
Yeah, like if 1,000 people beat regular Aberoth, how many of those 1,000 would be able to beat Uber Aberoth?
How much time do they
Probably
have?
in the, I would probably go with a single digit. That's my
Wow.
guess. But it's a lot harder.
Aspirational content.
It is a very hard fight. Yes. Do not expect most people to be able to do it.
Did
Like,
Carve
you can-
just
you can
say
keep
maybe
grinding.
9 people? 9? Single digit? Damn.
Of the 1,000.
Of the 1,000.
Yes. Not total. Yeah.
Okay, that's like 1% of players that can kill Aberoth now will be able to kill Uber Aberoth.
That is what I am thinking. We had some technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream. Don't worry, I'm not terrified to go to the next scene. I'm sure it'll work fine. Please work fine. Please work fine. Moving on to our second scene for the Town Portal podcast.
Oh god, everything.
Oh shit! You're showing stuff again.
Aaron, are you still there? Can you guys?
Caphonic
hear
Fisher
us?
skin
Aaron, oh
text.
no, where'd he go?
It is echoing. It is
we
echoing.
can hear you.
They might have 1%. I don't know.
It's working. You're good.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh no, the sound is gone. It's ogre.
No, you. Oh, wait.
Wait,
really?
Hello.
We can hear Aaron just fine in the call.
Looks like EHG team can hear Aaron, but no one else can.
Hello.
That's our
Fixed.
team saying it.
It's all right. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, my.
We're in.
We're good.
I thought people were
Oh my
messing
gosh,
with you.
I thought you guys were playing a prank on me. I'm like, oh, very
Yeah.
funny. Yeah.
I mean, we were
Yeah, we
initially. It's a joke at the start.
I know.
Joke became real.
EHG, if you guys didn't hear, was gracious enough to give me 27 clips to show off on this extra screen. And we're going to go through these right now. If anybody wants to pause and comment, go ahead. So we're going to look at some skill. We're going to start off with some MTXs. Chthonic Fisher.
Here comes the juice.
And with these, you guys will notice some of our environment and lighting improvements as well. These clips have some good effects and everything.
I love these so much. Just the variations that come in.
Chthonic Fisher's already so cool looking that it's like, you know, it's like double. Moving on. Okay. I feel like people are going to be like, no way. Are you guys ready for this? I think this is my favorite one.
Yeah, this one's sweet.
What the hell? Wait, is this the hammers? These are the hammers, right?
Anybody a fan of hammers? It's so good. It looks so good.
It sounds good too, actually. Is this the
Yeah,
normal
so I'm
sound?
excited that we can do these now. This is something that we've been wanting to do for a very long time, and we just didn't have the tech to do skill skins.
Very.
I'm pretty sure we just said build for so many people.
I know.
They're so cool.
We were talking about it. Like, should we base our build based upon the skill MTX? I know. All right, moving on. And a couple of these are smaller. They're not all exciting like hammers. Cherry Blossom Evade.
The little evade effects, I think, are some of my favorites, actually. You just
They
like
feel good.
the subtle little touches.
I think this is really cool with the evade stuff.
Oh,
It actually made me just realize, like, PvE doesn't have that, right? They have, like, footsteps and stuff. But this is, like, actually such a no-brainer, right? It's so good.
Moving on.
Evade effect, man.
Cosmic
actually nice.
Smite. And just so you're aware, maybe I've tested this, that if you're using you could use a skill MTX
my camera, whoops.
and to trigger another skill
Sorry.
and use that MTX, so these can all be combined.
Yeah, I do love having the visual connection between skills. in the cosmetics as well.
If we don't happen to have a clip of triggering smite with hammer throw, any chance? That would be so nice.
No, we don't have that.
I'll have to use your imagination for now, then I guess.
Right. Moving
Sorry,
on.
guys.
Your
Good.
MTX also
Sorry.
applies to skill shrines as well. Just a small thing, but it also applies to any skill that you gain from skill shrines.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That
Yeah,
is
you can,
pretty
you
cool.
can equip
I thought I was still in the
lots of
corner, you
skill
know.
MTX
That's
all
why.
at the same time, not just one for
I
each
didn't pay
slot
attention.
that you have equipped either.
Sorry, everybody. I know sometimes the volume's high,
Also,
sometimes it's low. Each clip is a different volume. All right, moving on.
I'll get it for you guys.
Reversal. Volatile reversal. Cosmic.
Nice.
Nice.
Whoa! It's pretty cool. Pretty neat.
Wait, he's not saving his fucking broadcast.
And we continue.
Oh no.
Okay, guys.
It's not saved, guys.
This is Dragon Claw Rive. I've been playing so much Primalist, I swear I see swipe
Okay,
when I
plan
look
B.
at this. Tell me unless I'm losing my mind, which I probably am.
I can see it.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, for the first 2 swings, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Rive. Dragon Claw Rive. Okay. Itera's Messenger Wings.
Guys, you could see it, by the way.
backslap.
You can see it clearly. Look at this. It's not
These
that
ones
bad.
don't have any audio.
It's fine.
You guys probably don't know this. I'm not a wings guy. I never wear wings, so the chat always gives me crap when they see wings. Okay.
It does some sort of bet that you can lose to us and force you to wear wings.
They always do that. I'm a wings man now. Chat's going crazy. Moving on. Okay. This is actually, in my opinion, Carve, the best one when it's automatically triggering smite. The Warpath. Holy Warpath.
Yeah, looks pretty cool.
It'll hunt you down if you use this while playing Void Knight with Warpath.
Don't buy it. Don't do it.
Right.
Against the TOS.
Okay. Warpath. Spin to win. Moving on. Login screen. So MTX, historically, if you look at Season 0, Season 1, your MTX was not actually shown on your login screen. Now it is.
Quick question about the ability MTXs. I'm like, I don't typically get MTX, but ability MTX I'm super into. So is this something that you will plan to have on possibly every ability one day? And even going further, will there be multiple for each ability one day?
Yeah, I think it's a very high likelihood that we get all abilities and then multiple per abilities. It's one of these things that we are really excited about internally. We're constantly getting into calls and geeking out about just things that we can do now that we have this tech. Some of the ones that I'm most excited about are like the minion skill reskins, but of course those are the hardest to or the most resource intensive to actually create and implement. But I want a phoenix flying around that's a falcon, or I want like there's just so many cool things that we could do with the minion reskinning. And on our last podcast, people were they want to see the capybara in one of these slots as well. Yeah. Definitely, we will be implementing a lot more skill MTX. If you guys have any ideas for those that you would like to see, we're pretty easy to convince right now. So if you guys have any ideas or suggestions, feel free to go to our Discord or our Reddit or our forums and make those suggestions. And it's just something that we're looking to figure out what the catalog is going to look like long term. We'll be adding a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the goal is definitely to pick a theme and have enough with the skills you're using to put together a nice theme. Like if you're essentially using Warpath, you should be able to put together a sort of teal theme, like a Death Knight theme, like that, that sort of stuff. We're also adding, for the different colors that we have here, we're adding different hit, flash, and death VFX for it as well, so that if you have red lightning blast, you don't have the blue hit, flash, and things like that. So we've added a lot of that this season as well.
So
I also give you audio sometimes too.
I figured you guys knew this question was going to come. I could see it going in the chat over and over again. People want
The Kickstarter
to spend
pets,
money
what are
that
they?
only play offline. Is there any plans to bring cosmetics to the offline crew?
Yeah, it's something we know people want. We'll do it.
Nice.
Consider it written, consider it done. Moving on. New Lightning Blast.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, like Ross said earlier, we now have Lightning Blast where it actually chains, and it feels so much better. It's just a little recolor here, but it feels really cool in game.
Yeah, so some skills work well with just a very basic recolor. You know, with some skill effects,
Very
here, there's
satisfying
quite a
animation, I
theme
think.
for it, and it's like something new. And with others, simple recolors are actually
the red lighting
quite
is cool.
effective. And this is an example of that.
People say this is how you become a Sith Lord, right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
And we also do have, you mentioned earlier about some skills getting multiple conversions. We do have some already that'll have multiple conversions. Like there's multiple Lightning Blast conversions, I think.
Okay. Okay, somebody in chat literally a few seconds ago said, hey, can we get a reskin for wolves? They must have heard you.
Yep.
This is unbelievable. What happens if I take squirrels? No, just somebody
What
walk
does
me
happen
through
if somebody
this.
takes? I think if you take squirrels, it does go to squirrels.
No,
Or
it
no, it
does-
always
does
defaults to the
it?
MTX. It goes to MTX. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the squirrels will show up as smaller dogs. Is that right, guys?
Is that
Oh, that's
true?
cool.
I don't think they're small dogs. No.
Oh my gosh.
We-
I will switch my starting build if I get these as squirrels.
I'm gonna ask the team right now.
They'll just
It's
turn
not
into
like
bees.
a squirrels themed like this. That doesn't happen.
But
So-
we did talk about this recently.
So this is a Pestilent Hound Summon Wolf Skill MTX. Now people are saying hell squirrels. Hey, by the way, since we're speaking of squirrels, when are we going to get that void conversion for squirrels that we get out of the shrine? You guys must get that question all the time, too. That's fine.
Mike, what do you
The
think?
Primalist theming itself doesn't lend itself well to a actual void powered skill. There's not enough support in the Primalist tree to actually give a void skill to Primalist right now.
That's fair. We'll just do void bees then. All right. Moving on. This is the Hatchery Portal. Hatchery Portal.
This one's one of my favorites.
You like this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a Leroy situation. We need to use that egg and that dragon to like run through and break them and stuff.
That's exactly what it should be.
Yeah.
That was one of our Woven Echo plans that didn't quite get across the line, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez. Rainbow Evade.
Might be coming.
Is there a chest at the end of the evade?
Yeah, right.
Some treasure?
The raid sounds cool.
Shattered Frostclaw. Shattered Frostclaw.
The shattered ones are so good.
Oh yeah.
You like
That'll be
this
a
one?
popular one.
People are gonna.
There's a few themes like this, and they're all really good.
I think the effects
I like
overall
the
look pretty
sound,
good.
too. It's good. Okay. Shattered Meteor. Judd's favorite.
Cool.
And Meteor's another one that's got multiple MTX options for it.
It was hilarious when Mike said on a Friday dev stream that Skill MTX is coming. We all knew that there was at least one Meteor. We knew it. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
If I could have pushed 6 through, we
Correct.
would've.
Correct.
It was the only guarantee.
It was the only guarantee. If you guys don't know it, top dog at EHG Judd. His favorite skill is Meteor. Okay.
Always has been.
This is the Slack Hopper Pet, and I'm hoping one of you could tell me what's flying in and out of its shell.
Those are little frogs with wings.
I was like, is that what it is?
They,
It's a frog?
Yeah. They live inside that shell. They're a mutually beneficial relationship.
Oh, nice. There's lore behind it.
Little symbiote.
Oh, it's a frog fairy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I can't get over how the eyes pop out.
The eyes are
at
good.
the
The eyes
start
are
here.
good.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice the eyes popping out. Hold on a second.
Looks so cute.
Oh yeah, they do pop out. It's like a turtle head. All right. Now we are moving over to Twitch drops, and there's a couple other ones in here. So come April 17th, your favorite creator, if you gift a sub or do one tier 1 sub. I don't know if Prime sub works, guys. This is the support a creator unique. It is the Corrupted Maelstrom.
I don't think Prime subs worked last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Primes don't work. All right. So tier 1 or 1 gifted, you can get Corrupted Maelstrom. All right. Next, this is a free Twitch drop. I know total Twitch drops is 6 hours. I don't remember which one unlocks where, but this is the Twitch drop for Crimson Smite.
That's cool.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
I know I like this one a lot. I love that you guys did a couple for Smite too, because it's just like a skill that's used. So like everybody uses Smite, right? Smart. All right. Holy Shuriken. Again,
I really like this one
Twitch drop.
because like
I'd like to see a
so
shotgun
hard
version of
to
this.
See the base shurikens, and this one, if you want to see exactly where they're going, this one's so visible. And some people don't want to see where they're going either, but yeah, if you do really want to see where they're going,
So you're
high
saying this is
visibility.
pay to win right here. If you want to see where they're going, this is the pay to win MTX.
I mean, if you could control where they were going, sure, but they have a mind of their own.
Next, Rip Blood. There's one of these out of order. I'll show at the end. Rip Blood Twitch drop.
Basically rip mana.
Holy Lightning Blast Twitch drop.
I think I just really like the lightning moves.
Lightnings always look good.
Also see the new chaining here.
Oh, you can see the new chaining in it. All right, let this one play for a sec.
There's a small delay. It feels so much better now. Like very tiny chaining on it, and it just feels so much better.
Because it used to be that you'd cast it and it would just kind of create a web. That little tactical feel just feels way better.
Okay. I think the last one, which is not a Twitch drop. Yes, Voidwalker's Gaze Helmet. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Some sparkly eyes.
That one's too scary. Too scary. All right. Now, EHG sent me, I believe, an additional 5 clips that I don't have queued up like this. They came in late, but that's okay. So the first one I want to show, and we can finally confirm. Judd's very happy.
Do it.
Meteor.
B
around.
Meteor.
The BTR.
What?
The B tier.
What?
Those are bees?
Those
They are. It's like a big
bees.
comb. It's like a big hive that comes down and splashes honey.
So
and
your
you see all the
meteor
bees
turns
as
in.
they-
Yes, exactly.
My god.
The B tier.
It's
That's-
real.
Now that's an MTX. Someone says in chat. I like this. It's like this one's really good. Just the way it looks. That is awesome. Hey,
No, it's cool. It's
Mike,
cool.
I don't know if you know this. What if you take like oh my, look at that pause right there. Oh,
Nice.
that looks so good. What happens if you take like meteorites?
Oh.
Does it transfer the meteorites too into small?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a reskin of the little of the spawn sub skills.
So all of the skill MTX, it doesn't matter where you go on the tree, you're still going to be able to see the visual.
It should all work. Yeah. If we miss something, that's something that's got to get fixed.
No, I got you. Okay, that just popped in my head because I was thinking about like if you're dropping 100 of these all the time, like that would be very, very cool.
It's also a big reason why it takes so long to make MTX4 skills, because we have so many different ways to modify them, and then we need to like figure out how the MTX is going to look on those as well.
Okay. All right. The B meteor is real. Okay. The other things that were sent to me is we have some examples of the new controller support and the new WASD movement. All right. Controller support and the new WASD movement. And some of this stuff
real
we could
quick.
talk to. Go ahead.
Aaron, before you start, I don't know if I dreamt this, but is there a Heartseeker cosmetic also?
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
Yes. Okay, great. All right, that's just how to make sure, because I remember seeing it and being like, oh, I want that. And I just wanted to make sure that definitely is in the game. Because again, I like bow stuff, and glad to know there's a Heartseeker cosmetic. All right.
Yes, it's like this blue chain. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it looks like a blue chain. Like you're playing Scorpion. Get over here. It's kind of what it looks. It's really cool looking.
Nice. All
right, everybody. This clip was sent to me. It is 20 seconds. I haven't even watched it. This is experimental WASD. I don't even know if there's audio. Let's see.
Yeah, this is showing how you actually get to the options to change the controls.
A very long and involved process.
Yes.
They're reading involved.
This is a photon captured warpath. And this does actually have options. So you can, in the settings, you can change if the warpath is going to follow your cursor when you're using WASD, or actually just following your input. That was kind of a divisive thing internally, how we should do it. And people had very specific preferences there. And so we made that an option. So.
And just remember, everybody, that EHG, putting this in as beta. So this is for people that really love WASD, is going to have that option, and in the future it'll continuously get better.
Nice.
Yeah, we heard from the player base, those that have tried out WASD on other games really enjoyed that, and they're like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to go back to not having WASD as the main control schema. And we're like, okay, let's see how hard this would be to prototype and get in. And with a quick prototype, we pretty quickly understood that it already felt pretty good, and so we invested the additional time in season 2 to get the control schemas and stuff like that set up. So we're excited to hear people's feedback on this. We'll be looking for it.
Sweet. Okay. The next clip is, what is this? Puncture before and after. Puncture before and after. This is
gamepad targeting. This is the first time I'm seeing this video too, but this is, I believe what is on the left is probably what's on live versus what exists in season 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's watch the video.
Yes. Here we go.
Yeah, so what we've done here is we've actually added some target memory. So previously on the gamepad, it would be that if you start to hit an enemy, say that you shoot an arrow towards an enemy, and then you have to start kiting that enemy, you'd have to flick the joystick back and forth to shoot in that direction, and then start kiting again, turn back, shoot in that direction. Now, if there is not a new target recognized in the direction that you are running, shooting that arrow will instead just turn around very quickly and shoot without you having to do it manually. And it helps the flow of gamepad combat just very, very significantly.
This is huge. This is like this is completely changing the entire gameplay feel for somebody using a controller. Like, that's massive.
Yeah. It helps an absolute ton. It helps an absolute ton.
Wow.
And there's all sorts of settings for different context and specializations for like every combination of all those things. And because there's so many situations you can be in and so many combinations, it is something that we're going to be looking at feedback for very closely to get outlying and special cases where people are like, when I've taken these 6 nodes together and I'm in this very specific scenario of combat, it does something weird. And we're like, cool. No one thought to.
Mike's referring to the skill targeting updates that we've made. So we the team put a lot of work into this. We've essentially made all these different paradigms for how skills can or should act in combat. And we've mapped all of the skills and all of the nodes that maybe or should change the way that targeting functions with the gamepad. And so now, I mean, the update makes gamepad play. It's just I can't even emphasize how much better it is with these changes. What it also allows us to do is to make changes to those paradigms that we're mapping to these skills very quickly. It's very standardized. So if there is an instance where people feel like one of these abilities could be controlled better or differently that would make it feel better, we can get that feedback and we can make that change much, much more rapidly than we did before. So yeah, these are phenomenal gamepad improvements.
Man, and I thought gamepad was already good. Like I always thought you guys could
it's getting there. It's getting there for sure. People are already enjoying it, but you know, we still see a lot of opportunity to improve that. We really want when you swap to gamepad for it to feel natively like it was made for the gamepad. We're making really good progress there. It's feeling pretty good at the moment, but still more to do.
Now, Judd, if I'm using my controller playing on gamepad and then I set down my controller and I grab my keyboard and mouse, will it work seamlessly?
Yeah. So you can hot swap between gamepad and keyboard and mouse. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Very nice. What? I wasn't sure. So I just asked a simple question. All right.
And I will say this is a huge DPS increase, this change too.
If you're not someone who is going to manually twitch super fast to go and do these same types of actions, it is a DPS improvement, yes.
Okay. Ballista armed construction. Again, I have not seen this. If one of you guys want
to this is just ballista targeting based on context, so it knows that it wants to put them near enemies because it's going to explode when it dies.
Okay, so normally if you just summoned ballista, it would summon next to you, but in this case, since you've taken ballista in a certain way, it goes next to the enemy, correct?
Correct. So it used to be that if you had a target focused in the live version of Last Epoch right now, it would just summon the ballista at the target's location, which would quickly end up in the enemy's swarming it and dispatching it, which is not a great way to play ballista. Now, if you are targeting something, it knows to put the ballista next to you or away from that group of enemies. But if you take this node where you would typically want the ballista to be right in the middle of all the combat, it knows to do that. So it's just another example of the different paradigms that we've executed on for these abilities.
Okay. And the last one. This is ballista before and after.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, well, I got it. Oh, and this is when it's, I see. So on the left-hand screen, you are putting the ballista around all the enemies for it to die. And on the right screen, it's staying close to you. So you're actually shooting it at range.
Correct. And it's every single ability in the game. So like these are just a couple examples, but everything has been touched. So if you have a certain build in mind and you're like, oh, these don't really apply to me, they absolutely do.
Something that a skill that at least when I'm streaming Last Epoch, people talk about a lot is using a controller and Fury Leap. I don't know if anybody has any experience with that, but I think I don't know.
So what that does now is that if there is a recognized target, it will Fury Leap you to the target, and if not, it'll take you as far as the maximum allowed range will take you for that skill.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Well, I've got a couple of other extra little things to show off here. I know people have already seen a lot of them, but I thought, why not look at some unique items? Why not look at some unique items? Maybe not everybody has seen all of them yet, so we picked some ones that haven't been released prior to the patch notes, and I thought we could look at some of these together.
Yeah, not in
So
the
the first
actually,
one
right?
is Downfall
seen any.
of the Righteous. Now, all of these items that we're going to show right now are shown with their maximum rolls,
15%
and you'll
health.
see the roll ranges. And what this is is Mike, should I let you I know you worked on this, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I worked on this one. Yeah. Yeah. This is a supporter unique actually. And so yeah, it's meant to get that like that curse play style, scaling curse damage. It's focused around Witchfire. You're like splitting usually fire and necrotic damage. I think it's just really fun, unique that kind of that lets you sort of unlock new damage source in that tree.
For any Warlock fans out there, with this new relic, you're going to get in the implicit fire resistance and curse damage. You're also going to get up to 15% increased damage. You're also going to get leech from your damage over time, necrotic and fire. You're also going to get more curse damage. Witchfire deals deals multiplicative damage equal to 66% of your increased curse damage. And again, that's multiplicative. But on top of that, while you have both Ignite Overload and Damned Overload, enemies within 10 meters are infected with Witchfire every second. This item is sick. We were reading through the patch notes and talking about some changes to Warlock, and I'm like, guys, there's something coming. There's something really, really nice. New Witchfire.
We are very powerful.
Yeah, we are last minute. We are adding a visual effect so that the 10-meter area is actually shown here. That helps with the feel of it a lot, because without that, it doesn't feel as satisfying.
Wait a second. So when I put on Downfall of the Righteous on my Warlock, there is going to be a ring around me that shows where the enemies will get Witchfired?
Correct.
One of the many skills that have a ring dealing damage over time to enemies that go into it, yes.
Wow. Okay. That is very, very cool. Brilliant, people are saying in chat. All right, moving on to an Acolyte.
I don't know much about the curses.
This is Unearthed Memories. Wandering Spirits is centered on a gravestone at the target location instead of you. The gravestone grants allies within 12 meters 15% multiplicative necrotic damage over time against cursed enemies. Increased reveal rate for Wandering Spirits, 12 to intelligence.
Interesting.
What is a gravestone? Does anybody...
like you go to a graveyard and there's like lots of the gravestones.
I know what a gravestone is. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, like, what does this actually pull up a gravestone like? Is there a new visual in the game for it?
Yeah.
I think so.
There's so many new uniques, it's impossible to target them all. It's fine. Wandering Spirits is centered on a gravestone.
There
at the
is
target
a
location.
new visual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. No, Mike knows. It's all right. Leaks. Moving on to unique number 3. Soul of the Mountain. Soul of the Mountain. Now, lately, we've been playing some Machine Gun Spriggan on stream, and maybe or maybe not, we are preparing for a new Primalist relic, which is this. So with the Soul of the Mountain, you're going to get 1 max Veil Spirits per your 15 attunement. Spirit Thorns has 3% less cast speed per Veil Spirit. Gain a Veil Spirit every second while in Spriggan form. Increased health regen, increased spell critical strike chance, poison, and physical resistance. And the implicit is Leech. People in chat are saying, oh my gosh, so many builds to play. I know. That's what I'm saying. I know.
The minion leech here, I think, is really the important part, because it's like it's that passive healing.
Yep. Moving on. Who does anybody want to talk about this one? The Descent Smite. This is one where people were like, no freaking way. I don't even know if you guys can see it. My belt. Yeah, I know you guys like this one.
Just to note, the mana potion portion of this cannot crit.
I see. I will read it. This new belt, 45% chance to cast Smite on hit, maximum 6 per 10 seconds. This cooldown resets when you use a potion. Using a potion restores Volatile Reversal's cooldown. With at least 50 intelligence, Volatile Reversal deals 20% multiplicative void damage. with less than 50 intelligence, volatile reversal is converted to fire. Up to 25 intelligence, increased chance to find potions, 55%. Mana gained on potion use. Everyone's like, my fire VR. Now, while we're looking at this item, I thought we could talk for a second about your guys' vision on roll ranges inside of uniques. And I bring that up because this item specifically can roll 4 to 25 intelligence. How does that what makes you think, or even like,
roll ranges are exciting, right?
I like
roll ranges. Yeah, we like roll ranges internally. I think we were kind of conservative in this regard early on, and I think we are loosening up on making roll ranges lower minimums, higher maximums. Yeah.
What about negative?
You already have those.
We do have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it depends on the type of stat it is as well. Intelligence is one of those stats that it's like it lends itself really well to this like big range. And there's certain other things that'll be on items where like the mechanic needs to be a certain level of consistency to feel like it's doing something or have an impact. That roll range will be tightened up a fair bit as well. So it's like it does depend on what the stat is a lot, but where we can do longer or bigger ranges, we are doing that a lot of times. And we sometimes in like that's one of the things that we let creators with like supporter uniques have influence over quite a bit is the roll ranges. We ask quite often like how big do you want the roll ranges on your item to be?
And what's cool about that now is we also have an extra tool on our tool belt to be able to re-roll the ranges with unique items, including the implicits. So that's pretty neat as well.
Which lets us open up the ranges even more as well.
I see. Crystal Wind. Now we're looking at a new quiver that is coming. This is a high-end quiver. This is level 77. And on here, for this new quiver, you guys get ready for your Heartseeker marksmans. The implicits are armor, chance to shred armor on hit, and armor shred effect. Gain 4 stacks of Crystal Wind per second while moving, and 4 stacks when you evade, maximum 8. Directly using a bow attack consumes up to 4 stacks of Crystal Wind to deal 15% multiplicative damage per stack. 75% chance to slow bosses and rare enemies on hit per stack. Chance to petrify other enemies on hit per stack of Crystal Wind consumed. 10% increase movement speed, up to 10% increase cooldown speed. Who wants to talk about petrify?
It's very similar to stun and freeze. I definitely wasn't being silent waiting for what it was because I couldn't remember anything.
It's been.
They do get a visual, like a skin that goes over them, like turning them to stone. That locks them in place.
This is like Majosa's ability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Petrify
I like this.
coming.
I'm a big fan of this item.
Yeah. One thing to note here is that a lot of oftentimes we have uniques that have their like own like subtypes that you cannot drop normally outside of the unique. This is an actual, I believe, new quiver subtype that isn't limited to the unique.
What?
So it's just a new endgame quiver subtype as well.
Wait, that wasn't in the patch
I'll
notes.
double check that.
You're checking
They have a
your
new
Petrify?
quiver with armor
No, if
and
that
shred.
subtype is droppable.
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
it does drop naturally. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Countenance of Majosa. This is a new iron glass shield. By the way, earlier somebody was begging me to ask you guys to put in shield cosmetics. So this is just me saying that I would promise to do it. So now I've done it. A new shield coming. This is level 72. So in the implicits, you've got block chance and block effectiveness. Each second, every enemy looking at you has up to a 20% chance to be petrified for 2 seconds. So if I've got a minion army and the enemies are fighting my minions, they're not looking at me, right? Is that the idea behind this? Looking at me.
I think it's just comparing the rotation. So I think with something blocking line of sight, it still works.
Yeah, Holly can probably confirm. I just assumed it was aggro, but Holly can confirm.
Okay.
It's where the enemy is looking at.
When you block an enemy's
hit,
hit, got it. When you block an enemy's hit, it has up to a 20% chance